Insightful journalism, conversations and dialogues that go beyond headlines, decoding policy, powering innovation, and shaping how India thinks business. Editorial commentary from industry captains and business leaders. In a world driven by algorithms, our stories remain journalist-led, backed by AI efficiency, not AI storytelling. Every fact, every quote, every number, verified, trusted, transparent.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aditya Malik, an absolute pleasure to be your host and also to welcome you to day 2 of the 4th edition of the BW Disrupt Social Impact 2025. As technology rapidly is reshaping the world around us, this edition of BW Disrupt Social Impact will ask a critical question. How can innovation, especially artificial intelligence, be harnessed not just for efficiency, but also for empathy, equity, and lasting social change? This year, we all gather under a very powerful and thought-provoking theme, Tech with a Soul, reimagining social change in the AI era, celebrating the power of innovation, of inclusion, and also of the human spirit. Today, we are privileged to be joined by India's most influential change makers like yourselves, mission-driven businesses, non-profits, AI innovators, social entrepreneurs, CSR leaders, policymakers, and also impact investors. And each of you brings a shared commitment to reimagining how technology can accelerate and also scale social progress while staying deeply rooted in human values. Throughout the day, we'll witness thought-provoking discussions and also insightful conversations, and we'll also celebrate the awardees in the evening as well. To give you more details on what we have for you in store for today in this very event, can we please play the event TV? BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World, is the fastest growing business media house in the country, with a network spanning across 25 niche business communities and 8 magazines. We are proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystems. And with changing times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 25 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and also forums to facilitate interactions between sectoral business leaders and also create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself updated of all the developments, do subscribe to the magazines within the Business World group. The latest B School special issue On the stands now, it features India's top management institutions shaping future business leadership. You want more details on that, please visit the same registration counter जहाँ पे आपको आपके bands भी मिले थे. Along with that, for over 8 years now, BW Disrupt, in association with BW Business World, has been at the forefront of recognizing and celebrating entrepreneurial excellence. This very platform, it has honored some of the most iconic names in the Indian startup ecosystem, from Aman Gupta of Boat to Vanita Singh of Sugar to Ghazal Alak of Mama Earth and also Vikas Nahar of Happylo, amongst many, many, many others. BW Disrupt, it's more than just the platform. It's a 360-degree ecosystem dedicated to covering every facet of India's startup landscape. From founders' journeys to funding updates to high-impact dialogues and thought leadership, this very community covers it all. With that, can we also please have the BW Disrupt community AV? Any opinion, any view, any picture that you share online from today, please also use the hashtag BW Social Impact. You can watch this event live on www.bwdisrupt.com and also on all BW Business World social media platforms. And the handles are BW Business World and also BW Disrupt on all of the social media platforms. A big thank you to our partners as well, our event partners for today, joytravels.com, Opal Events, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, iwmbuzz.com, Impact, and Pitch. Before we begin, two very important things. Our phone has this lovely button. It's called the silent one. अगर आपने अपने मोबाइल फोन्स को नहीं किया है तो प्लीज़ अभी कर लीजिए, क्योंकि मैंने भी जस्ट अभी ही किया है while thinking of the same. My only request to you, it's a small room, it's a double-heighted ceiling. Any whisper also that you make, it's heard clearly here. My only request. Second, for all the speakers gracing us, because the agenda, it speaks of stalwarts in every panel, from the opening keynote till the last session that we have today. आप सब दिग्गज हैं, आप सबके पास बहुत सारी knowledge है, experience है, information, और हम वो सब लेना चाहते हैं. But we also have a timer in place. Please be very careful of that. It's right here. Because अगर आप उसका ध्यान नहीं रखते हो, they'll just make me stand here and stare at you with that annoying buzzer that they have. और दोनों, and trust me, more tougher than emceeing is just standing and looking at you. That's it. My only humble request to you. With that, to formally welcome all of you. But before we do that, very important as well, another big thank you to our knowledge partner for today, MASH Global. Thank you so much. Now for the opening address on celebrating the power of innovation, of inclusion and human spirit, please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Ved Shukla, advisor to BW Retail World. Please. हाँ, इस मौके पे आप ताली बजाते हैं जोर से, हम किसी का स्वागत करते हैं. We start on a happy note and we will try and keep this energy all throughout the day. Thank you.
Morning. Thank you, Aditya. Morning, everyone. I am privileged and honored to be in the august company of such distinguished people. Dr. Kiran Kanik is here. I don't know most of you, but I'm sure you are driving things you are driving with passion, with energy, with empathy, with compassion, because that's what all social impact is all about. When we do something with passionately, the results are there to show. So this social impact event is curated by Devika very, very passionately, because when she was explaining me about uh, what can be the welcome address and what can be the statements made to welcome you all and set the tone of the day. I mean, she was so passionately explaining about it, that why we have put it together, why we have said that, it's tech with a soul, why we are talking about that technology, is it touching the grassroots level, all the sessions which are curated, they're curated with thought, with very, very passionate energy. For example, the first session, why future of innovation must be led by compassion, right? So innovation is there, but not only for profit. It has to be compassion driven. And then, like the last mile innovation, turning policy into production in progress. Ma'am would be here, she'll be talking about that. Then AI for good, redefining scale, access, and inclusion, right? So, how can you use AI? How can you use tech to do all that? So, three broad concepts are coming out when I was talking to Devika, when I was discussing, seeing the agenda. It is inclusion, it is innovation, and it is human spirit. So quickly, I mean, I would like to say that technology is uh, the fast pace we are going through, and I mean, everybody, and who knows better than Mr. Karnik here, how technology impacts the world, how it changes social fabric, how it is, impacting humans, how it does impact humans, and overall. So my take on this is that the way technology is growing, I mean, overall the human consciousness is also evolving, right? So technology and human consciousness, the balance is going up and up only, because the more we are aware, the more we understand life, I mean, more compassionate we become and more aware we become. So when we are driven by awareness, when we have empathy and compassion, and of course, when we do things with passionately, we do create an impact, and that's what is the need of the hour. So not saying much and not being between you and the good sessions coming up, I would like to again welcome all of you to this beautiful event uh, of social impact, how technology is changing, what we can see in the future, what we can adopt, what best practices we can encapsulate, and how we can do more and more impactful stuff which we are already doing. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for giving your weight to us, and I'm honored and privileged to have you around. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ved sir, for that introduction. And now for the opening keynote on building an inclusive India, policy, purpose, and progress. Please join me in someone whom I've had the pleasure to host and listen to many a times. And once again, it's an honor to welcome him on stage amongst all of you. Let's please welcome to the stage Mr. Kiran Karnik, author and former president of NASCOM. Please.
Good morning and thank you. Mr. Shukla has set the stage. Thank you for explain the passion which drives social commitment. But first, my congratulations to you, through you, to all friends in BW and the BW group. They organize something like this every year which talks of social impact, inclusion, recognizing the work being done at grassroots, a number of things. And I'm delighted that a business group is enlightened and does this, because I think that's a necessary condition. So thank you, Mr. Shukla. Please convey our thanks. I'm looking for the timer and okay, there it goes. Fine. Slightly off, I can't quite see, but I'll try and keep well within the limit. Just want to share some thoughts with you this morning. I'm not going to elaborate or go into detailed explanation or discussion because neither we have the time nor do I want to do that. I just want to share some thoughts, and I know through the day you'll hear a lot of people, a lot of experts, people who know AI very well, people who know ground reality very well, and people, I hope both sides or both ends of it, all with passion and passion to do something. You know, AI development, everybody says is critical. Everybody is focused on it. They say the country must be at the forefront and do AI development. And by that, almost everybody means artificial intelligence development. Very necessary. This is the world of artificial intelligence. It will soon be as ubiquitous as electricity or as computers today are. And therefore, every field will have to take a look at this and see how it can be used, how it might disrupt them, how they can utilize it, and what can be done with it. But to me, another kind of AI development is critical, more so for our country than many others, and that is all-inclusive development. Again, AI development, but I think that's very critical. And the two have to go hand in hand. And let me take a few minutes to just say why I think this, and even given the brief time, I think it's important to lay out the groundwork as we start the day's sessions. So I just had a few thoughts on this, which I do want to share. First, a very good question is, what is this buzzword inclusive and inclusion? Everybody talks about it, but do we really need this inclusiveness, and what for? And just in summary, I would say there are three reasons why inclusion is very critical. First is a moral imperative. All of us need it when we see somebody who's very poor, not getting enough food, in bad health, unable to afford health care, unable to get a good education. Somehow something inside us pinches. Wherever our station in life, whatever we are doing, there's something that makes us feel uneasy. That I would call the moral requirement for inclusiveness. The second is much more pragmatic, economic. If you want prosperity, it can't be built on having a 1% who does very well, lives a good life, is competitive with the global richest, because that will not keep the economy going. For the economy to go, you need consumer spending. You need consumer spending that buys goods. You need those goods to go in factories to make them. You need the factories to be expanding through more investment, creating more jobs. So it's a virtuous cycle. I don't have to go into it. It's economics 101, you might say, but all of us know it is common sense, that if you want a virtuous cycle that drives the economic growth, you need to make sure that most people, if not everybody, has a job, has affordable income, and is able to have some disposable income through which they buy goods and services, which then power the economy. So very pragmatic, down-to-earth reason, even for those who say, this is all nonsense, what inclusion? These are freebies. The third, of course, is something else, which is really strategic, you might say. The country, as a large country, as one aspiring to having an autonomous role in the world today, not joining power blocks, not trying to get, commitments and money from somebody else, but wants to be independent, it's very important that we are seen as a large economic power. We are already there, and you can see the change it's made over the last, many years, from the time when we were seen as a so-called basket case, when we were getting aid and living, most of you wouldn't have been around there, ship to lip, as we used to say, shipments of food from the US or elsewhere, coming to the docks and that going into consumption. We have long transgressed that. And today, if we are a force in the world, it's because of our economic strength, a large market and economic strength. So it's very important for the country. So three good reasons, moral, economic, and strategic, you might say. So, what is it then that can make this happen? And here I think there are two or three things. One big problem right now in this is inequity. While we have seen growth, good growth, the country, as I said, has progressed. We made the third or fourth largest economy in the world. That's in totality, at the gross level. At the more disaggregated level, you see tremendous inequity between people, between regions in the country. Some regions are doing very well, mainly the south and the west and some parts of the north. The east is not in good shape, large parts of the east. So you see inequities. And even in the more prosperous areas right here, you see the inequities between those who are well off and those who are very poor and don't have enough. Then, of course, there is the question of whether this is inevitable. And many economists, with great logic, argue that when you're in a growth stage, when the country is growing, such inequity is inevitable. Every country has gone through this. Some have corrected it fast, some have taken time, but inequity is unavoidable, and you have to live through it. So, is this so? We'll come back to that in a moment, just a moment. Is it something that we can do where we combine growth, which is so necessary, as I said? Why growth? Because, as I said, it creates a self-generating cycle in the economy, and very important for strategic and other reasons, but also because growth lifts all boats, so to say. As things grow, even the very poor get a little better off. And we've seen this in our country. Today, as I said, inequity is very high, but undoubtedly, to a complete independent observer, you would see that the bottom 10% are living better than they were 20 years ago. So there's no question that growth helps raise everybody. But yes, the inequities grow. So in any case, growth is necessary. The challenge, therefore, is how do you marry these two? How do you ensure your growth, which is necessary for the country, necessary for the poor, necessary for a variety of reasons, with something which is negative, which is inequity? That's a challenge which many say is solvable only by time. Wait for 10 years, 20 years, things will sort themselves out. But is there a quicker way? We are impatient. I am impatient. I'm old. I want to see in my lifetime that this country is much more equitable and yet more prosperous, more healthy, more happy. How can that happen? So far, the old model has said, no, you have to have the inequity and wait. Create equity as fast as you can, but can't avoid it. Now, I think technology, and this is where I come to technology and AI, provides us a completely new opportunity. Something which didn't exist or existed very minimally in the past, now there's a revolutionary possibility to try and do both. Why and how? Just a few quick words on that, again not elaborating. First is, it enables you to completely reframe, reimagine, and reinvent the old model. The old model, the old economic model, as I said, wanted growth, and many people argue even now that growth is the first necessity. Then things will follow. Grow the pie, then share it. Don't try and cut what is there. And my argument is that it's not either or. We can do both. We can grow and yet make the pie more equitable. And technology enables you to do just that by creating a new model of growth. So what can be this new model which new technologies, things like AI in particular, but a host of other technologies make possible? The first is that we no longer need economies of scale. So it's not that you aggregate necessarily in cities or where industry exists. Many people talk of the requirement for an ecosystem. You need a whole host of things together to stir the growth, which is why your cities grow, which is why they become unmanageable, but everything gravitates here. All investments come here, all factories come here, all jobs come here. And so you get people from the less industrialized parts of the country, particularly the east again, right from the northeast to Bihar, to Chhattisgarh, to Jharkhand in particular, and then the other areas, migrate all the way sometimes to Kerala. The special trains run every year from Kerala to Assam. Why? Because there are a large number of migrants. Why are there a large number of migrants? Because there are no jobs there. Why are there no jobs there? Because the ecosystem doesn't exist. And how do you kickstart it? This is where technology comes in. You can today do away with economies of scale and move to economies of scope, you might say. You can decentralize because now so much of things are so to say dematerialized. You don't necessarily need to produce physical goods. If you do, you don't need a nearby market, which you did earlier. In fact, the classic example is handicrafts. Earlier, handicrafts were made in the village for their own use, then maybe for the next village, then maybe for the district town and the nearby city. Today, handicrafts are sold globally at 3x, 5x, 10x the price or cost of what they did compared to selling in the city in India. How? Websites, very simple. What enables the website? Technology. What enables people from around the world to access it? Technology. Now with AI, this can be taken much further. And I want to elaborate again, but want to say that such a model where you decentralize for industry, where you don't need large factories, therefore you don't need as many people, are entirely possible. And many pilots have demonstrated this very successfully. Second, you need innovation, new products, new services, which are enabled by new technology. Just as computers made possible a whole host of new applications, new jobs, created new things. Yes, they did away, for example, with stenographers. You can dictate and get a text output today. Same way, AI is doing away with a lot of jobs, but it will create new jobs. And those new jobs require education, they require training. So what can you do here? How do you equalize on that? Because that is where the cities and the better off have an advantage. Even though education is widely spread, they don't get the best teachers. You can today do it online. They don't, after a good education, even with good teachers, coaching classes, sadly, unfortunately, but reality, play a big role in getting people into the better institutions and then better jobs. How do you equalize that? Maybe subsidies, maybe better coaching locally, very difficult. But today, just think of it, you can have an AI partner, an AI coach for every person, every individual, which personalizes the training, personalizes the coaching, saying, you don't understand this. You, as in particularly you, not the whole class. I'll explain it to you. It takes you step by step. Where you don't understand, it elaborates more. Keeps testing you. Have you understood? If you haven't, it goes back, makes it simpler. Which part haven't you understood? It's able to identify that and create more on that part. Again, no elaboration, but there are excellent AI tools that do this at the individual level. And the beauty of it is they cost next to nothing. You do it for one, easy to adapt for others. Therefore, the cost is not there. There's no requirement of scaling. It can be individual. And therefore, the poorest person in the most distant village can take this up, can be assisted, and can soon be at the level of his counterpart from one of the top schools in Delhi. Can be. Can we make it happen? Challenge. Do you need humans? Of course you do. But the other part of AI, more applicable here, but also to healthcare, is that it can very easily help to upgrade existing people. If there's a paramedic in the village, she or he is not a doctor. But now with AI, they're able to, with their paramedic skills, be able to do what a GP would do in the village. You've upgraded their level. You probably need to pay them better, which is good. They're able to do more. And the healthcare improves drastically. You have diagnosis, which is done at the village level, without invasive procedures, not requiring a hospital, not requiring a special clinic, can be done, identified, and people corrective taken. So healthcare, education can be brought to a level which is tremendous. And this itself will create a tremendous amount of inclusion. On top of that, if you do it through some amount of training, coaching, tuition, you'll be able to enable people to upskill themselves to get better jobs, creating inclusiveness at a very wide scale. So I think there are great possibilities here in what you can do. We've got to evolve this and do this. Now, how will this happen? Just a moment or two, and then I'm going to end. You need to do this. You need somebody who innovates, does new things, tries new things, tests them out. Test them out in the most difficult parts. Poorer parts of cities, slums, outside the cities, semi-urban areas, in villages. And you need people who connect, who can understand where the shoe pinches, what are the problems, and take them back to the technologists. Who can best do this? The government system goes through a lot of filters, there's a lot of bureaucracy. And again, without elaborating, you know that it is difficult for them to get that feedback, test it out, to do new things, to innovate, it's risky, why did you waste the money? This is the ideal place where civil service organizations, or so-called NGOs as they're known, come in. They have a connect, they work at grassroots, they know the people, they can do new things in a small area, test it out, check it out, get the results, and this can then be taken to a wider system. So involvement of civil service organizations is absolutely critical in doing this. And therefore, to end, what we need to go looking ahead to use the technology to make it widely usable, to take it to create inclusiveness, economic growth, happiness or good health for all, and grow the country, all simultaneously possible if we create a new partnership. that partnership has to move beyond the traditional three Ps, which have always been there, which looked at the three Ps of there, the public-private partnership, which meant government, the industry, private sector with its drive, a partnership. And then there are four Ps where you added people, the CSOs. But I think there's a fifth P which overall is necessary, and that is purpose. What is the purpose? And the purpose, as I said, is a better life for all, which will automatically create the economic growth that you want, better life for health, education, jobs, good care, even entertainment, fun, whatever you want. So I would urge that we move to a 5P model where your purpose, people, public, private partnership. And that, I think, is what we need to take AI with its tremendous potential, which you hear much of through the day-to-day, with its great possibilities, with new things happening, take it to the point where you create growth plus inclusiveness. Thank you. I'm sorry, I don't know when that came on. I can't see it genuinely, but I'll pretend I didn't see it. But thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your address, for the opening keynote, and for setting things in order for today. That was Kiran Karnikji, author and former president of NASSCOM. And now it is time for our first fireside chat on tech with a soul. Why the future of innovation must be led by compassion. And to share their views on the same, please join me while I set the stage up. First, Ms. Asmita Satyarthi, Chief Executive Officer of Satyarthi Movement for Global Compassion. And joining her for this one is Ms. Harleen Minocha, Manager, Global Partnerships, MASH Project Foundation, and also MASH Impact. Yes, please welcome them with your applause. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to BW's Social Impact Summit, Tech with a Soul. Over the course of today, we'll talk about AI for good. We'll talk about last mile innovation, youth leadership, purpose-led business, accessibility, and the future of social capital. But before we dive into what we are building, how we are building it, I think this first conversation asks a more fundamental question, which is, what does it really mean for technology to have a soul, right? We live in a moment where intelligence is accelerating faster than wisdom, and innovation often moves ahead of its social consequences. If today is about celebrating innovation, inclusion, and the human spirit, then it's only fitting that we begin by grounding innovation in something deeper than speed or scale, like Mr. Karnik just said, which is compassion. It's in this spirit that I am very, very honored to open the day with Ms. Asmita Satyarthi, CEO of the Satyarthi Movement for Global Compassion, a leader who I believe bridges grassroots realities, institutional leadership, and global platforms. Asmita, to really set the context, why was the Satyarthi Movement for Global Compassion created, and what was that gap that it was responding to that existing systems were not addressing? And how does the movement define compassion beyond, what we traditionally understand as empathy or charity? Please take it away.
Wonderful. Good morning, everybody. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. First of all, I want to thank Business World and all the partners for organizing this extremely timely and very, very important and crucial conversation. And thank you, Harleen, for that wonderful introduction. So, as we know, the world has never been as rich as it is today. It has never been as technologically advanced as it is today. But at the same time, whether it is wars, global conflict, injustices, inequalities, the climate crises, they're all deepening in a way that is more scary than ever before, right? So we felt that it is time for us to really take a long and hard and very honest look at ourselves. Do we need a different approach to life? Do we need a different approach to leadership? To how we connect with each other? What are the choices that we make? And how do we begin to fill the gap between those in positions of power and decision makers with the worst sufferers? Those who are being left behind. 470 million children are living in conflict-affected areas. The entire carbon footprint of all African nations combined is less than the carbon footprint of a small nation like the UK. And this is especially relevant when we have conversations around AI and technology. So we felt that it's time for us to launch this global movement, which actually seeks to redefine the word compassion and redefine compassion to mean problem solving. We're saying that compassion is when you think that somebody else's problem or suffering is actually your own to solve, and there's a force that comes out of that connection that actually leads you to take urgent action. We feel that compassion is the gap that we need to fill, whether it's our policies, whether it is our leadership, whether it is the procedures or the practices that we undertake in positions of power. And also, within ourselves and with each other, we're all losing a sense of connectedness. Our young people are suffering, literally suffering. Mental health is an epidemic today. In spite of AI, in spite of technology, in fact, it is insane. Close to 88% young people are saying that AI is their friend. AI is who they go to when they have a problem. They are not able to have a conversation with their peers, their teachers, their parents, right? So, is this what we want humanity to be, right? So with this, we launched Satyarthi Movement for Global Compassion last year, of course, based on 4 decades of the work of our founder, Mr. Kailash Satyarthi. He gave a clarion call to globalize compassion when he received the Nobel Peace Prize 11 years ago. And we felt that it's time for us to institutionalize the idea, because he said that, he's rescued over 130,000 children from slavery. But he said that the drive behind everything that he did was compassion, because he would say, what if this child was my child? I would actually stand up and take action. In a very similar sense, we're saying that the world burning is our problem. The last person being left behind is our problem. And it is through these very crucial structures of power, profit, technology, AI, that we must be compassionate in how we choose to live and lead. Thank you.
Thanks, Asmita. I think it's true that you said, in spite of technology, we're all not everybody is being taken together, right? And it is something to be really, I personally have been an AI pessimist, really, most of my career and since the advent. But just bringing technology into the picture, right? As a design principle in technology, why does compassion, need to be at the forefront? And what does, according to you, technology without this compassion lead to? If you could maybe elaborate on that.
Sure, that's a great question. So, we definitely believe in the power of AI, the transformative power of AI. There's a lot of enormous good that it can do in the world, and very quickly at that, right? The power is immense. I think that we can't even tap it realistically, even the experts, right? And we've seen examples of this, whether to solve issues of healthcare, education, the same technology that was actually being used in weaponry is being used to detect cancers. So, absolutely we can use it for good. But I feel that the problem that happens is that AI or generative AI is based on existing structures structures and systems, right? So those existing structures and systems often have deep-rooted, inbuilt injustices, inequalities, bias, because they are based on information and data which have perpetuated, these actual realities that we're trying to fight, right? And when they get embedded in the creation of our technology or AI tools, then not only does AI perpetuate them, but also amplifies them. Like, for example, only 22% of, actual practitioners or creators of AI technology are women. There is this inherent inequality that persists, right? So what we are saying is that if, instead of thinking about the external harm that AI can cause, right? Whether it is creating unemployment or worsening the climate crises. I mean, I was shocked to learn the amount of water that goes in, right? In these data systems, because I was prepping for this conference and I was shocked. I said, my goodness, why cannot something as simple as Google give us the option of to opt out of using the AI tool that has actually now become automatic. So, I was just thinking, how many buckets of water did I, just use by simply Googling what is the AQI situation of Delhi, right? Because it'll give me this entire gyan that I actually did not even ask for. So, embedding these principles. So what we are doing in the movement is very clearly saying compassion is a force. Now, it is a force to achieve justice, equality, peace, and sustainability. JEPS, as we call it. So now the question is, we can see, with our eyes wide open, the negative impact that AI is having and potentially can have in perpetuating divisiveness, hatred. There are all kinds of issues that are happening, where it leads to perpetuate not only intrinsic differences, but exacerbates them. So, and we have justice, are people being treated fairly? Is there any kind of repercussion for people who are getting negatively impacted by AI? Is everybody, being taken together? Is the last person that is being left behind part of the thinking behind designing an AI tool, right? Simply sustainability. I gave an example of, just the sheer amount of water that is being used. And by the way, this can't even be saline water. It cannot be ocean. It is drinking water. And we all know the water crisis that we're facing. 24 countries, cities of India are running out of water in the next 10 years. Are we aware of this? So, we all have to be extremely mindful and incorporate these externalities or consequences right now, or actually as of yesterday or day before yesterday, as we start to think about designing these technologies. And I think that's where it's so important for people in positions of power, the big tech companies, even the, the engineers who are creating this, to really be, mindful and cognizant of this. So let it not be an externality, let it be embedded in the thinking. So we're actively addressing these issues, and AI actually becomes something where, it becomes our superpower. It really becomes our superpower to solve the problems of the world, instead of creating them, perpetuating them, and exacerbating them.
Thanks, Asmita. Just to take from, the kind of water that it takes, I was reading somewhere, I think there was a headline just recently that some data center, I'm not exactly sure where, but took the water quantity of an entire country. And I was also reading that, the extra questions we put to ChatGPT or other LLMs saying, oh, thank you for this response, does take a lot of water just for that extra.
Yeah,
so
we are not aware.
Yeah, I've stopped doing that. Just to move on to, that setting it in context for, the leaders, because a lot of us present here in some way, shape or form are using AI in our work. Just so that, and leaders from different vantage points, in the society as well, for their benefit, right? So how should leaders and organizations really rethink this relationship with technology when the aspect of compassion is placed at the center?
Right. So when we think about compassion as urgent and mindful problem solving, the first question that comes to mind is how is our business or our institution impacting our own stakeholders and then the world at large? We are forced to think about it when we choose to practice compassion. And by the way, we believe that all of us are actually inherently born with compassion. A mother does not need any external, validation or reward to immediately find solutions. If your own house is burning, you're going to do whatever it takes because you have that sense of connectedness with your own house. We are saying, let's connect the same way as we would with our things. Let's connect the same way with our customers. Let's connect the same way. I was in Dubai last week and I was having this very interesting conversation with this person who works at Emirates Airlines. And, he started to say, yeah, what if we were to look at compassionate product design? What if we were to think of compassionate customer service? We might not tell folks that, their bags are lost. It's a very simple example because actually only 1% of 3% of all bags that are misplaced are actually lost. So they've just been misdirected, but the amount of stress it causes, the consumer, the flyer is immense. And simply, things like opening a tuna can, think about how it impacts the end user. So very simple things like that. What would it be like to be in their shoes? But to come back to your earlier question, which I actually didn't answer, this is not empathy because in empathy, you feel for the other person. You put yourself in their shoes, you start to feel for the other person and you get overwhelmed, right? You carry whatever pain and suffering or stress or confusion the other person is facing. Here, you are actually in compassion, you're giving a dispassionate response to the problem. So we're saying that when you forge this deepest connection with the problem, where there is no gap between the other person's problem and your problem, and you have to stand up and take action, you have to solve the problem. At that point, you actually take a step back and in a dispassionate, practical, pragmatic, mindful manner, you solve the problem. And this is where AI can have immense, immense impact on the world. And we are actually really excited to be working with industry leaders on this. In fact, we are developing something called the Satyarthi Compassion Quotient, which is not only a measure of a person's or an organization's ability to be compassionate, but also take compassionate action. So very excited to tell you at the Jaipur Lit Fest this year, our big book written by Sir himself is being launched. It's called Karuna, the Power of Compassion, and it outlines our framework from awareness, connectedness, feeling, and action, and what that action looks like when you're actually being mindful and pragmatic. Because we firmly believe that innovation without compassion is meaningless, because you're leaving behind so many people and you're impacting the planet, right? When you're driven by power and profit, you're actually not thinking about people and planet. So if you do bring that to the whiteboard, when you sit down and do ideation in terms of anything in your organization, let that be your guiding principle. Let that be your guiding force. That's what I would tell the leaders.
Thank you, Asmita. I think a lot to be taken from there, but you said that you're working with quite a lot of industry leaders in this sector, the AI sector, the tech sector. There's a lot of talk, especially ahead of the AI India Impact Summit, there's a lot of talk happening around innovation versus regulation. And I think compassion in that sense seems to suggest a different path, really. But just to understand, working with leaders in the sector, who is really best positioned, to identify the risks that come with it, and at an early stage, at the very nascent stage, and shape these responsible systems? And why does this representation in AI matter for this safety and accuracy, and not just in fairness?
Right. So, what I would actually say is that because AI and technology is now in our bedrooms, in our homes, in our schools, in our workplaces, it's no longer an isolated problem. Now we're no longer removed. We don't have the option anymore to, think about technology as something that happens in a Google or an Apple or a Microsoft or in Silicon Valley, and that we're not, lay people are not impacted by it. It's everywhere, it's pervasive. We've seen the impact social media has had on the world. Our attention spans have decreased. We're not really able to, I see many of us, no offense, still looking into our phones. I was guilty of that as well. We find it very difficult to actually listen when another person is having a conversation. So I think the responsibility honestly lies with all of us. What we're asking for is, let's just start to, tell the truth. Let's just step up and see, open our eyes, look away from the smartphone and see how, everything is being impacted. And of course, the AI, the impact can be a million times more. I shudder to think. But then I'm also very excited to think the positive impact that AI can have on the world if we get our design principles right. I think regulation is really a reactive approach. And of course, there are a lot of concerns around it. What we are calling for is a preventive approach. Why not, have these considerations in our will and our intent, in our thinking, in our outlook as we start to design technology. So I think that those are the kinds of folks we want to work with. Of course, policy makers, but at the same time, our educational institutions are a very important stakeholder. So, we've actually been very positively surprised to see the impact the movement has had. So we just launched it last year in March. And we started reaching out to stakeholders that we felt, are very crucial in this journey. So for example, we did a roundtable with 15 Supreme Court justices about a year ago. And, this includes Justice Suryakant and many others, right? And we were blown away. The idea of compassionate judiciary, simply meaning fast, fair, and equitable justice delivery is, was a hit. They said this is so crucial. So now we're working with NLUs and we're working with NALSA to design a leadership training course for judges across India. Similarly, globally at the UN General Assembly, we just did this roundtable where we had, 3 heads of state, 2 Nobel laureates, many others, and not a single person we invited actually didn't want to be there. So, and I think it also speaks to the urgency the world is realizing that we need a new approach to the way we think, live, and act, and connect with each other. And it's all the more important when we're talking about AI and technology. So I think all institutions across the board have a responsibility as consumers. Every single one of us has a responsibility to be more mindful, to be aware, to question this, right? And also question how are we really not perpetuating our biases? Whatever our politics may be, we all know that, and if we don't, we must know that we are being literally pigeonholed into, further our biases being reinforced in a manner that we don't even think is possible. I've had this conversation with a few friends, and the kind of information or news they get is so vastly different from mine just because our politics differ. So this is not a question on which side of the spectrum you're on. Whichever side of the spectrum you're on, we all deserve truth. We all deserve to know what's actually going on in the world and not just be seen as, a data point somewhere and a small little cog in, the larger power politics or, profit politics that's going on in the world. We deserve to be treated with dignity. We deserve to be respected as human beings that we are, and we all must stand up for it.
Thanks, Asmita. I did have quite a lot of questions, but looking at the time, we're up. I think just to close this conversation, what really is coming through very clearly from what you've just said, that compassion is not opposed to innovation, but what is really required is that it anchors that innovation in what you said, dignity, justice, sustainability, and the idea of a shared progress where technology, when it is talked about being an equalizer, it becomes an equalizer at an intersectional level. But I'd really like to thank you, Asmita, for really setting the tone of the day. This was the first conversation, and we have so many leaders. If there's one thought from this conversation that I'd really want everyone to move into, the sessions ahead is that compassion is not just a soft value. It is a very systemic choice, right? And like I said when we started, I've rather been very pessimistic about technology and the advent and influx of AI and what it is doing in the world. But I do feel that pessimism lifting a little with the kind of work that you're doing and all of us leaders present here in the room are doing. And I'm also sure that all of us doing that work from at some vantage point in the ecosystem, we take these values forward. So we'd like to give the stage away now to the next session and hopefully through the day.
Thank you. I just want to add one quick thing to what you said. Compassion is definitely not opposed to innovation. In fact, compassion is mindful innovation. Compassion is practical innovation. Compassion is positive innovation, because it will allow us to actually live the values we claim to want to live by, right? If we do it, we'll actually be able to bring them into practice. That's what we want to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Asmita. And I hope through the course of the day, my pessimistic paralysis lifts. Thanks, guys.
Ma'am, do a picture as well before you leave, please. In the front. Please. Thank you so much. Thank you. I am very sorry for that timer thing, but yeah, that's the only directive for today. Yeah. अब आप दोनों में से कोई एक देख ले, हमारा काम हो जाता है. But thank you so much, ladies. Thank you. Chaliye, next, it's again a keynote address. This is on last mile innovation, turning policy into protection and also into progress. And to talk to us on the same, it's my pleasure with all of you to join or to welcome on the stage Ms. Padma Jaiswal, IAS, Secretary to Government of Union Territory and State Union Territory of Puducherry, India. Please.
So good morning. We are about to enter the afternoon. So every one of you on the platform of Business World, thank you for the introduction. So the keynote address, which I am supposed to be giving here as per the organizer's decision, is on the last mile connectivity, that how we go about delivering the services of the social schemes and programs of the government to the last nook and corner of the various, difficult terrains and difficult, marginalized people. So this is this is how I'm going to just share my practical experiences, which I have learned from the cutting edge level as I worked in Puducherry, Goa, Delhi, Arunachal Pradesh. Now, since government major responsibility of the government is that to delivery of the social justice and impact schemes. The social welfare schemes of the government is the biggest challenge of the government, whether it is in the sector of health, education, or it is in the sector of other kinds of, like social welfare programs to uplift the marginalized section, disabled people, and to weaker sections of society. So all these, schemes are designed to deliver. But what it has been seen that, out of the research which has been done by the Niti Aayog, that whatever the schemes that we design and we implement on the ground, the very less of it is, delivered on the last mile. And by the time it reaches the beneficiary and the targeted group, so much of the leakages has happened. And therefore, the government is working, the government has utilized and leveraged the technology to deliver the schemes and social welfare programs. So out of now, over the period of time in the past 10 years, government has evolved, government has evolved into using the various applications of software and tools of AI and the technology which are evolving. Now, since we have been using the data analytics and also we have been using the digital public infrastructure which is created by the government, and also now in the last 2 years, we are also using the chat GPT, that is the generative AI, to deliver the schemes of the social welfare programs in the government. Now, I will just wanted to mention here about the kind of digital public infrastructure which has been created in India over the past 10 years, that we have created the identity in the form of Aadhaar, which has also, which has allowed us to shift all our financial sector in the UPI, in the digital domain. And then we have also created the Aadhaar identification, the biometrics of the various targeted and beneficiary groups, and which has helped to deliver the schemes and programs without any leakages and without any kind of, like whatever we were having, whatever kind of, the inefficiencies that were coming into the picture, have been able to got over it. But still, there are challenges. Now, since I have worked in Goa and I have also worked in Puducherry. Now, these are the two places where we constantly, experiences cyclones. Now, what happens is that when we are tiding over the disaster management, all of a sudden we do not know that what kind of situation we have to meet. Now, and in this, whatever the digital, images that we receive from the satellite about the beneficiaries, what we have done is that we have placed it in the chat GPT, and we have asked that how many people, how many beneficiaries are present in this particular context and this particular area. Now, in one of my experiences, the chat GPT said that there are about 2,000 people who are present as per the satellite imagery. But so therefore, we have arranged for the programs, we have arranged for the necessities of shelter, of food, for out of that particular, input that we have received from the chat GPT, and then in reality, it was 2,200. So likewise, the technology can be leveraged while we are tiding over the disaster management, while we are tiding over the emergency management in the government, and also in the delivery of the schemes. But then there are issues regarding the ethics, regarding the privacy, and regarding the morality as to what we are doing with the data that is being collected in the government, and that is being collected out of these household surveys that we are doing. Now, since I was also holding the charge of economic and statistics, so now initially what we were doing is that we were just physically going each household to each household, and we were just collecting the data, and then we were classifying it, and then we were categorizing it. So it was a very physical, tedious, manual job. But now with the help of all these tools, technology, analytical tools and application software, what now we are doing is that we are using these tools to collect the data from the household, and the data which is being collected is very good quality in a granular form of each household, whether we want the data of a weaker section of society, disabled, women, children. So this is more granular, and this is more disaggregated. Now these data which is being collected, then they can be designed, they can be used, they can be analyzed, collected, classified to design the schemes and programs in the government. Now I would like to quote here the various studies about the United Nations that has taken place, because United Nations is the agency which is using various kind of, their embassy programs, and also the programs which are being, done in the crisis areas. Like, for example, one of the studies that been mentioned in the United Nations is about the Turkey, the earthquake of the Turkey. Now, in earthquake of the Turkey, what has come that those mission critical teams which go in the site when the earthquake has taken place, they were not having any idea, and moreover in the social sector the resources are also very much reduced. Now they were not having any assistance. So now what they did, but they had to deliver these all kind of aid and the programs and the various kind of other utilities to the beneficiaries or to the targeted groups. Now what they did was they used the chat GPT and the generative AI and the AI to come out to come out and scroll various websites to collect the data and also the various mobile data, and then they correlated all the data to each other, and then this is how they were delivering the aid in the crisis-prone areas. Likewise, the same has happened in Syria and in Lebanon. So therefore, there are so many instances across the world where the application has come to the rescue of these kind of rescue mission groups when they go to deliver the urgencies and to when they go to deliver the aid programs of the government or of these agencies to the crisis-prone area. Now, but then there are some issues. Here also I would like to quote few other examples from the other countries which we in India are adapting in our own terrain. First of all, there is Estonia and UK. In Estonia, they wanted to tide over their unemployment problems, because so what they did was they made their database inoperable. So that means that the data from social welfare department, from the women child department, from the other departments of unemployment, and so many other departments, agriculture and manufacturing, all of their data was put together, and then it was correlated, and it was being designed, and it was analyzed, and it was find out some kind of judgments and conclusions out of that. And now there are 60 parameters and 60 variables which could be culled out of data, and now the Estonia is on the verge of doing the predictive analysis of any kind of unemployment that might exist. Now they are observing their unemployment on day-to-day basis, that this particular day are we going to experience any unemployment. So this is how the technologies are coming to our rescue. And when we are now, the same thing has happened in the United Kingdoms when they were solving their problems of homelessness. Now there, as we know that during the winters also in Delhi, now we wanted to tide over the problem of the homelessness, and we want to bring certain people into our rain baseras. So what we do is that we take the data from all the departments, and then we try to correlate, and then we make it inoperable. So all these things, we are able, new mixes and matches that we are able to do with the help of technology is really very exciting, and we are really able to deliver on scale, and moreover, due to this predictiveness of this particular technology, on the basis of data that we are able to do, that we are able to prevent, as the previous speaker also has said, that we are able to generate more empathy, more compassion, and we are able to predict and analyze and prevent the kind of losses that might happen in the future. This is really very exciting, and this is only the delivery that we can get out of this technology of AI tools and generative AI. So now the other countries, they are also implementing their social welfare and schemes now in the part of government as a participation of various workshops. When I go, we always try to discuss and deliberate upon what are the other kind of applications that the other countries are doing. Now in the other countries in United States, what happened is that when they were implementing their social programs, they found some kind of anomaly. They find some kind of discrepancies, that the data that the right delivery was not going to their particular beneficiaries in target groups. So what happened was, when they checked, then they found out that their data governance was not very much up to the mark. So therefore, these are the AI is also the black box. AI is also equally, prone to all kind of hallucinations which we experience daily while we are operating on it. And to tide over this, what we have to do is that we have to keep our data strategy upright. We have to see that the data which is there is valid, it is relevant, it is integral. So many other aspects. So data is really the key out of which the applications are pulling out its oil, as you can say, or the inputs, because we are saying that whatever is the input, the output will also be the same. So likewise, while we are implementing the AI technologies, since we all have seen that movie called Robot, in which Rajnikant was acting as a scientist. Now what has happened in that in the first version of his robot, who was Chitti, he was listening to all what he was saying. But in the second version, what happened was something hallucinated in Chitti, and he became berserk, and he became haywire. So likewise, we have to see to it that our AI tools and softwares, these thinking machines, they don't go and they don't perform, in the berserk manner, and they are in the control. So therefore, humans have always need to be in the loop while we are implementing all these kind of unmanned thinking machines. It is only meant for augmenting, it is only meant for supporting us. It is not meant to take our roles. So likewise, while we are delivering it in the last mile connectivity in the field, what we do is that we always take Anganwadis, we always take common service centers, we always take NGOs, voluntary organization in the loop, because they are the people who have the sense of what is going on in the ground. So while we are delivering, we are taking the help of this direct benefits transfers, these cash transfers, while implementing the distribution of the food grains, and also while giving the benefits to the various stakeholders and the entitlements to the various beneficiaries. But then we have to see that the systems are working well, and they are only assisting us, and they are only supporting and augmenting our scale. So because it has been over the period of time, we have seen that in the last nook and corner of the country, we are able to deliver through the utility of the digital public infrastructure. But then ultimately these are the machines which require AI governance, which require cyber security protocols, and which requires data governance also. So likewise, so here I would like to, what are the various difficulties which we are facing on the ground in India, specifically in India, while we are implementing the AI in our social welfare schemes. First of all, each state, each union territory, and each department, they are having their own data governance policies. Now they are having their own equipment as per the budget which is available with them. They are having their own softwares. Now some people are very digitally literate, so what they are doing is that they are updating their softwares, and they are even procuring the good hardware. But it is not the same with all the departments. So therefore, while we are sharing each other's data, we are not interoperable. Interoperable is the key. Interoperability is the key while we are implementing these social welfare schemes, while we are sharing the data from each other. Now, if the banks, if the insurance companies, if these agriculture societies and cooperatives, they want to share all their data together, and I want to pool all their data so as to come out with some schemes of agriculture, I will find it very difficult, because they are not very much inoperable in nature. Now, secondly, the second problem which we incur is that while we are delivering the awareness programs and the capacity building programs, but still we see that there is vast gap in the digital literacy of the people. Some people are really engineers, some people are taking some ITI programs, so some people are technology holders, but some of them are not at all very much literate when it comes to usage of all these digital tools. In this, those old generation people, women, weaker section society, differently abled people, they are coming into picture. So what the government is doing, that government is also, while they are going to the common service centers to avail the benefits, government is also has floated the digital warriors. What are the digital warriors? They are the people who have done their internship from the engineering college, and when the government is also giving them the certificate for the internship and apprenticeship, and when they come, they help these people to latch on to the tools and gadgets of the government, and also to avail the programs, the benefits, and the entitlements of the programs. So now the third difficulty which comes is the cyber security. Now the surface area of the tools and digital tools has become so wide. Now it is not only the enterprise who has to keep in touch with the cyber security. Initially what we were having the closed loop. So the enterprise was just maintaining its own cyber security program. But now with these smart city projects, these IoT devices, then each person is having mobile in their own hands, and now they are using in the form of apps to connect with the government, like Umang scheme is there, which is about the apps of all the social welfare schemes of the government. So now when each individual is coming to my platform and using my platform and getting connected, getting logged in, what happened is his instrument, all the viruses of his instruments are getting transferred into the main system, the main security system. So likewise, the surface area has become very wide. The authentication vulnerabilities have increased so much. And if the government goes for so much of authentication that yes, if you want to log into my devices, you have to go for first-hand authentication, second-hand authentication. But in the process, I am losing on my social welfare and schemes. I am not able to reach out to. So likewise, we have to keep a balance, a trade-off between, like authenticity, cyber security, also security protocols also, and also that the people are very comfortable in logging onto my devices and instruments. So there are various, checks and balances we have to exercise while we are delivering the social welfare schemes on the government, because India is lacking the resources. India is still a developing country, and though it is, fourth largest economy in the world, but still when it comes to, implementing the each and every social benefit schemes to each and every, person, the disabled and disadvantaged, to bring about regional parity, to cure any kind of inequities in the society, we need that we have to really go to use the data which we have used to the benefit of the society at a large. So these schemes are ongoing in nature, and government is really implementing these digital public infrastructure that has been already created in the form of data sets, in the form of Aadhaar identification, in the form of biometrics, and in the form of various UPI transaction, and all the most of all 1 billion instruments we are having in India. Our population is very mobile friendly, and we have to go by apps, we have to go by common APIs if we want to approach to the people. So likewise, the technology is evolving daily, and the government is using ChatGPT, generative AI, LLM models, everything to leverage AI for its benefits for the delivery of the social welfare and schemes. So I think the time has, I'm run out of the time, and I have been able to share few of my experiences which I have gained from the ground at the cutting edge level experiences. And I thank the audience for giving me the patient listening, and the organizers for giving me the opportunity to come here and share my experiences. And the deliberations are still going on, and I think every one of us are going to get more enriched while we are deliberating for the whole topic, for the whole day on the topic of social impact. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Anybody else? We can take one question while they set the stage up, if anyone has. Or things are very clear to you. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you. Chaliye, after Padmaji's session, the first panel discussion for today, this is on AI for good, redefining scale, redefining access, and also redefining inclusion. And this is on spotlight on how can AI and data-driven tools empower communities, bridge accessibility gaps, and also make social programs more efficient and human-centered. To share the views on the same, let's please welcome a panelist for this. Mr. Neeraj Jain was supposed to be here, the country director of India and Director Growth Operations Asia, Middle East and Europe from PATH, but sir couldn't be here for some reasons. We have with us Ms. Aishwarya Rohatgi, Senior Program Officer, PATH, joining us. Along with Aishwarya, we also have Ms. Akhila Sivadas, Executive Director, Center for Advocacy and Research. Joining them is Ms. Preeti Karandikar, Global Marketing and Communications Head at Magic Bus India Foundation. Joining us virtually for this is Dr. Ganesh Natarajan, Chairman, 5F World GTT Solutions Limited and Honeywell Automation India. And this one will be chaired by Ms. Erika Arya, Chief Executive Officer, Project Tech for Dev. Let's please welcome them with your applause, everyone, to the stage. Dr. Ganesh, can you hear us, sir?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So good afternoon, everyone. When we talk about AI for good, I think the discussion becomes very technical very soon. But for the social sector, I feel we have much simpler questions to answer. As simple as, is it going to help us? Enable our beneficiaries to access services easily? Is it going to help organizations make better decisions? And in doing this, are we leaving anyone behind? So today, I have an excellent panel who will be bringing in perspectives from public health, large-scale implementation, gender and rights, and also from organization leadership, or I would say industry leadership. And over the next 30 minutes, we will be exploring how AI and data-driven tools can expand scale, access, inclusion, but still being human-centric. And I want to have this discussion today grounded more in reality than mere theory around AI. So when we say AI for good, it means different things to different people depending on where they are sitting. And so I would just want to pose a question to two of our panelists, if I may choose Aishwarya and Akhila. What is, when you hear the phrase AI for good, what is that one real world problem you feel it can help solve meaningfully and not just being impressive? So yeah, Aishwarya, if you want to get started.
Sure. Thank you so much, Aika, for the question. So to me, I think when I hear the phrase AI for good, it actually means if AI is addressing structural exclusion. And by structural exclusion, I mean that a large share of people in communities in underserved regions face barriers related to language, geography, literacy, gender-based biases, income. So if AI as a tool, as a meaningful tool can help bridge those divides rather than exacerbate them, I think that really will actually be the impact that AI will see. And given the public health background that I work in, I think for AI for good in terms of public health means that the frontline worker, the community health worker, the different stakeholders, including the citizens, are empowered with meaningful, frugal innovations that leverages AI, as simple as an AI-based triage chatbot that helps them decide whether to take the woman, in excessive pain to a particular facility in need or not. So I think overall that kind of overarchingly means me in the context I work in. Thank you. Over to you.
I think if it has to be meaningful and AI for good, then first it has to correct the structural invisibility of all marginalized people across the public systems. We had three eloquent speakers who actually recognized all of this and even, talked about the correctives. And yet, recognition is one, and actually getting it done is the other. The AI advocates, and in all sort of honesty, with all, due respect to them, do sort of, highlight what is called the efficiency factor, including the Padma madam just now. And they talk about one very important thing, and that is removing, the so-called intermediaries that are partisan, that are biased. Notwithstanding that, somewhere we need to ask ourselves our question, what exactly are we creating? Are we creating an AI tool that acts as a companion, that is an actor by itself? There is an actor quotient that gets strengthened. And that's a serious question, because in the kind of, social programming that we do, both for, equity and for gender equality, there is, a lot of recognition of this. You can see them laboring their explanation. They want to, set it right. It's not like anybody has any, devious intent. They want to set it right. But the question is, does all that intent get translated into action? Does rights become entitlement? That's the big question. Millions of women are running around, not able to access simple things, even what is available in the Anganwadi, just right under your nose, they're not able to access because of, documentation. Migrant workers get completely excluded because there's a static database. There's this 3 lakhs or whatever, that 30 lakhs has been cited as the e-shram for the last 3 years. It's not moving beyond that 30 lakhs, the first, spurt of, registration. The informal workers, many of them are criminalized, whether it's the rack pickers, whether it's the transgenders, whether it's the sex workers, because they work on the streets along with the police, and they're the first people that get the so-called danda, from the law enforcers. And they don't want to be classified. They would, prefer to be, misclassified. So these are all the challenges, and just talking about, more accurate targeting or rightful targeting, or ensuring, predictive, stopping predictive frauding, or, accelerating verification by itself can actually accentuate exclusion. So I think that's what we need to be very cautious about, and, accept, not just trade off good versus bad, but actually look at what it is missing with great, focus.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing those thoughts. So accurate targeting is so very important, and maybe AI can play a role in there. My next question to you is, Aishwarya, like PATH works at scale across health systems. Where have you seen AI and data-driven tools actually help scale impact without losing the local context?
Sure. Thank you so much, Aika. PATH works, across public health settings in India, across South Asia and Africa. And very recently in our work, we've seen that there is a demand for AI tools massively. But we have taken a step back and we have assessed if there is a need. And wherever, and I can give you an example that we have deployed a suite of AI, tools for early screening of breast cancer, cervical cancer, for screening of TB in a rural district in Maharashtra, in a tribal population, and we've gone, stepwise or phase-wise, if I may say, undertook, a human-centered design study first to analyze and see if the cohort of frontline workers, the ANMs that have to actually use these screening tools are, accustomed to the workflow. We have taken a cautious step that we don't, use them as plugins, but we integrate it in the actual workflow that exists at the primary healthcare level where they're actually undertaking these screenings. And then at a global level, I would like to highlight 2 of our clinical trials. So a lot of emphasis at PATH is to generate evidence. As we've heard around that, do these tools actually work? Like ma'am was mentioning, that are they efficient? We're claiming that they save time, they save money. The large problem in the public health sector is that duplication of data, multiplication of data entry into different portals, documentation errors. So to kind of validate some of this and generate evidence, we're running 2 trials in Rwanda and Kenya, where a simple, like I said, a chatbot or clinical decision support system is being rolled out among those community health workers. Again, co-designed or co-built with them in those settings, and they were launched last year, so then the results would come in the next 2 years, and we'll see if these LLM-based chatbots or models actually work. So just to summarize, using the human-centered design approach to co-build some of these tools in the local settings, like you said, without keeping the local realities in mind while we're working at scale, and then augmenting with real-world evidence, to look at some of these tools if they work or not, and then modify our approaches accordingly. Thank you.
Thanks. So it was great to hear on how things work at scale. So scale is powerful, but it also comes with a lot of risk. So as system scales, exclusions scale too. And this is the point where we need to think about the rights and inclusion of people we might be leaving behind. And it becomes very critical to focus on that. And with this, I would like to ask my next question to you, ma'am. from a gender and rights lens, what worries you most when you see AI getting introduced into the social programs, and where do you see the real opportunities?
So again, to be wary of the assumption that AI brings objectivity, neutrality, sort of no value bias. I think we need to be wary of that because a lot of the studies have already proven, as the keynote address presented, that a lot of it is performative. A lot of the sort of it reproduces and normalizes many of the social norms because that's embedded in the language, in the data, and all of that. So that's one note of caution for us. Having said that, we're also aware that the cost of all of this, because as Padma ma'am just now said, that when decisions are made, they're in fact, it's to some extent even fearful that there might be some cost at these decisions, because a lot of that assumes that trust can be automated. It can never be automated. Autonomy without rights is a problem because given the complexities that we are living in. So this assumption that, my data is perfect, she also said, sometimes gives them a lot of sort of word of caution to them also. So it's very important that, we look at that element. So in all this context, where is the opportunity? Now to turn and we know, because we work on the ground, we want to tell everybody here that this social impact is, something that is very visible everywhere. And there's a whole generation, I belong to I'm one of those midnight children, born on the cusp of, independence. And I know that in that first 20 years, the lower middle class and the middle class, like all of us were part of, were, very conscious that this is our, building years. We are going to go ahead. And we saw the first generation of, graduates, engineers, doctors, not only sort of, populating the intellectual resources of the country, but they were also going abroad. And they created a whole pathway for social mobility. There were families that went anywhere from 4 children to 11 children. There was no family planning, none of that was there. So we were part of the generation. The same, set of, urges are there in the poor today. They want to come out. They want to realize it in their lifetime. They want to see their children placed elsewhere. It is this aspiration that, the AI can address, particularly the voice-based. All the multilingual AI is very exciting. You can see that a lot of the dependency is reduced. Paralika. No, there's no need. You're your own agency. Your own agency can be given full potential. All the sort of, barriers, particularly literacy. It's a big sort of, almost a column, a little stigma that I can't read and write. All of that is pulled out. And the entire frontline workers, let me tell you, to all of us here, they're actually holding the country up, up. Without them, we will all collapse. We'll just be, in a state of, emotional turmoil. For them, it's been a great, it's reduced their load, it's improved follow-up, it has, sustained or supported their documentation. They're being celebrated, they're being feted, they're being felicitated, they're being recognized. This is a big breakthrough. Within this, if we could build the trust factor, the human factor, ensure that, women know why decisions are being made on their behalf and why it's being made, give them the right to consent and dissent. Please do not do all the data extraction without them knowing, without their consent. Please recognize that contestability is part of trust building. With your children, we know that every stage they contest what we say, and then they get convinced, their own conviction grows about their own value system. So this contestability can be increased. The human element must be increased. They must be made part of the whole technology. It should not be seen as something for them. It should be seen by and with them. And there's huge opportunities.
Thank you so much. So what's that one design choice that, as per you, would determine whether AI is including or excluding people?
Yeah, it's this very intersection, what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Autonomy, right, and power. All three we will have to negotiate. And it is this element that they know what they are getting into, that their opinions matter, their context is, both a strength and a, impediment, that they become part. They are not the face of the problem, they are the face of the solution. And the technology becomes their handmaiden.
Wow. So very beautifully put this together, ma'am. Building trust, keeping human in the center.
And autonomy with rights.
And autonomy.
With rights.
Thank you. I would now like to, ask my next question to Preeti. So Magic Bus operates at massive scale, and it works very closely with young people. So what concrete AI initiative is Magic Bus driving to improve school to work transition for these young people? If you can share some light on that.
Yeah, thank you so much for asking this question, because what I hear all of us saying and all those who spoke before us is really about AI for masses. The good will happen, but you have to really ensure that it's more inclusive and you're democratizing the skill itself. So you do more than you say less, So at Magic Bus, as you know, we have really large-scale operations at 23 states, and we will be empowering almost 50 lakh young people across 2 programs of adolescents as well as youth, giving them livelihood and sustainable workspace. So that's what we do at Magic Bus, and we ensure that this whole idea of AI for masses is really put in action. So back in 2022 and early 2022 itself, we had started building a lot of tools that could make our internal processes very efficient. Before we got into the program, we ensured that our finance, communication, reporting, donor management, donor reporting, because we work at very, very large scale at a very, very high pace environment. And to ensure that it is very well done, very efficiently, professionally done, we used AI very heavily to do so. We worked on, just to give you examples, so we had narrative reports done very fast. There were live data that was shared with donor partners, so we were able to sort of build trust with the help of AI, ML, and all the technology platforms that we have created from last so many years. And Magic Bus is a tech-first NGO in the country. And that's how we were able to build that scale. Over a period of time, what we also thought that ensuring the transition of school to work is very important, and we embedded AI skills in our programs. So we ensured that young people was, given understanding of AI as early as grade 6. So we have a program called AI Ki Dunya, where we, we sort of make young people understand what it really means. Because what's happening at the last mile, and we can talk about it, is there's a lot of fear. There's a lot of confusion that how am I going to be part of this? Am I, not going to be included in the growth of this entire journey? So, we have grade 6 to 8, we tell them about what is really AI, and you won't believe there are young kids coming up with brilliant ideas saying, oh, AI can get us become our teacher, AI can tell us how much water can we put in our plants, in our farm, and many, many such examples. And we move from there to grade 8, 9, 10, 11, we sort of amp up the curriculum, we start building prompt engineering, understanding, and so on and so forth. And last year, we empowered about 35,000 plus youths, and this year we will be covering 150,000 youths with AI skills. What we also do is we run this program at colleges where youths are going to be placed in jobs. And that's where the entire school to work transition becomes reality. How do you make them career ready? And that's where we start teaching them prompt engineering, and as well as ma'am said, ethical usage of AI. Because at workplace, I don't think there are standard frameworks so far to really build that ethical practices, how you are using AI and what, so on and so forth. So we have seen our young people who have, the youths who have applied AI in their jobs, really do very well and, get promoted, get rewarded for the kind of skills that they have applied. So just to sort of sum up this entire activity, there are two things that we work on for school to work transition, for every young person to break out of, this cycle of poverty, is to ensure that they understand that this is not to be, something to be scared of. You are part of it, and you can definitely, use it for your advantage, and which is the behavior change activity that I feel not just underserved community, everyone needs to sort of work on that and reflect on that. And the second most important part about AI is as much as you use it. So what is really the application of AI, and how do you make it for your advantage of your own life, your career, your environment and ecosystem? So these are the two areas we heavily work on the last mile.
And I think Magic Bus is one of those, as Preeti mentioned, tech-first organization who has been using AI extensively, both for their internal operations and into their programs. So, Preeti, another question I have do you think there is any outcome that you can measure to prove that AI is actually improving the chances of sustainable livelihood through your program?
Yeah, so I would also mention, since we work last mile and there's so many examples that we have, I must say that it would be wrong to say that with AI skills, our youths are able to get the job. That's not the case. There are no specific AI positions that are there, or roles or jobs are there. So that's not really what is happening. But what really happens is once they get the job, as you know that we place about 80% of our youths who gets trained. This year we will be placing about 3 lakh youths in job. But when they get the job, that is when they apply the AI skills that they have learned, and then the shift of success coming. And that's really is the outcome, right? Because if you learn something, the skills that you have, and if you don't really apply them, we have so many examples. I'll give you one example of a girl called Shreya. She, did our program in college, and she used AI, she used Gamma, she used a lot of these tools that we were able to impart. And she got promoted just in 3 months, and she was given larger roles. And now she is, after saving money for her MBA, now she's applying for colleges for MBA. So it's not that the youths are getting, at least now, getting jobs because of the AI skills that we're giving, but it's definitely giving them that edge in the workplace, which is needed by everyone today.
Thank you. So as organizations are adopting AI and data tools, another important question that emerges is, who is responsible when things go wrong or when bias creeps in? And at this point, I would like to invite Dr. Ganesh. So sir, from an industry and governance perspective, who should be accountable for AI accuracy, AI safety, and honesty in the social sector? Should it be the tech builders, the implementation organizations, or the funders? What are your views on that?
First of all, thank you, Erika, and thank you very much to Anurag and Devika for letting me participate in this fascinating discussion online. And to answer your question, let me give you two examples of two of our companies where we're doing AI and ML extensively. One is, of course, Educate Girls, which, as most of you would be aware, became the first social organization in the country to receive the Raman Magsaysay Award in November this year. And there we work primarily with tribal girls in UP, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar. And the basic purpose is to put every girl child in the tribal areas back to school. And as you probably know, dropping out of school is a malaise, which is primarily in the rural sector and much more in the tribal sector, because it's so easy to get the girl child to do work at home or in the fields, etc., etc. So we've been using AI and ML, in fact, ML particularly, machine learning, for the last 5 years. And the idea is to track literally in every village that we work with. There are team Balikas which are working with AI to ensure that every child is tracked down and we know what the family's predilections are. We are able to predict whether the child will get married off at the age of 13 or 14, which is a big problem in our society. And we have very targeted interventions for that. Similarly, the other entity which I founded 10 years ago called Lighthouse Communities, which now works in 52 locations across the country. And there, the whole model of using AI is right from mobilization, which means that you could actually track in, and we have a full Google mapping of every slum segment that we're working with in a city. And you can actually use AI to track which could be the likely candidate for getting into a livelihood and getting into jobs, tracking the performance of the student right through their learning process, the agency building, as well as the skilling. And I think the most exciting aspect of AI is we're able to even track what could be the likelihood of a person dropping out because it's their first job. Within 2 months, either they get bored or they want to come back to the village or come back to the slum. And that's something we're finding fascinating. And to your question, Erika, which is a very important question, there's always a likelihood that because of work in a specific set of villages or set of, as in the case of Educate Girls, or a set of slum communities, in the case of Lighthouse, you could have biases creeping in. And biases are human, and because of the human bias, you also tend to transfer that bias because of continuity of or perpetuation of the bias into the AI. So we have actually AI monitors who are ensuring that of every test case of prediction, let's say if you predict that in this slum community, these 40 households will have people who should be targeted by Lighthouse and brought to the Lighthouse for education. But you will find that a bias could creep in because of a demographic or a background of the particular youth, where they come from in terms of, are they migrant workers, are they people who've grown in that city, and so on and so forth. So we try and correct for that bias all the time. And to answer your question specifically, who is responsible? I think very much the implementer of AI in an organization is responsible. I don't think we need government to come in with a heavy hand and say that, look, AI should not be used here, there, or everywhere. But we should ourselves be very conscious that biases can creep in, do creep in. In fact, I've seen even in the corporate sector where I run two large companies that AI bias can creep in even to recruitment, because you will eventually end up saying that the recruitment candidates that are coming up for recruitment are based on a pattern of demographic or pattern of demographics that came in the last 10 years of recruitment. So similarly in mobilization, similarly in placement, similarly in ensuring, I think it's our responsibility as social sector to understand AI and all its ramifications, because the inferences you can draw from wrong data or the wrong inferences you can draw even with correct data are enormous. So this is something that I think I'm glad that all of you are touching upon. And if you can get that right, then as I think all the panelists have said, AI is a wonderful tool. Okay, given the right focus and in the right hands, I think it can transform magic. Whether you use AI to train your people, as Magic Bus is rightly doing, or you use AI in the entire process of touching every beneficiary and making sure that your objectives are met. I think the responsibility lies very much within us. Of course, we can rely on technology providers to try and see how we can iron out there are enough technology capabilities in AI today to ensure that biases can be left out. But ultimately, it's leaders who are to make it happen. And I know people like, for instance, Meera Shenoy, I think, who's the audience from Youth for Jobs, and Swati Agarwal. And all of them are very conscious of this. And I think people who are using technology know how to make this happen extremely well. But thank you.
But if I can just ask you a follow-up question, you said that AI is a wonderful tool, and there's a lot of buzz around AI and organizations wanting to adopt AI. But, sir, if you could say, what is that one non-negotiable principle that organizations should adopt first before, they think about adopting AI?
I think it's extremely important to the non-negotiable principle is that you must have outstanding business processes. Because sometimes you put AI into a weak process, the process is not ready for AI implementation, and you take your foot off the brake, and then AI runs amok. I mean that has happened in many situations. I mean, if any of your readers of Yuval Noah Harari, you would have read his book Nexus, and I was privileged to talk to him in New York last year, where we spoke about the Rohingya crisis in Myanmar, for instance, where you got the algorithm to almost identify which clerics to be propagated on a certain social media platform and which voices to be muted. And here the process was not defined, saying that, look, how do we ensure a non-bias in even selecting people that you should allow on your social media platform? And AI as an algorithm was had this impression that, look, we want people who will generate more audience. So while some unethical voices got more propagated, some ethical voices got suppressed. And if you read his book Nexus, you will find this in great detail. And similarly, and so I think we have to be clear on what are we trying to do. And that is not something that we can delegate to AI. But once that, as you said, the non-negotiable is that this is what we are out to accomplish, then putting in technology, putting in processes, putting in AI ML will really help us to accelerate that. And you will do good things much faster rather than trying and end up doing bad things.
Absolutely, totally resonate. So technology should always be looked as an enabler, and you need to first, reflect internally, what are you wanting to do, and if technology is a solution for that. I know we are like, the time's up for this session, but I just want to close this panel discussion with a 2-minute rapid fire question to all the panelists. And my question is, what should happen in the next 2 to 3 years for AI to truly serve social impact at scale for India? So we can, Dr. Ganesh, why don't we start with you on this?
I think we have to be believers in the positive aspect of AI, because we as a society we are very self-critical, and we always look at the bad side and say that, look, oh my God, this can happen and so many things can go wrong. So I think what should definitely happen is people should, and I'm very glad that Magic Bus example was a classic case of young people understanding the value of AI in a very positive sense. So I think we should focus on the positives and reinforce those and make sure that we get the benefit of what can really be good for mankind.
Ma'am, would you want to?
I think, like all issues, in the last couple of years, there's been a lot of emphasis now because in transition, things are very awkward. You're not able to know whether it's doing good or whether it's doing harm. So, in transition now, we are actually looking very seriously at first listing out risk, listing out do no harm, not do good, because it can cancel out things. So I think having a do no harm policy on AI for social impact is very critical. The other is, what you call, there is a number of divides. There's a social divide, there's a digital divide. Maybe we are getting into an algorithmic divide. Maybe we need to revisit that algorithmic. What Padma ma'am was saying, is something we need to look at. These are two messages, yeah.
Yeah, so I think I'll give that to her. So, see, I think next 2-3 years, you have to jump into the action. As you know, Magic Bus is known for, just getting into it. Just to let everyone sitting here know that we actually launched a AI-enabled tutor now. So that tutor will be used by our young people, youths and adolescents, where they will be able to learn English, prepare for their interviews, prepare as simple as how do I introduce myself. It's called Magic Bus Vani. And Vani will be helping them in their comfort. See, what happens is young people, it's not just about technology. They have a lot of other nuances. They are not confident to talk in front of multiple people. There is language barrier. So like ma'am said, we are working on voice. And also, Magic Bus Vani will be having 6 to 7 native languages That's what we, Magic Bus, will be working on, ensuring that we have tools that are used for the advantage of our young people, and looking at like-minded donor partners, partners who can come on board to build a collaborative to ensure every single young person is jumping onto this skill that is really needed for the future. Yeah.
I think to summarize, I would like to say that the effective use of AI will not only depend on individual use cases that we build, all the algorithms that we are looking at, but mostly the ecosystem approach to AI adoption. When I say ecosystem, it means the regulatory alignment that needs to be there, the effective implementation of the AI governance guidelines, and we in India are way ahead with the India AI mission, streamlining some of this resources. And I think the governance, regulatory alignment, and largely the cross-sector alliances, so the industry talking to the academy and the research domains, and the private sector rising up to the occasion when there is need. So all of this in totality will actually help us in the next few years to actually look at the real value of AI adoption, depending on whoever the targeted beneficiary is. It could be healthcare sector, education, agriculture, any livelihoods. So yeah.
So thank you all, and thank you everyone for sharing your thoughts based on your rich experiences of what you work on. And thank you, Dr. Ganesh, for joining us online. I had a wonderful time talking on this topic. So while Tech for Dev does develop tech solutions and we're building an AI platform, but this was a very, very grounding conversation for me, especially, ma'am, as you said, do not harm policy. And there were other few key takeaways for myself from this discussion. So I am really I get very enriched today with this discussion, and I hope you all found meaning in this conversation. So thank you so much.
Thanks everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ganesh, and thank you so much, ladies. We'll have a picture as well with Dr. Ganesh too in the frame. And Dr. Ganesh as well. So you're part of the frame too. Yes, you smile now.
Move a little bit there. So Dr. Ganesh is also going to come in the frame.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Ganesh, for being a part of this. Thank you. That was a panel on AI for Good, redefining scale, access, and inclusion. And now we move towards our first fireside chat for the day. This is on Beyond the Algorithm, how young minds are leading with purpose. And to talk on the same, please join me in welcoming to the stage our first an actor and UNDP Youth Champion, Ms. Sanjana Sanghi. And joining her is Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of PW Business One and founder of the Exchange for Media Group. Please. No, you can show more love and excitement via your... Thank you.
Give Ms. Sanghi a bigger round of applause. Bigger round of applause. It'll warm up your blood flow, Clapping is good for your heart muscles. Can you clap? I'm helping you. The yoga guy charges you in the morning. This is free. Come, Sanjana. Sanjana, do you wear green on Wednesday or it is just a coincidence?
It's a pure coincidence. Okay. But it's also my attempt to contributing to the Christmas energy a little bit. So.
Okay. I wear green. When I started my first company 25 years back, a little more than 25 years back, my angel investor is a friend of mine. He gave me 68 lakh rupees to start the company. And then he told me this trick. We have white on Monday, red on Tuesday, green on Wednesday, yellow on Thursday, Friday light colors like pink because God is Lakshmi, or white, pink, Saturday dark color, Sunday golden. And a lot of people tell me, how did you build the company? I said, by following this color code. Green shirt, green trousers, green.
Amazing.
So anyway, but today the focus is on you. You are somebody who has a tremendous influence on young people. I was telling you about my daughter. I told her that I'm having a conversation with you. What is the biggest issue you see in young people today? What is the one thing that you feel that you can contribute in? I know you're contributing in terms of education, in terms of skilling, in terms of mental health, but out of these three, which is the most important you feel?
Firstly, thank you, and thank you so much for having me here. It's very lovely always to be back in Delhi, which is my hometown.
And she went to college across the road.
Yeah, right across
LSR.
at Lady Shri Ram. So this is very much home. I think, honestly, after spending quite a lot of years now working with young people on the field, my journey started in humanitarian work on my campus in LSR. And what I really realized there was being surrounded by these dynamite women, you know, from all over the country who had really fought against some very, very difficult circumstances to be there, to get an education and hone themselves. I think what we really are fighting for as young people is to have a voice. It's to have a seat on the tables of change, because everyone who's in decision-making positions is not representing our desires, our anxieties, and our vision for the future. And until we contribute to the future that we're going to be inheriting, I don't think we're going to feel like we belong ever. So whether it's education, whether it's upskilling, whether it's mental health, all of it gets subsumed under having a stronger voice and having better representation.
Understood. I think the thinking of young people is best understood by young people. I'm not saying other people don't, but you identify because it comes naturally to you. Now, mental health is a big issue.
Yeah.
Almost officially 15% of Indians are suffering with some form of mental health issues. Unofficially, the numbers are maybe 6-7% more. As somebody who has a tremendous influence on young people, what would you say to this?
Well, I think that, you know, famously, my father's generation and generations that came around his time always say that they never had the luxury of being made aware of mental health struggles. And if that can come from an educated household where being allowed to express that we're facing a mental health challenge is considered a luxury, I think the taboo and the stereotype around it is still so severe that my generation is struggling not with, I think one is with going through the problem, but the second is that there's still nobody to hear us.
Sure.
And our anxieties are becoming more deep-rooted because we have a climate crisis that we know our children are going to be born into. We went through the most significant developmental period of our lives in a pandemic. These are some very, very catastrophic kind of events that we try to normalize. We try to make it seem like they're not affecting us too much, but the truth is that they are. I think about whether I can even have a child when my time comes in the kind of world that exists today, right? And that creates a deep-seated anxiety. And I think that we don't orchestrate enough conversations. I had the privilege of going to one of the best arts colleges in the country, and I can't remember us huddling together often enough at all to talk about, is one of our friends suffering a depressive episode? is one of them fighting with their own identity and not understanding it well enough. And my entire endeavor now in working with the UNDP and in many other campaigns that I've been running on my own is to try and make it more accessible and to try and destigmatize it. But it's a long and arduous journey.
So first is identification, then is conversation.
Absolutely.
You know, giving them a voice and saying it's okay to go through this. You know, the amount of anxiety young people, I'm not saying people like me don't have anxiety. You know, we have low energy, I don't call it but some days I have low energy. But young people are they're more prone to anxiety. That's what I've seen. How do you think young people can deal with anxiety?
Well, I mean, definitely not any professional to comment on that, but just from being someone who's dealt with my fair share, you know, I think being a regular girl growing up in Delhi and entering the world of cinema and celluloid has been a extremely fulfilling but also challenging journey, because there's no blueprint. There's nobody telling you
There's no playbook.
There's absolutely no playbook. There's no proportionality to effort and reward.
Sure.
And I think for someone who is a classified nerd, extremely academic, very structure-oriented, that in itself brings a lot of anxiety, you know?
Sure.
And what I've realized is what really helps is firstly that screen of us that goes with us everywhere, really limiting our relationship with that.
So minimizing your screen time.
And in a way that really kind of helps increase your concentration and makes you think less about other people and more about yourself in your day. You know, I think my generation spends too much time just looking at what did someone else get up to, how did she look at her wedding, and how did he propose to her, and those kinds of things, right? But actually what matters is when we wake up, are we feeling centered? Are we ready to take on the day? Do we have that clarity of thought to take on any challenge? So I think anxiety is a dynamic beast that needs to be treaded with a lot of caution. And it's something that needs to be dealt with very sensitively.
Sure. You're right, minimizing screen time and not comparing. You know, that's, I mean, it's difficult to get to zero, but minimizing it, right?
Yeah.
I think two very practical tips, Sanjana, you've given. Now let me ask, there's a huge divide between India and Bharat, especially when it comes to education or skilling. Tell me how, through your own efforts as a UNDP ambassador, you're trying to bridge that divide.
So it's a systemic issue. I think primarily two things. One is just putting the spotlight on the need for primary education being extremely, extremely strong, right? I'm a huge proponent of education being a propeller in a way nothing else can. I think it unlocked doors of opportunity for me that I never thought would be possible. And I think that a solid education not only makes us potentially have a far more lucrative career, which is why most people chase degrees, but it makes us a much better citizen of the world. It teaches you empathy. You realize that there's many things to be curious about, many things to learn, and therefore it keeps you humble. So I think this incredible youth demographic that India boasts of, when it's given that simple, basic, trusted education, it can be an unbeatable force. And we're focusing on that a lot through many, many programs that are running in the heartland. And what that allows us to do is when these children grow up and become of an age where they're going to college or can become entrepreneurs, we're really focusing on encouraging them to hone that entrepreneurial ability. I've been working with the UNDP on the Youth Collab for the last 4 years, which is an accelerator program for social entrepreneurs. And we identify certain incredible young minds who are doing, whether it's a business or starting a foundation that has a very, very strong fundamental social impact bone. And they get an incredible boost of funding and other support to take their programs further. And that it's only been growing and growing. The Youth Collab has, we have many more chapters, we have many more applicants. So I think that's exactly what young people want. They want support and encouragement, and then kind of honestly, the sky is the limit.
Well, thank you so much, Sanjana. You know, the difference between my generation and your generation, and more your father's generation, is that I thought of giving back when I achieve something, you know. I think these days when I see people like you, their idea of achievement is giving back, you know. Even if they, much before they get in traditional terms. So really, I think this generation is much more conscious of what their responsibilities are and are contributing in a deep way. My last question to you before I bring in the audience. As a young person, how do you balance achieving your own goals, professional goals, you're a performer, you're an actor, and other goals, and also giving back to the society?
You know, the truth today is I'm turning 30 next year, and I don't see these goals as separate from each other. I really don't. My journey, like I said, started in 2014 on LSR's campus, and I don't even see it as giving back. I feel like I get too much in return every time I'm on field, every time I'm working with young leaders, change makers, children. Firstly, they make me a better artist. I think it helps me become much more grounded. I'm in touch with different corners of our country. And it also makes me realize that true joy lies in collective action. I don't view individual ambition as at least my life's ultimate goal. More money in the account or more accolades just to take to my own home is not nearly as satisfying as seeing a program take off where 10 new young entrepreneurs were birthed or 100 new children got an education. So I really do believe for this to be my core purpose, and I see my incredible audience connection as a huge, honestly, propeller to take this vision ahead.
They're intertwined in some way.
They really are, and I think that young fans also want to stand for something. They want to have something to care about. They just sometimes seek inspiration.
Though I said last question, you know, I see young people using lots of AI tools, which is good, but I was reading this study, it is primarily American study, that fourth graders in US schools, because they're using AI tools so much, their ability to read and write, just read and write, forget everything, is severely diminished. What do you have to say to that? I'm sure in some way in India also it is impacting. I see my son who's 17 and a half, you know, he's in class 12, using AI tools. My daughter won't, she didn't. And she keeps telling my son, don't use these, son, don't use these.
Yeah.
You know, so what do you have to say to this?
I'm of the strong belief that AI assistive tools need to have an age limit. I don't think children up until 18 should be given access to all kind of AI assistants, because we, to write a paper, had to spend 15 hours a day for 10 days to collate our notes and make our thesis, right? And I feel that's what honed my mind. That's what made me have an opinion. That's what made me gain knowledge about the world. So I think in your profession, once we're having to increase efficiency, reduce costs, and meet all those targets, AI is assisting us all. But when we're in that learning and developmental phase, we need to first hone our own cognitive abilities before we depend on AI for them.
Absolutely, Sanjana. You're very, very wise, and I'm sure it impacts some people, and they are, you know, they kind of do some action about it. Yeah. And action is most important thing. and a thought can inspire to do an action, and that's what you're doing through your work. We can take one or two questions for Sanjana if there are any questions. Deepika, you want to ask a question? Sir, you want to ask? Can we get a mic to the gentleman here? Quickly tell who you are and a short question.
So, few years back, quarter life crisis was a buzzword. Today, it's a reality, right?
Organized crisis.
Quarter life crisis.
What?
Quarter life crisis. We had midlife crisis. We have quarter life crisis.
You know, can I tell you? Like people use this word toxic and quarter. Honestly, let's make life simple.
Yes.
And I went to a business school where the answer is it depends. But anyway.
Yeah. So the young people less than 25 years of age are hitting depression, stress, lost energy because of too much distractions and too many options they have. As a young ambassador, what inputs you would like to give to youngsters where they can just sort their life and keep their life simple, as he said? Thank you.
That's such a relevant question. And I think that's been one of my greatest struggles as well. I think burnout is becoming our generation and generations after me's one of our biggest challenges. And that is, I think, closely connected to social media. I feel like this burning feeling of wanting to do everything, be everywhere, is what's causing the young people to spread themselves so thin that they have a cycle of burnout every 6 months, from a report I was reading actually. And burnout has long-term consequences on us, on our physical health, on our mental health. And I think really the only solution to that has to become turning inward. And I know it sounds almost spiritual. And I can imagine that a 22-year-old will be like, what do you mean? Like, what does turning inwards mean? And maybe that's something that can only come by the time you're 28, 29. But if someone had told me that, you know, turn inward, take a step back, focus on the things you really care about, and chase what you really want, whether it could be becoming the biggest businessman in the country, or it could be becoming a humanitarian. But be laser focused and don't try to be everywhere and do everything. That's one. And I think the other is that our generation is constantly feeling like they have been undone. You know, I think the pandemic gave us a feeling where if we can't even experience college life the way it was meant to be lived, if we were put behind Zoom screens instead of being on a college campus, and if we have a climate crisis looming over us, we're just constantly feeling angry and undone. And I think that is a frustration and anger that we take out on other elements of our life. So really, young people have to galvanize together to ease off some of these frustrations, and conversations are an incredible way to do that.
Absolutely. Sanjana, I'll have to check your birth certificate. She's too wise, huh? But I'm sure you
Very
are.
interesting. Thank you.
The lady wants to ask a question. Yes, and then we'll go to the lady there.
Good afternoon, Sanjana.
Good afternoon.
I am Padma. I am from government. So before the talk, I was also the key speaker in one of the sessions. So my question is, since in government, since you are in a UNDP and you have seen the bird's eye view, and you have the comparative viewpoint of the other countries also. So as per the data, our parliament, the average age of our parliament representation is 55 years, whereas in the UK, in the USA, in the other European countries, it is 45. Yeah. So are we facing the leadership crisis in youth in our country? Thank you.
So, ma'am, thank you for your question. And last year, actually, I had the opportunity to give the opening keynote at the United Nations General Assembly, where this is all I spoke about. Even from a global perspective, youth representation in parliaments is less than 8%. And that's exactly where I started with Sir, where I really feel like if young people don't get a seat on the tables of change, by which I mean parliaments, I mean NGOs, private organizations across the board, you're not going to see that kind of representation and therefore result. I don't think any of these true struggles of ours ever come out in even the mainstream media. I don't think it's ever spoken about that with an AI world today where jobs will stand altered. Are we even equipped with a youth force that's capable of taking up these new jobs and things like that? And I think young people are the best to represent those challenges. And we're hoping that we hone a generation of young leaders where they find themselves trickling up the food chain so that their voices can be heard. And until then, I think people will have to speak on their behalf and for them. But I hope that that day comes soon.
Just to, first of all, I'll tell you, there is a gentleman, his company is representing MASH, Ashish Birgi. I met him when he was 18, I think he's 33. It was his birthday yesterday, maybe 34. I think I met a guy called Samyak when he was 18. He runs a skilling company now. I think young people are making their voice heard through their work. Second, in politics, I always stay hopeful, but the new BJP president is a young person. Does that mean a change in the kind of people we'll see in leadership everywhere? Who knows? But it's a good start. I mean, I'm not going to give it a political color, whatever, but he's a young person. He's a 45-year young person, right? And overall, the age of achievement is getting younger. Now, if you look at companies being founded, I think in India, in everything, the age of achievement in every sector is coming down. So I'm sure at some stage, that gap will narrow. When, how? I mean, people like her and other people have to work on it. So thank you for asking that question, Padmaji. The lady there, I don't know her name. You wanted to ask Sanjana.
Hi, Sanjana. This is Mansi. I represent Digital Green. Of course, I was listening to the conversations about youth having more access, availability, and of course, usage with regards to AI and, the evolving technology as such. Of course, I understand there is fear and there is, some anxiety in terms of how these evolving tools and technology would be used by the youth. But at the same time, I think AI and technology overall is very, very powerful in terms of bridging a lot of gap, whether it is, an urban-rural gap or whether it is a gap between the privileged and the not so privileged as such. So as a youth champion, how would you recommend or what would be your recommendation to the youth in terms of using this powerful tool of AI or technology to, address some of these, issues at the social level, and like the topic says, lead with a purpose as such?
I think for them to be able to use it to garner any kind of social impact or change, there needs to be immense amount of knowledge creation around AI for young people. I think it's as monumental a revolution almost as the internet was in the 2000s, right? The internet came and changed the course of the world forever. And I think AI in exactly the same way 25 years later is doing that. But unless there is structured knowledge gaining that's happening for young people, we're going to use it in a slightly rogue way. And when things are used in a rogue way, they're used in a radical way very naturally too. So for it to be used neutrally and appropriately, I would love to see AI being introduced as a subject within curriculums. I remember we used to have computer classes in school. Those will hopefully now become AI classes where if we're able to responsibly train the largest youth demographic in the world to leverage this incredibly powerful technology, it'll be an invincible force that we'll have. So hopefully that's where we go. And seeing a larger chunk of young people have an impact born in them is another dream, I think the environments we grow up in are so competitive, where we're constantly told that your success will come at the cost of my success, that we simply don't have it in us to believe that if we hold each other's hands, we're going to be able to walk far. And this is like literally pasted in my room, right? Ratan Tata famously said that if you want to walk fast, walk alone. But if you want to walk far, walk together. And that's really the core of it all for me.
I have two children, so I can say that in schools, and I'm not, they'll go to a school they love, and we're grateful for that school. And all schools are good. The best school is home. What you learn from your parents, from your mother, father, grandparents, you learn from brother, sister. But let me also address this. She said that if you could put a cap on the usage of tools by young people, because they're using, I can see my son using it. He's 7, he's in class 12. Second is, actually, AI is creating a huge gap between has and have-nots. It may seem to be creating a democratization, but the people who are creating AI is getting richer and richer. I'm reading this book called The Empire of AI by Karen Ho. She was the first one to do a story on Sam Altman in 2019. She's a journalist, and I mean, the book is scary. Of course, AI helps in early detection of a lot of healthcare issues and then fixing them. It can save a lot of time on processing of, let's say, low-end tasks. So all that it is helping, but it is also creating a different kind of world, which can go rogue. She used that word. So I think we have to tread very carefully. Also, as a nation, we have to keep pace. Of course, India is doing a lot of things right. We have the talent, we have the data sets available to experiment or to train, as they say. But I think singularity was supposed to happen in 2034. I think it'll happen in the next 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, I don't know. It'll happen much faster. And there are implications. Whenever something like this happens, there are huge implications. You can read many books, but this book is lovely. It's called The Empire of AI by Karen Ho. Any other questions? Deepika, you want to ask a question? Deepika is also a winner and an awardee today. I know her personally for the last 14 and a half years, 15 years. She runs Ekam Nyay Foundation, which helps men fight false rape cases, false dowry cases, so on and so forth. She's made 2 movies. She's making a 3rd movie. It's called Martyrs of Marriage, and one's called India's Sons. And what happened now? She's making a movie. And what happens to children where there is a custody battle, where there is, divorce, and what is the impact on children there? So anyway, any other questions, or can we close? Yes, you work with Sanjana, right? You don't? Or you just volunteered to do the video?
Hello, Namaskar. I am Ratna Singh. I am a young climate activist and also working with MASH with Ashish. So I'm just keeping it very straightforward that as you're an actor as well, so just tell me that how Indian cinema is shaping their content to influence young people towards climate or social issues.
Lovely, yeah, because cinema can be a great.
Also, if you could add, Sanjana, what do you think about there's the increase of violence and acceptance of violence more and more, whether it is web series or mainstream films? What do you think about that?
This is such a almost, it's like a subject that I feel so much about that I almost sometimes get emotional and sometimes feel like within the realms of what I can say, can I really share what I feel? But the truth is that at least I can speak from my personal experience, and being a young actor, just being 5 films in, having led 5 of these films, I used to think growing up that actors don't have agency, whether that's agency of choice, agency of subject, agency of deciding which direction we want to take our stories in, and especially young actors and especially young female actors. But belonging to that exact group, and after having done a film like Dhak Dhak, which is on Netflix in case you all want to watch, it's a story of 4 women of 4 different age groups who are strangers to each other, who decide to go off on this bike ride from Delhi to Ladakh. And it has no male hero. The women are the heroes. And it was made by a big studio, which is Viacom Motion Pictures, and it came on one of the biggest streamers, which is Netflix. I understand how incredibly hard it was to get a film like that made. I know how many battles we had to fight, how many people we had to convince, and I also know how lakhs of women felt heard and seen after having watched that film. And for those lakhs of women, I think, even as a young actor, I'll fight that fight 100 times over, even though it's pretty excruciating to do. But the truth is that it's hard. It's hard to get stories made that have subtlety and nuance and speak about something that may not resonate with the larger masses. Unfortunately, violence and showing that kind of jingoistic violence sometimes on screen seems to touch a chord in the heartland. But the reality of that, I think, is that we just need to tell stories of the real world in a more engaging way. I think the gloss and sheen of cinema can come even if we're telling a difficult story, to draw the audiences in. It can have a couple of beautiful songs, it can be shot wonderfully, so that we can talk about real things, but talk about it in an engaging way, because people want to see films that do make them escape their reality a little bit. That is also the truth, and Indian cinema has been escapist historically. So there's all of these factors at play, but I think if we fight hard enough, we can bring out true narratives and real narratives, like luckily people like you are.
Yeah, and can I ask a question? Sometimes I've been shared reels where there are women influencers or big, mid-size, I don't know their following, I've not been. But they're using profanity, words which are unhuman. Forget, I won't say unwomen-like, because I don't want to distinguish between in our home, Prarthana, Prasan are equal. Prasan is the younger one, so he has to, of course, Prarthana is the older one. But, they are talking in lingo that I find offensive. And I understand the more shocking you are on Instagram, you get, especially if you're a woman, they're saying profanities which I can't even use with my friends, forget anybody else, So what do you have to say to this kind of, and they seem to have so many followers?
I mean, I don't have a very, very deep take on that, because I don't think that content is deep. I think virality can come because of a myriad of illogical reasons, and virality is not what we should be chasing. We should be chasing authenticity.
And impact.
And because that has longevity. So this might spike and have a few million views, but it's going to make no difference to anyone's life in any kind of a positive way.
Thank you so much. We will wrap. Please give Sanjana a big round of applause and wish her good luck. And I'm sure I meet a lot of people, but I'm going to hold you on to you and invite you to some other initiatives that we do, which may be relevant and exciting for you.
Yes,
hopefully.
I would love that.
Good to know you. I know you as a public person, but good to know your thoughts. Well, please give Sanjana a bigger round of applause. Bigger round.
Thank you.
Also, before you leave, thank you for your session. But before you leave, we have an EV and also an award that we have to present us. Can you also remove the chair? Yeah, we'll get it all removed and then. Thank you. That was Dr. Batra and Sanjana in conversation. We also have an AV now. Can you please play that? Thank you so much. Congratulations to you, thank you, Dr. Batra, thank you so much. चलिए आगे बढ़ते हुए next we had an actor, now we have a filmmaker join us. Next, it is a keynote on reclaiming the forgotten half, how data, technology and dialogue can drive justice for men. The next session, it will shed light on bringing visibility, empathy and balance to a narrative long left one-sided. To talk on the same, please join me in welcoming to the stage a journalist, a documentary filmmaker, and also a social activist, Ms. Deepika Narayan Bhardwaj. Please. Oh, what happened to your applause? Thank you.
Good to see you again. Hello. Good afternoon, respected dignitaries, fellow change makers, members of the legal fraternity, if there are any today, civil society leaders, friends, and guest of honors for the event today. Thank you for giving me the space to speak on a subject that is uncomfortable to some, inconvenient for many, but absolutely necessary for a just society. Today, I speak not against women. I speak for balance, I speak for truth, and most importantly, I speak for justice. Because justice, if it is real, cannot afford to be selective, whether on basis of caste, creed, religion, and if I could say, also gender, as it is enshrined in our Constitution. And if justice itself becomes a means of justice, injustice, which it is becoming today, at just too many places that we can even fathom, it is our duty to speak up against it. For decades, our public discourse around gender justice has been one-sided. We have spoken very rightly about violence against women. We have built laws rightly to protect them. But somewhere along the way, we stopped asking a critical question. What happens when systems meant to protect become tools to harm? What happens when men become invisible victims of presumed guilt, misuse of laws made to protect women, false allegations, prolonged litigation when they have done nothing wrong, social erasure of their pain, and absence of laws for them when they are the victims and leading them to a psychological breakdown? This is the forgotten half that I'm talking about today. The forgotten half where, and I would share few cases that we have personally dealt with, though these are just a glimpse of the cases that we deal with on a daily basis. The forgotten half where Prince, an 18-year-old boy, spent 5 years in jail, falsely accused in a POCSO case, only to be acquitted after languishing in jail for 5 years on the basis of evidence that he showed to the authorities on the first day, on the very first day that he was taken to the police station. It took our system 5 years to see the evidence and to tell him that he was innocent. He was acquitted, but there was nobody who said sorry to him, there was no one who was punished, and there was nobody who was held accountable for ruining his entire life. Prince is one of the stories told in my documentary film, India's Sons. That small boy has not been able to start his studies ever again, no matter how much I tried to convince him to, because he said, Didi, मुझसे अब पढ़ाई हो नहीं पाती. जब पढ़ने की मेरी उम्र थी, वो 5 साल मैंने जेल में बिताए. The forgotten half where a Dheeraj Gupta from Faridabad, a 32-year-old young man, spends 5 months in jail, falsely accused of rape by a woman he had never seen. Forget touching that woman, he had never seen the woman who accused him of rape, and it did not take fraction of second for Faridabad police to put him up and take him up and put him behind bars. We don't fight only for men, we fight for families as well. Dheeraj's wife was pregnant at that time when he was put behind bars. All this was done to extort 50 lakhs from him. We were able to finally get people who implicated Dheeraj in this false rape case arrested, but can we erase the pain that Dheeraj went through for the 5 months he was in jail. We talk about Chandan, a young man who spent a month in jail because he conducted a DNA test on his son. As soon as his wife came to know about it, she cried dowry and domestic violence, and he was immediately arrested. A month later, reports came where it was proved that he was not the biological father of his own son. And he was implicated in these false cases because the woman wanted to hide that the child was somebody else's. Despite him being the victim, he was accused as a perpetrator and his family dragged into a dirty legal battle for years. You would be surprised to know about a case that we handled and counseled, where a man was accused in a dowry case by his wife, and not just him. Please count. The man, his father, his mother, his sister, his brother, his sister's husband, his sister's husband's parents, his brother's wife, and brother's wife's parents. Almost 12 people were implicated in a dowry case. And how do people get out of it? By fighting for years and years, either going to the High Court to get the FIR quashed or pay up the cops who are there to take money to drop even one person from the FIR. These are not anecdotes. These are examples of lived realities of endless men in India today. Unfortunately, we don't have gender-neutral laws in India to know the numbers, because somehow these discussions always get restricted to numbers. Is humanity about numbers? I would rather ask you. We don't have gender-neutral laws, and that's why we don't have numbers of men who suffer, or any commission, any platform that would bother to record data on false accusations or the wrongs that are happening to men. But there is a problem. Suicide data in India tells us a deeply disturbing story. Almost 1.4 lakh men committed suicide in 2023 alone. Overwhelming majority of suicide deaths in India are men, many linked to family disputes, false cases, and legal harassment. Just day before yesterday, a young 26-year-old engineer who had topped his class in 10th and 12th died by consuming poison in Gwalior. He was falsely implicated in a POXO case. His family was demanded 60 lakhs of rupees. He couldn't face the humiliation. He chose to end his life rather than making his family suffer because of him. Conviction rate in rape cases in Delhi, which is known as the rape capital of India, has dwindled down to 4.3% post-Nirbhaya. And it's a very, very disturbing statistic. Genuine rape victims are not getting justice, and people are extorting helluva amount of money through false rape cases. Just merely on the basis of a statement, a man is picked up, thrown behind bars, no investigation at all. 498 conviction rate in Delhi in last 4 years is just 0.2%, and across India also it is barely 2 or 3%. But thousands and lakhs of people get arrested under these charges, men and women including, and sometimes there are minors also who are implicated in false matrimonial or rape cases. I do not even wish to start speaking about cases, and Sanjana, I would like to particularly draw your attention towards this. I hope somebody makes a story on this. Because our laws say that the consent is 18 years, there are just so many 17-year-old young boys languishing in jails because of consensual affair with either a 17-year-old girl or a 16.5-year-old girl. You know, these young lovebirds do not understand the law. They do not understand the challenges of the law, but the law is very clear. If you're below 18 and if you're a boy, you belong to jail if you had relationship with a girl. Sometimes, even if there was no sexual relationship, the boy is still put behind bars. Another very concerning aspect that we see day in, day out is custody battles where fathers do not get to see the face of their children. Very quickly, I will share with you that I'm right now helping a young boy in Bihar fight a false rape case. I wanted to speak to him face to face. I booked an e-mulaqat a day before, and the next day in the afternoon, I was on video conferencing with him. Just one day it took me to talk to a stranger, that too for 45 minutes. You know how much time it takes for a father in India to get to see his son or daughter in a custody battle or a matrimonial dispute? Anywhere from 6 months to sometimes 3 years. And many a times when they then get to see their child, the child then calls them uncle. Ekam Nyay Foundation documented 825 reports where men were either murdered by their intimate partner or they died by suicide due to false allegations or abuse by wife and in-laws. Adultery forms majority of the causes for these either suicides or murders. Yet these numbers rarely make headlines. Although there's a little bit change right now post Atul Subhash's case in Bangalore, but still they do not make headlines. Why? Because data without dialogue is ignored and data without empathy is dismissed. At Ekam Nyay Foundation, we decided to change that and bridge this gap. We believe in justice without gender bias and that justice must be equal or it is not justice at all. Our work focuses on documenting misuse of gender-centric laws, providing legal awareness and support to falsely accused men and victims of domestic abuse, interventions in organized cases of rackets, scams, honey traps, sextortions. We have created safe spaces for men and their families to discuss their issues within the community and with us without us being too much judgmental about them, which they usually face when they go out and share in the society. And we are doing extraordinary researches that have never been attempted before in India, though we are in 2025. We do not deny women's suffering, but we simply refuse to deny men's suffering and admit the fact that there are a lot of men who are unheard and whose pains are never addressed. My documentary film, Martyrs of Marriage and Misuse of Dowry Laws, and India's Sons on False Rape Cases tell real-life stories of men and how they are wronged by the system. At Ekam Nyay Foundation, we give voice to these unheard stories, hold hands, and help people reclaim their lives. At our conferences, podcasts, and forums, we bring together judges, lawyers, male victims, psychologists, parents, survivors of false cases, and yes, women as well, who believe in fairness and who believe in equality. In fact, our conferences have a lot of percentage of women who are somebody's sister, somebody's daughter, or somebody's just friend. At our recently concluded Ekam Nyay conference, former Chief Justice of India, Justice UU Lalit, echoed the work that we do. Pro-justice does not mean being anti-women. He stated that if there are Sita Mayas, there are Shupnakhas too, and our society to do manthan on and empathize with issues impacting both genders and not just one. For a society where men's issues are usually looked down upon, for our organization to have former Chief Justice of India come and speak, I cannot begin explaining what it meant to us. But it definitely told them that yes, our work for the last 13 years has created a space for people to feel that yes, now they can talk about this without being shamed or being called anti-women. Empathy is not a limited resource. Let me say this clearly, empathy for men does not reduce empathy for women. Justice is not a zero-sum game. We can protect women and we can protect men. We can punish the guilty, whether it is a man or a woman, and safeguard the innocent, whether that is a man or a woman. We can reform laws without dismantling protections. But for that, we must stop treating conversations about men's rights as taboo. I stand here not as an adversary of feminism, but as an ally of fairness. Not as a critic of law, but as a believer in its responsibility towards all, irrespective of gender. If we truly want a just Bharat, we must have the courage to reclaim the forgotten half. Because a society that listens only to one side eventually stops hearing the truth. I would invite you to take a look at the work being done by Ekam Nyay Foundation, read about the on-ground impact stories that we have had and the documentary films that we have made and lives that we have transformed through our help, support, and guidance. All of this is available at ekamnyay.org. Thank you so much once again to all of you for listening so patiently to me. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am has a question. Can you get the mic for her, please? Yeah, please, Aya. for ma'am. Ma'am ko de do, piche.
Yeah, yes.
We can take it there. You want to
Yeah.
take it here, whatever works.
Yeah, Deepika, congratulations to you for raising such an unconventional topic. And this is a very crucial topic because otherwise both the genders should be, aligned equally in the society. And but the thing is that Indian society is evolving, and there are many changes which are now coming, and we are in the period of transition, and we are in the period of movement. And whereas when we see that still, in our society, the 100% of the resources of the society, the assets are owned and controlled by men. And whereas, and the women, they are 50% of the whole population in everywhere, but 100% resources. But, it sounds very weird for me that to just anticipate this particular concept that how can the gender which owns 100% of the societal assets, they can cry victim. Now, the reason is that maybe, they were used to the patriarchal system of the society, where they are used to saying that, yes, the power balance is in their favor and you should do everything. I'm not going to bother about anything. But the systems are changing. Women are becoming more and more aware. So one thing, this is just an observation, and just I wanted to, since you are working in the field, you will just like to respond to it. Prevention is always better than the cure. So why to put yourself in such a situation where you are a victim? The gender which owns 100% of the societal assets, that is on their responsibility, that they have to be more aware, they have to be more critical, they have to ask more questions. While the couple is dating, why don't they ask questions from the girl that what she is, and why don't they wait, and why don't they exercise patience? They are falling back upon the family members to find out the match for them. The gender which owns 100% of societal assets, why aren't they more, aware about the whole thing, which is as it is happening in the foreign countries? The dating skills should be formed the part of our education system, which is not there in India as of now. Just I want to have your observation on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for asking that question. Please do not mind what I say, but when I hear perspectives like this, I cannot do away by thinking that this sounds exactly the same to me, that why did a woman go out because that is why she got raped? Or why was a woman wearing a short cloth and that's why she got raped? If Dheeraj Gupta was just going on the road, driving, and there was a woman who was willing to file a false rape case because she wanted to extort 33 lakhs or 50 lakhs of rupees, where was Dheeraj Gupta at fault? He had not even met her. Prince was studying very nicely. He was topping his class, wanted to become a chartered accountant. Some family decided to ruin his life because they wanted to occupy his house. Where was Prince at mistake? There was a boy who goes on dating app, just meets the girl. They decide to go in a club regularly. The woman is set up by the club and he's asked to cuff out 50,000 rupees. Is it wrong for men to date? Is it wrong for men to marry? If a marriage breaks down, and because the marriage broke down, the woman feels entitled that she can take away lakhs of his wealth, where is the man at mistake? Was he at mistake to get into a relationship? Was he at mistake to get married? Then what we are saying is that men need to be really, really cautious. That the world now is not so fair for you, so you better be cautious because you are responsible for yourself, because if something happens to you, you cannot even say that this is wrong. I would like to respond with that, ma'am, and very quickly, ma'am. We say women are very patriarchal and they are very wrong to women. And there are a lot of women who are very wrong to women, and there are men who are wrong to women as well. But despite the fact that men hold so much of power, and men are the judges, and men are in the police stations as well, it's the same thing. They can also be extremely nasty to men. They have the same stereotypes. The way a woman has a stereotype that my bahu is going to be like this, they have a stereotype ki pati hai tu yahi karega, ya pati hai to tu galat hoga, ya ladka hai tu relationship mein hai to teri hi galti hai. Where should these people go? And above everything else, Article 14 of our Indian Constitution, Article 15 of our Indian Constitution, equality before law, equal protection before law. Why do men have to beg somebody for justice? Our constitution had envisaged that, but it is not happening now. And if we are going to say that we must not even talk about it, no, I will hell talk about it, because it is wrong. And I see them crying, and I see them crying as bitterly And I feel bad seeing them crying as much bad as I would feel when I see a woman crying. So there are problems. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we'll keep this short and quick. Ma'am, the mic, please, for you.
Great, wonderful presentation, very moving. And just what ma'am just now said, just to take off from there, all along we have also been struggling with the same set of concerns, and this perspective that women are enemies of women and all of that, the battle of sexes and the battle between sexes. So I'm just wondering, over the years, we have developed this kind of, shall we say, a slightly detached angle where we look at all of these issues from a development rather than from a crime, legal, law and order. We see it as a part of, what we call the structural challenges in our society. Do you think a little bit of the shift will need to be made even in the narrative that you are sharing so that that distinction between all of that
Absolutely
emerges?
beautifully said, ma'am. That is actually so profound. If women are victims of patriarchy, if they are not being a part of the workforce, it's the development that is being hampered. If men who can be very, very productive, but they are wasting their times in litigations that are absolutely not worth it, it's a development issue as well. Children who could be studying and being performing and becoming the better future citizens of the country are now spending time in the courts in custody battles, seeing their parents fight. That is a development issue as well. And I promise you, ma'am, that I'm going to make sure that I change. Yes, I would definitely adopt this. This is beautiful, ma'am. Yeah, no, absolutely. Unfortunately, there is a battle of sexes today, whether we want to admit or not, but that's not how a future can be built together. Men and women are not enemies. They are companions and they are equal partners in taking this country forward. And if you're going to waste too much of time in, feeling or casting each other as enemy, I'm sure that's not a great thing at all. Thank you so much, ma'am. That's a great perspective.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Deepika. It was a pleasure to listen to you and your views as well. Thank you for the amazing work that you do. Thank you for the questions that you asked. It is 1:56. That means it is time now for lunch. At 2:20, we will reconvene for a next panel discussion. Any questions that you have? Of course, the speakers and audience members are all around. Thank you. See you at 2:20. Thank you. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. We'll be starting in the next 2 minutes. If any of your colleagues or friends outside, can you also request them to please join us inside? 2 more minutes and we'll start with the next panel discussion. Thank you. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. From keynote sessions, from fireside sessions, from panel discussions, we now move to our first trilogue for today. This is the Changemakers Spotlight. Spotlight on short, inspiring stories of on-ground innovators and NGOs using technology for real social transformation. Before I invite my next panelist, just a humble reminder to all the speakers who will be coming up on the stage for after lunch sessions. Please be mindful of the timer, which already says time up, and now they're changing it. Good. Chaliye, for this one, let's please welcome our panelists. The first, Miss Pratima, Head, Asia Pacific Corporate Citizenship, Corporate Marketing Group at Lenovo. Joining her is Dr. Navneet Anand, Director, Rajkumari Foundation. Joining them is Dr. Geeta Malhotra, Chief Executive Officer, Rural Education and Development, India. And this one will be chaired by Ms. Mamta Saikia, Development Consultant and Educationalist and former CEO of Bharti Airtel Foundation. Let's please welcome them with your applause. Thank you to the 3.5 applauses we got. Let's try to take two, no? Give them some josh to talk to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. This panel is very difficult. Most of you are sleeping, half sleeping. So I'm going to tell the organizers that once in a while, shine light on a table so that everybody wakes up. So what I've done to bring excitement in this panel is that I changed the narrative completely for my panelists. The first half was so good that I've decided to shape this panel basis some of the key thoughts that got spoken in the first panel itself. So you're going to have fun. Panelists have no idea what is coming their way. That was the intention, and I think now everybody is intrigued what I'm going to do to you. So I'll give a summary especially to my panelists so that they get a hint of what's coming their way. Some of the things, and it was part of my opening remarks, some of the things are already there, and I was wondering, it may appear as if I'm copying the thoughts. So I thought I may as well declare that I've got inspired by the thoughts in the morning. In the morning, there were panelists who talked about how AI is helping them reach efficiency, reducing repetitive work, creating interoperable data, on the ground, ensuring last mile delivery, and very importantly, making invisible people visible. That's something that got talked about in the morning. We need to design AI solutions that handle structural barriers, biases, or even frugal innovations that help frontline workers or help us target accurately. We have to be very alive and intentional in ensuring AI governance, data governance, cybersecurity norms, and to ensure that as systems scale, exclusions should not scale. I think a very important thought, Geeta ji is agreeing. And technology is scaling up businesses and initiatives which have a purpose and will create a better impact for larger population. Tech enabling efficiency as well as compassion. I think I've captured the summary right. What Sanjana talked about, I'll kind of preface it, add it to the question. So my first question is to Dr. Navneet. You run a health organization, and you work in this space of nutrition for children, a very important work. So do talk about, since this session is about inspiring stories, do talk about how are you using technology for impact or efficiency?
So first of all, thank you, ma'am. And thank you, organizers for giving me this opportunity to have a word or represent RKF. So I'm representing Rajkumari Foundation, and as you said, ma'am, and as the इस session का जो हमारा heading है, storytelling, like how this is impacting. तो मैं अपने कुछ initiatives के through share करना चाहूँगा कि कैसे हमारे जो कुछ tech based initiatives हैं जो grassroots level पे help कर रहे हैं और plus decision makers को भी कैसे help कर रहे हैं. So basically हम न्यूट्रिशन प्रोजेक्ट्स जो ग्राउंड पे करते हैं उसमें पोषण साथी एक एप्लीकेशन यूज़ करते हैं. सो बेसिकली ये एक नीड बेस्ड मतलब वो कहते हैं ना द नेसेसिटी इज़ द मदर ऑफ इन्वेंशन. तो ये उसी एक नेसेसिटी हमें महसूस हुई कि बच्चों का जो है हम कैसे पता लगाएंगे कि न्यूट्रिशनल स्टेटस क्या है. उसके लिए WHO ने चार्ट्स दे रखे हैं, यूनिसेफ ने चार्ट्स दे रखे हैं, वो इस्तेमाल भी होते हैं, बट बहुत बार डेटा ट्रायंगुलेशन नहीं हो पाता है. अगर मैं एक एग्जांपल के तौर पे बोलूँ, 3 पैरामीटर्स हैं जिनके बेसिस पे हम मैलन्यूट्रिशन को मेजर करते हैं: स्टंटिंग, वेस्टिंग एंड अंडरवेट. इन 3 पैरामीटर्स के ऊपर मेजरमेंट होता है. बट क्या आप लोगों ने कभी, सबके पास आंगनवाड़ी का वो लाल, पीला, हरा ऐसे करके वो ग्राफ आ जाता है जिसमें उनकी ग्रोथ दिख जाती है किसी एक बच्चे की. बट आप लोगों ने कभी देखा है कि कोई ऐसा डेटा या कोई ऐसा चार्ट जो हमको ये बताए कि एक बच्चा क्या इन तीनों पैरामीटर्स में, जिसका Z स्कोर -3 SD से नीचे हो, यानी तीनों पैरामीटर्स में वो सफर कर रहा हो, या कोई अमूमन हमको एक पैरामीटर का ही रिजल्ट दिखता है कि एक बच्चा है जो है इस पर्टिकुलर लेट्स से सीवियर वेस्टेड है या सीवियर स्टंटेड है या सीवियर अंडरवेट में है, हमें रिजल्ट ऐसे मिलता है. बट क्या कोई इंफॉर्मेशन या कोई एनालिसिस हमें ये बता रहा है ट्रायंगुलेट करके कि ये पर्टिकुलर बच्चा तीनों में ही प्रॉब्लमेटिक है, तीनों में ही सीवियर कैटेगरी में है? ऐसा कोई एप्लीकेशन या ऐसा मुझे तो नहीं दिखा अभी तक. तो इस चीज़ को आइडेंटिफाई करने के बाद हम लोगों ने एक एप्लीकेशन डिज़ाइन किया जिसका पर्पस यही था कि ग्राउंड पे जो भी ये डेटा है उसको कैप्चर करो, इमीडिएट रियल टाइम बेसिस पे बच्चे का न्यूट्रिशनल स्टेटस बताओ. अगेन ये जो एप्लीकेशन है वो डिज़ाइंड है WHO पैरामीटर्स पे, और ये उससे जो रिजल्ट निकल के आता है फर्दर हम ये पता लगा पाते हैं किसको कितना ज़्यादा फोकस करके हमें इंटरवेंशन रन करना है. तो इट विल हेल्प इन दैट वे.
Wonderful. I think so what he's talked about is data is available, technology and AI is helping him target the most vulnerable among the children and then you focus your intervention. So a wonderful use of technology, Dr. Navneet. A quick question, and if any one of you want to, since after I ask the question, then I'll give it to you. Since panelists don't know what questions will come their way. आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर्स जो फ्रंटलाइन वर्कर्स हैं इस ऐप में डेटा डालने से उन्हें कुछ प्रॉब्लम तो नहीं होती बिकॉज हमारी एजम्पशन ये रहती है कि ये रूरल विमेन एंड रूरल सेगमेंट के लोग शायद टेक्नोलॉजी को उस तरह से अडॉप्ट ना कर पाएं.
मैम ये बहुत वैलिड क्वेश्चन है जो अमूमन हम अगेन बहुत बार गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल से और इनसे जब बात करते हैं जो कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी लेके आते हैं जहां हमें फ्रंटलाइन वर्कर्स को डेटा इनपुट करना होता है तो उस कंडीशन में बोलते कह रहे इनसे कैसे होगा आप एज देखिए इतने पढ़े लिखे नहीं है कैसे इस्तेमाल करेंगे तो हम यही एक दूसरा एक एनालॉग देते हैं उनको कि सर जो लोग फेसबुक और इंस्टाग्राम और व्हाट्सएप चला सकते हैं उनसे ये काम का एक एप्लीकेशन नहीं चल सकता इट्स ऑल अबाउट द इंटेंट बेसिकली सो अगेन लेकिन फिर भी प्रॉब्लम है ऐसा नहीं है कि हम नेगेट कर सकते प्रॉब्लम है तो ऐसे में क्या होता है हम बहुत बार ये एग्जाम उनको ये बोलते हैं कि अगर से लिखने में प्रॉब्लम है टाइपिंग में प्रॉब्लम है तो हमने स्पीच टू टेक्स्ट का उसमें ऑप्शन दिया हुआ है जिसके थ्रू वो बोल के डेटा फिल कर सकती हैं और वो काफ़ी एक्यूरेटली जो है डेटा को इंसर्ट करता है इनफैक्ट हम सब ने ये करके देखा हुआ अपने फ़ोन में गूगल में जब भी व्हाट्सएप के जरिए स्पीच टू टेक्स्ट से हम मैसेज टाइप करके भेजते हैं तो सिमिलरली वो इसमें इनकॉर्पोरेटेड है जो उनकी लाइफ को थोड़ा आसान कर देता है.
थैंक यू सो मच. गीता जी आप कुछ कहना चाहती थी.
See, it's working. I'm adding to what he has said that it's a myth that the people in the rural area cannot use the technology. They can, if the technology is given in their hands. And I have been testing it since 2005. Though internet was not there at the last mile, but yes, they were keen, they are keen, and they will always be keen to learn the technology.
Very happy to hear that. Geeta ji, 2007 se, she's been taking technology to field. So, and if that is your experience, it's a very good news. Session before us, before lunch, Sanjana was there. And she talked about the use of AI in education. And she was a bit worried about children losing the rigor of education by using AI quickly. So I'll start with you, Pratima, first, because I know that Lenovo has an education component. So how are your partners using technology on ground, and what are your views on the same?
Thank you, Mamta, and Dr. Anand and Dr. Malhotra. I'm an anomaly on this platform, actually, because I look at CSR from a donor perspective. So I will bring in the stories from what my partners work on. Yes, when it comes to technology and how it has been utilized in the STEM education space, we focus more on capacity building of the teachers. Time and again, we have seen that, you set up the computer labs and you set up smart classrooms. But if you don't educate the guru, the shishyas are not going to pick up. So for us, when we took in the education piece forward, it was important for us to build the capacity. And here, because the title said spotlighting the stories, and we have just finished lunch and we don't want to get into very serious talking, let me start by an analogy of a partner that I work with. And this is Mekshala Trust. The interesting aspect is the founder, Jyoti Tyagarajan, is a retired teacher. And when she met me with her proposal, it was a very interesting piece that she brought to the table. She said every teacher has 222 days in an academic year to take education forward. And in this 222 days, she or he is supposed to bring in extracurricular activities, and if they are in the rural areas, then midday meals, and then other initiatives that are there. Therefore, where does the teacher get the time to up his or her own upskilling? And therefore, there is no training available for the teachers, just no time for it. And therefore, she brought this Mekshala app, which was built as a free app, open source for the teachers to utilize in terms of content and even build their training. And for us, that is an important aspect to look at. From a technology perspective, also another piece is that you can't go and change behaviors overnight. All of us know that. And when it comes to technology also, it requires a fair amount of investment. So we don't work with partners just for a year. Our minimum partnership is for about 2 to 3 years. With Make Shala, we've worked for 5+ years, and we continue to do that in various states. I'll stop here because I can continue from here to eternity.
No, thank you so much. I know that since I work in education space and also technology, today, a biggest challenge in front of all the school leaders and all the NGOs that are in education space today is how to get teachers ready for a AI-led classroom. You know, today teachers, even in rural India, when they enter the classroom, their students have already done the chapter using AI. Teachers actually have to now evolve. They are no more the content provider. They can't start the class with, आज हम ये chapter पढ़ेंगे जो इस बारे में है. Students have already done that. So I think getting teachers ready for this new pedagogy is one of the challenges that organizations like yours will have to face and tackle for NGOs up front. Is there anything that you're doing in this space right now?
We are looking to work around foundational AI for teachers and for students. But like Sanjana said in the earlier session, we don't believe that foundational AI should start with the school children. So we continue to work with school children in the space of coding and innovation. All our programs are focused more around critical thinking and innovation rather than saying AI or coding or applications. Because it's all about bringing that aspect in. The same philosophy also applies to our skilling programs that we are working with in Goa and Puducherry. And we believe that, technology can be learned hands-on. Just as Dr. Malhotra said, and Dr. Anand also said that it's all about making people comfortable in DIY, do it on your own space and in your own level, right? So even our skilling programs are self-paced learning.
Correct.
It's not about classroom teaching. I mean, classroom teaching continues to be there as part of the curriculum that is there, but it's all about saying experiential learning is required for people to move ahead. Applications and technology will come when they do hands-on and experiential learning.
Right. Thank you so
But
much.
I have a flip side to your question about teachers adopting AI. And I'm speaking from a parent's perspective here. My daughter is one of the premier institutions and doing a niche course, and she had to send a thesis report. And guess what? The teachers decided to use AI to check on plagiarism, and she got -5. And she was very upset with it because she's one of the persons who's very articulate, and she felt that she had done the report on her own and it was not fair for plagiarism to come in. The point here I want to make is that then students feel their confidence levels are damaged because of this, because the technology was not used appropriately. They didn't test the technology before taking it out to the students. So there's a flip side to it also, to say that when teachers or premier institutions start adopting AI, how it could affect the students that are there who are in the learning process. It's a journey for them, and at 2022, when they're trying to build their careers, it's not a position that you want a student to be in.
Very true. Responsible use of AI and to know what kind of negative impacts it can have. Dr. Geeta, आप इस बारे में बहुत strongly feel करती हैं. AI, the human side of it, what happens?
See, Accenture did a research with Plan International, and I was the one from the NGO side who spoke about the disadvantages of AI.
Okay.
I'm very clear in saying that AI could be used, it's welcome, but there is a need for hand-holding. There is a need for capacity building, as ma'am has really said about, the damage, the mental, framework your daughter went into. This would happen time and again. So I strongly believe, and I was able to convince Accenture that yes, we will take AI to the grassroots, but there is a need for hand-holding, and hand-holding in a big way. There should be a mentor available to tell them how the AI has to be used.
My next question is to you only, Dr. Geeta. Sanjana talked about anxiety that young people are facing. Yes. There's a climate anxiety, of course. Yes. And with AI, there is one anxiety of AI-related jobs Are we ready for it or not? The other anxiety is losing job to an AI. So the young people are really going through, an anxiety, a period full of anxiousness. And you work with rural youth.
Yes.
What is happening in the villages of our country?
Yes. See, AI hasn't reached there as yet, but they are using it, what the apps we are giving to them for use. But my strong feeling is that human intervention will never go. It will always be there. It was there when the technology was introduced. It will be there even AI will come also. Because the engineers who are coming up as buddies for AI, BTech and MTech, they are going to there, creating apps for the whole world. And we have to bridge the gap between rural and urban in using technology, especially AI. And when we are talking about rural community, which is more than 60% of the youth in demographics and transition is in rural areas, there is a need for a mentor, and human intervention should always be there.
Any thoughts that you have, Pratima? That how are young people looking at AI coming in?
I have a different point of view. I mean, when technology is coming in, these are all emerging technologies. When you're having a young India growing, it's important to start looking at the youth being trained in those emerging technologies. But at the same time, when we are talking about the rural areas, it's important to ensure that they are aware about the safety of the use of technology. Therefore, consciously, we adopted a cyber security program again with one of the premier institutions in India, where they have an online platform that actually allows youth from a skilling perspective to understand how cyber security works in a real-time framework. So our subject matter experts have been working with this institution in providing them those real-time examples that enterprises normally face when you have a malware or and we've created those hackathons in a way that students are able to understand कि अगर ये हुआ तो real time में हमको क्या action लेना है. It's almost like a CPR course that you do for paramedical students or anything. I mean, even we need to know CPR or fire safety rules and regulations. And I think with emerging technologies, it's going to be important for every individual to know cybersecurity. So in the rural areas, it therefore becomes more important. Would you like to add?
Yeah, in 2019, COVID came, and we were not able to go physically, and we started working online thanks to Zoom. See, when Commonwealth of Learning came to us and said, can you make 20 episodes on cyber safety? Because there was a need to go to the rural areas and tell them about that. And we made 20 episodes online on cyber safety and security. And pan-India, we are working through more than 65 community library and resource centers, having access to technology, and we are training youth on how they can use these content for cyber safety.
Oh, wonderful. So I think this brings me to the last segment. One question to three of you, common question. And you were talking about work with disabled, people with disability. Reaching the unreached or making those people visible who are generally invisible. So any initiative that you would like to talk about. And then Dr. Geeta ji, you, and Navneet will end with you.
I think one of my pet projects is way back in 2021, Lenovo adopted a program called Endangered Indigenous Languages. UNESCO was announcing the International Decade of Endangered Indigenous Languages. Lenovo worldwide has done about 9 languages. Of those, 2 languages are in India, Kuvi and Kangdi. And I was involved in some of the research to form the base to see why are we picking up those languages. And it's interesting that Kuvi as a language is spoken in 6 different states in the country in different dialects. And yet that language is dying because the youngsters or the younger generation is not speaking that language. Also, there is no script. So while we are beating and browing technology, I think we also need to think about the democratization and the reach that we are doing with the indigenous languages, taking it out, holding on to our culture, holding on to the languages that are no longer going to be there. And India has such a rich diversity and inclusion that we should continue to use technology in that area. That's one of my pet projects. And I think hopefully in a year from now, we will have another language that we will look to adopt. The other thing is that we kept it open source. We said that, and we worked with UNESCO on that, to say that if we want to make it open source, have other organizations adopt it, then what would it look like? Because every year about 1,000 languages are dying, and that's a huge number if you look at it from a global perspective.
See, I have been heading this organization from the past 18 years, and before that also I was working on technology, taking it to rural Asia. In my tenure, I have trained more than 50,000 girls in the rural area how to use technology by taking technology at their doorsteps. And these are the girls who got married and shifted to the village. They don't have any jobs, but they learned technology. It's not trained by us only, by the other organizations. And in the morning only, I was talking to one girl in the Baspet, is an industrial area in Karnataka, Bangalore. And she said, ma'am, I'm looking for a job in the Community Library and Resource Center you have opened recently. I'm MBA and MTech, but I don't have any job. This is what tech-led initiatives have to conclude, because under CSR, ma'am, now we are working with corporates, and they say, if you're teaching technology, please ensure that they should get employability. And 80% target we sign with them, that they will be placed for the job. And that kind of tech training we focus on, because the time is changing. Earlier, acceptability was the question. Now, after learning what? Employability is the question.
The pathways to employability remains a challenge, and I think something that we all have to solve.
I think from the CSR perspective, we also need to walk the talk. I mean, it just can't be skilling. So one of the things we do is that ensure that we are able to bring in on-the-job training. So our skilling program at Puducherry has that. We have had about 100 girls that we have adopted as part of the on-job training. But even in the other skilling programs, like the one we have in Goa, and we will be launching Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Maharashtra as well, we work with the NGO partner in working out realistic placement numbers.
Very
There's
nice.
no point as a donor to stand up and say, oh, the benchmark is 80%, so you need to deliver 80%. We need to take into account the realities and the demographics of those states before agreeing to say, yes, this is a placement that is possible.
Wonderful. So Navneet, I'll let you have the last word in a panel dominated by women.
Thank you, ma'am, and it's my honor. So now, the point you have raised regarding making invisible visible. So I'll take this point in with the health perspective, and we are developing an application, basically again support incorporated with AI. Where we are trying to bring or track the pregnancy events, and then correlate like the training the sorry this yes we are studying their attributes, and then after studying their attributes, we're testing and training the AI, and so that it will give us the an approximate detail regarding, let's say कि अभी जब pregnancy होती है तो हम +- 2 weeks का लेके चलते हैं. So ये थोड़ा उन attributes को study करके लगभग 2 to 3 days या 4 to 5 days का एक approximate date निकाल के देगा कि इस बीच में इसकी मतलब delivery हो सकती है, due है. And based on that, we are proposing this to the district administration. Let's have a control room, and where you can have a predictive data, like for the next 15 days, you are going to have this much of pregnancy events from this area, and let's say divide the whole district in 4 quadrants, and the analysis will say that the 25% pregnancy will be coming from this left upper quadrant. And let's say 45% pregnancy will be coming from the lower right quadrant. So this is the way the whole things will be predicted, and according to that, the district administration can optimize their resources. So again, for example, why I'm saying this and why I'm quoting this thing, because we always quote European standards or American standards of reaching the ambulance in time. But in India, in rural areas especially, if someone calling the national ambulance services 102, and then it will take some hours to reach the beneficiary. So this solution will help them to reduce that QRT, quick response time, to the minute, within the minutes. Like in half an hour, the ambulance can reach to you, and it will lead to the right designated hospital, not jumping one hospital to another hospital. Let's say if a lady who is severe anemic and needing the blood transfusion, but and the ambulance driver is taking her to the nearest CHC, where this transfusion medicine department is not there and the services are not available. So she must be taken to the nearest district hospital. If she through this approach, the person is directly, or the application will drive that ambulance directly to the district hospital, because that device is tracking the health condition or pregnancy events of that particular woman. So this is the way we can reduce the time. और हमने 2005 के बाद से काफ़ी improvement की है maternal mortality rate और infant mortality rate को कम करने में, but हम इसको और बेहतर कर सकते हैं, and I think this is the another way of helping the system.
These kind of initiatives make me feel very optimistic about AI, where we use AI, its ability to triangulate data, its ability to predict, and to save lives, and to optimize the resources of the state. I think it sounds like a very interesting solution that you are building. Have you built it, or are you planning to build it?
We are building it, and obviously we need support for that.
All right.
So support is welcome as well.
All right. So if there are any AI enthusiasts or people who believe this initiative needs to be built, please talk to Dr. Navneet. And with that, I come to the end of the session. I attempted to bring in the learnings and the interesting thoughts that we heard in the first half of this conference, try to bring them alive in this panel. I do hope that you found it interesting and educated. If there are any questions or anybody else wants to share an interesting initiative in AI, I have 1 minute and 42 seconds. Please raise your hand. You can share the work that your organization is doing using technology. 1 minute, 35 seconds.
Hi, thanks, Mamta. No questions, but I would like to take this opportunity to talk about the work my organization is doing. So I am Mansi. I represent Digital Green. We have been working on integrating technology for smallholder farmers ever since we've been working in this sector. So it's been 17 years now that we're working with smallholder farmers. Since the last a year and a half, I guess, we've actually developed a AI-enabled platform in-house, which is called Farmer Chat. And this platform actually helps farmers while they are onboarded on the platform. They get access to advisory and information related to agriculture and allied sectors, completely free of cost. Of course, we are funded by donors and philanthropists, etc. But I think the beauty of this platform is that it's not just about pushing information to the farmers and the stakeholders, but also evaluating how this works for them, understanding what are the questions that they have in terms of the agri practices, also understanding their challenges as such. And I think this is beautiful for the funders as well, because instead of waiting for the end-line report and then understanding, oh, this was the pest outbreak and this is what they wanted a solution for, they now have an opportunity to actually evaluate things on the go and improve impact overall around that.
Thank you so much for this, and my time is up. I need you to really clap for my panelists, because I threw the question paper out of the window and gave them a complete surprise on my questions. Thank you so much. It was such a privilege to have this panel with all of you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for moderating it as well. Thank you. And also for being careful of the timer. That's very difficult to do when conversation is so engaging now. Thank you so much. The last one was a change maker spotlight. The next one, this is beyond CSR, the rise of purpose-led business in the AI era. Spotlight on how organizations are embedding social impact into their business strategy using technology. And to share the views on the same, let's please welcome our panelists. First, Mr. Madan Padaki, co-founder and managing trustee, head Hell High Foundation. Joining him is Ms. Shreya Krishnan, Managing Director, India. AnitaB.org. Joining them is Ms. Ratna Vishwanathan, Chief Executive Officer, Reach to Teach Foundation. Joining them is Mr. Rahul Bansal, Head of Partnerships, UNICEF. And this one will be chaired by Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee, former Secretary, Ministry of Heavy Industries and Public Enterprises, Government of India. Let's please welcome them with your applause, everybody. Thank you. The timer's set. Panelists are here. Lovely. A humble request to anybody who's just joined us to please turn your mobile phones to silent mode if you've not already. My only request. Thank you.
So thank you for that introduction. We are moving into panel discussion number 3. You can see the topic before us. It has also a subtitle, which is also very interesting. I have 4 very, very eminent panel members with me today, and I hope to engage them in a discussion that all of you will find useful. Starting with you, Madan, I thought I'll just get some perspective from you. A lot of these companies today, when they're looking at doing something for accelerating social change or social development, are trying to see how they can bring in technology to help in achieving those goals. What is your perspective on that?
Sure, sir. Thank you for having me on this panel. It's an honor to be with you, sir, and with everybody, all the friends of the panel. 3 quick points that I want to make on this that I've been working on the last many years, and especially the last year on AI and technology. One, I think the business opportunity itself beyond CSR, that's what you're talking about, that is emerging at the district level is tremendous. India's journey towards Viksit Bharat, whatever the dreams are, 40 trillion, 30 trillion, cannot happen and should not happen without each of the districts itself becoming a $10 to $12 billion economies, which is like the size of 6 Bhutans. And today it's already happening. Several of the districts are between 4 to 6 billion. So imagine if 40 to 50,000 crores of business is being added into our district, the possibilities to create economic and social wealth from that growth is one concept that I want to present to say that the real growth happens at the district and businesses and CSR must focus there. 2, that finally it's about the happiness and the social development of that. Well, the economic growth is one part. And I argue that, the conceptualization of AI or Gen AI is AI at the center and people around it. We should flip it and say, I call it the Jan AI rather than Gen AI, that it should be people at the center and AI around it. And the question we must ask is, how can businesses and the Samaj Sarkar Bazaar, the 3 actors, use AI or tools like that for the benefit of humankind? And how do we shape technologies that way? And therefore, the third construct that comes is the demographic dividend that we have. We've just heard people, various conversations around youth and how do we really leverage youth to be harbingers of change. The work that we do at the Hell High Foundation, we see that there is immense potential. They are ready to think like and behave like entrepreneurs, and the next step from there is to be change makers. How do we use AI as a force for good to harness that power of youth? So if you put all of this together, businesses can look at doing good, feeling good, and making good money if we really bring 4 forces together: aspirations of rural, the power of talent that resides in youth, the power of entrepreneurship that exists out there. I argue that rural entrepreneurship is far more resilient than urban because of the adversities they face. And lastly, the using technology to come together. These four forces, if we bring together, we create a new rural. I call that as Rubenomics. So I think businesses can now reimagine the way impact both on business and society can be done. It need not be either or, but we have to avoid the tyranny of the or and move towards the and. And I think AI provides us a fascinating platform to reimagine world by harnessing the power of AI, of course, with all its guardrails, with all its hype, with all its issues. I think there's still a kernel of goodness that can be extracted. We have to make a conscious choice, and it is platforms like this that can really push conversations on what kind of conscious choices we need to make. Thank you.
No, Madan, I think some very well enunciated thoughts. One acknowledges that today AI, look at the last 3 years, the way AI has suddenly evolved. And what do you see here? It's ubiquitous. It's everywhere.
Exactly.
And I think the point you were trying to make is human-centric AI.
Exactly.
We need to use that for human advancement. We don't have to get AI to manipulate us.
Exactly.
So that's the way we need to look at it. But also given your background, Shreya, the way that you've been with UN Women and seen it from the gender lens, and also from the CFR's perspective in social development, we can, I think, now use AI tools to try and see that when we talk of impact, social impact, can AI help us also to ascertain what kind of an impact we're having on women generally? Trying to see that, if it is a general impact, fair enough, but what specifically for women? Can we do that?
If you look at large language models, they are inherently biased. They hold a lot of the stereotypes that societally exist. Workday had a platform that they created which started discriminating against race, gender, and disability. So that means the pervasive hiring that Workday was doing across the globe, the AI models that were built were actually perpetuating that. If you were to go a little further, and if there was a Stanford study that was conducted when AI was put under performance pressure and told to do better on sales, on marketing, and certain parameters, misinformation increased, lies increased, manipulation increased. AI without governance is an echo chamber, and what we need to understand is when you have gender, which is being such a big question societally, all of the issues that perpetuate, not just gender, but if you sort of extend the lens towards LGBTQIA, and if you go on from there, all of these biases tend to continue to inform the way strategy is built, decision-making happens. So what we've seen, we do a lot of work with policy advocacy as part of the Women for Ethical AI South Asia chapter, and what we've seen research show us is not only does gender play a role, but also gender from which geography, right? Indian women and the discrimination against them is different from the way you're looking at indigenous women from other cultures in other parts of the world. So it's very nascent. It's obviously not being researched enough because everybody's caught in this hoo-hoo, ha-ha of the magic of AI, but the reality is without governance, AI is limited. There was a recent child that killed itself, trigger warning, suicide, because AI's highest use case today is for psychology and as psychotherapy. So the child went up to AI and started discussing its problems, and at some point said, I'm feeling and having these thoughts, and said, should I tell my mother this? And AI told the child, no, this is between us. And when the child went on to ask, saying, oh, I'm thinking of this, AI said, here are 5 ways you can commit suicide, and should I write you a suicide note? And unfortunately, the child died, right? So we're not grappling with the intensity of not having governance models in place. And this goes back to the way we build businesses. All of us who come from the social impact space know for a fact that it's not a check in the box and it's not a nice to have. It is strategic, profitable, productive conversations that happen when you start thinking of impact first. Businesses do better because you have more representation. You have more people that products and services and innovation is being built for, who are at the table when you're creating those products. But the minute you leave out those voices, I'll give you a more fun story after that dark doom. There was a woman who had curly hair who joined this Oculus company that was building the Oculus and realized that the Oculus does not sit on her head. That's how representation makes a difference, right? It's not just one, it's many. So when you look at gendered representation, the nuances of it not only impact the way you look at climate, the way you look at problematic intersections of geopolitics and issues like that, but you're also able to build, create, and craft a far more empathetic, compassionate, yet purpose and profitable-led businesses that perform really, really well without having to forsake any of it. So the more inclusive you are and the more diverse you are, the more powerful your language of purpose of your business becomes.
I think the panel before us also, and you particularly, madam, spoke about how dangerous it can be. And the flip side of AI and current technology is precisely that. And you said that's why the human intervention, mentoring at the grassroots, particularly in people who are at risk, who can't understand the, or shall I say, the overarching umbrella of where it's coming from, right? So turning to you, Rahul, we have this thing about beyond CSR. And in a sense, we have seen over these 10 years that CSR itself has undergone what I would call an evolutionary process. From the time that I actually designed Section 135 and wrote all the rules and stuff, it's good to see how far and how beautifully it has come. And now, after a decade, we're standing back and see, all right, what is CSR 2.0? Where do we now build this from the base that we have created? And in some senses, that reflects here in our discussion panel today. If we were to look at companies other than just the ones who are at, come within the ambit of the law, many other organizations are coming into social development sphere. How would this impact them?
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And I'm going to build on a different perspective to what the panelists have been talking about. And I'll just play a little bit around beyond CSR and businesses now being driven into doing good business than just doing business. And linking it back to Honorable Prime Minister's mission of Viksit Bharat. And when we talk about Viksit Bharat 2047, we're not just talking about Bharat, which is economically developed, we're also talking about a Bharat which is socially developed. And if we look at India, India is not one India. There are a lot of Indias within India, and we have to make sure every India within India grows and develops, not just economically, but socially. So no one is left behind. Also, it's only 22 years from now, and very soon 21 years. So we don't have a lot of time for India to become Viksit Bharat. And if we look at the young population, it's around 245, 250 million who are already working, who are going to be interacting with technology and AI. And they are either within the businesses which are looking at technology for social impact or just doing business, or they are outside in the development sector and looking at technology on how to create impact. But also people who are going to be working in these businesses which are becoming purpose-led businesses in 2047 are already born. So the children of today will be working in these businesses in 21, 22 years. So how do we invest in those children who are going to be part of Viksit Bharat and are able to look at economic opportunities, what Madan talked about, or the biases and the stereotypes, which we are not just talking about people, but also technology coming up with a very strong bias and stereotype. So how do we work with them? So one, could technology play a role in addressing some of these issues? Second, I am going to talk about the scale, speed, and sustainability of solutions we have to build to be able to become Viksit Bharat. And all three are important. We don't have a lot of time, so we need speed. We are going to hit the 2030 agenda very soon. So how do we do what we do at speed? How do we do it at scale? Because we have 1.5 billion people just in India, which is growing. And third, how do we build solutions which are sustainable? So how do we bring technology to bring speed, sustainability, and scale? And India has been known for one, innovation in technology, Jugaad innovation as well, but also leapfrogging. So how do we bring that leapfrogging concept into CSR and going beyond CSR, where business and good business are not two different things? We are able to bridge that gap. Third, I'm going to talk more about the businesses per se, and we often talk about CSR as funding. And I'll talk about the ACE card, which all the businesses have. And ACE is A for assets, What kind of marketing expertise do you have? What kind of behavior change expertise do you have? If I could put a QR code on every Amazon box, which reaches millions of people every year, with a small message on breastfeeding, a small message on how do you ethically use AI, it's a reach which no one in the social sector can achieve. So how do you use assets of businesses beyond cash? If you look at FMCG companies, they're really good in changing behaviors, right? You've been eating parathas and poha forever, and they'll make you eat cereals through their advertisements. So how can we use that expertise to change behavior in the social sector? Second is cash, CSR, and we are often talking about it. Third is employees. If we look at all the big businesses together, millions of people work there. So अपने घर में कैसे शुरू करें? How do we do basic health checkups for our employees and their spouses and family? Is anyone anemic? Can we give them iron tablets? Can we give them basic space for creche, for basic education, and then go to their community, their villages, and beyond? So how do we do the ACE card for businesses which goes beyond CSR? And part of that ACE card is within the business, because if you're bringing technology, you need to know how to handle that technology. Technology brings a lot of robust governance, decision-making, big data. And second, how do you use that ACE card for the sector outside?
Yeah, very good thoughts. Ratna, when I turn to you, there's one aspect that, two aspects that I'd maybe suggest that you look at. One is this whole business about democratization of AI. It can't be in the hands of a clique or a small few or just the intelligentsia using it for its own requirements. The second part is the cost of AI. A very quick look at what the data that Google gives us is that to create one LLM, I think the cost of creating ChatGPT 3 was something like 6 billion US, and it used about 3,300 megawatt hours of energy.
Yeah.
So, whereas on the one hand, we're talking about conservation, we're talking about natural resource management, we're talking about protecting the planet, and AI is supposed to help us to do that, to do our ESG better. We're actually consuming humongous quantums of the Earth's natural resources, plunging us God knows into what. I'm sorry to give you such a very broad this thing, but if you could just address these two.
Thank you, sir. So I think let's step back a little bit. One, of course, is the cost of AI, and cost not just monetary cost, but resource cost, time cost, human capital cost. The other aspect is, and I say this from a point where I work with education, and particularly in low resource schools. So standing back from where I can see, to me today, AI in the Indian context, whereas it's great for people on the supply side of things, I'm not so sure how good it is for people on the demand side of things, because pretty much like what happened with EdTech, there was this big bubble and everybody went overboard over the bubble and the bubble burst. And so from disruption finally settled sense, and now we're looking at EdTech from very different lenses with different use cases, and not in the euphoric way we were looking at it prior, when COVID was happening. And I think the same thing I can say for AI as well. To me, AI is not a genie in a box. It's not like he's going to pop out and solve everything, or she's going to pop out and solve everything. There are different use cases, there are different audiences, there are different levels of absorption capacity, right? Yeah. So which part of AI are we going to be talking about? Which part is effective and efficient for the population it is meant to serve? And having said that, I think with a great deal of caution, today's young population lives on the screen. Those screens are dangerous because they pick up what you are doing, and the algorithm keeps changing, like you were saying about the echo chamber, to keep showing you what you want. Yeah. And that starts forming aspirations, wants, other kind of things, and also a great deal of dissatisfaction if you don't see yourself going in that way. So to me, AI, I would look at as apart from, of course, the huge cost of resources, there's a need to look at it from use case perspectives, variability perspectives, and the populations it needs to serve. If we are going to treat it like this little magic box, which is going to solve everything, and everybody knows, particularly in places like HR, which is the base for any organization to start from, unconscious bias picked up by AI because the data points come from us, right? So the unconscious bias in AI is huge. So if you're going to sit back and let AI do your work for you, AI, for one thing, doesn't have your lived reality. AI can pick up data points, but where is it going to get the lived reality? Because he doesn't have my lived reality. That's number one. Two, bringing it into education. Great idea, but you don't have the time for teachers to learn and then teach. So it should be a place where you create a platform, they learn together. And then the next generation, maybe, these teachers can teach, etc. Thirdly, looking at the demography, we are one of the youngest countries in the world. And if, like Rahul was saying, by 2047, people are supposed to reach with, and firstly, I don't believe in dates. I don't think dates have ever worked, and history shown us that 1,000 times. But let's say for the sake of place markers, we keep dates. I don't see this sorting out itself so quickly, like from business use case, yes. From a commercial use case, yes. But from a people use case, from a learning use case, from an application use case, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, very thoughtful. I admit the fact that this whole idea of the lived reality, AI is picking up data points, but the experience that the human brings, the experiences that the human being has had, is obviously not reflective in the feedback that we're getting from any AI tool, right? And it is important for us to internalize that. The previous panel also spoke very feelingly about teachers. Students are coming in, let's presume for a minute. In rural areas, maybe students don't have that kind of access, but quite a lot of students have, AI access. And the teacher also needs to have that. Somebody said teachers don't have time to be given, skill development opportunities, but we need to make sure that they do. They are teaching. To whom? You cannot teach the taught, right? Therefore, teachers need to be ahead of the game. And in the new age of AI, particularly in the way we live, how do we upskill and upgrade the level of teachership, if I may call it that? So coming back to you, Madan, the fact that, human-centric AI, more and more we come to the fact that at some point, if we want to measure also social impact, then how do we get around to doing that without disturbing this ecosystem?
So one of the things we are attempting to do in the next few months is to visualize and try out what an ideal AI village must look like, right? So we are now picked up 10 districts, about 10 villages each across the country. And it's an interesting conceptualization that we are trying to...
just Mother, 1 second. This is very interesting. I'm asking you this because, say, even 2 or 3 years back, this concept of smart city.
Villages, smart villages, smart
not
cities,
villages,
cities.
Smart city. Indore must become the first smart city in the country, and so on and so forth. Now, suddenly we're saying smart means AI. So can we make it an AI village? I mean, look at the lexicon, the kind of words that we are now addressing, even consciously or unconsciously. And this is a huge experiment because we need, what shall I say, small examples at the microcosmic level. So if we do an AI village and have it as a model, and it's terrific that you're actually doing this. Very interested to know more, please.
Yeah, so quickly, we're trying to create 5 layers. One is, if you take a village of 10,000 pop as an example, would 4,000-5,000 people know what is AI and how to use it? It's like WhatsApp or Facebook or whatever, right? 2, do they know what are the harms and how do you protect yourselves, right? We know the rise in cybercrimes and AI is going to make it even worse, right? So do they know to protect what they have before they can earn from it? Third, and this is where some of the things that we've been talking about comes in, that are there 10 use cases for that specific village? Because India changes every 100 kilometers or whatever, right? That is putting money. So the question we're asking is, how can AI or this technology put 1,000 rupees more in the hands of a farmer? How can it help a kid learn math faster? How can it help a women entrepreneur get 10 more new customers for the artisanal products, right? So we picked up 10 to 15 use cases and saying, how is technology helping that village solve this particular problem? That is the third layer, where we are working with about 80 to 100 startups now in AI to say, can you solve for this problem in a very, very intuitive manner? The fourth layer that we are putting out is, can we then leverage youth in that community to become change makers? So with local government colleges, we are running agentic AI hackathons. We are exposing them to what does it take to build like a website? Can you build an agentic AI? And the last manifestation, which is what I want to bring up, is that, see, eventually it has to be a trust layer. You can't throw an app in a Play Store and say, a farmer go find it, right? So like how, I mean, you've seen that, how telecom democratized through PCOs, internet democratized through internet cafes. We are actually setting up an agentic AI cafe where a woman can come and say, listen, I want to teach better English to my kids. What do I use? There'll be an entrepreneur who will provision that app, help her to use it, take feedback.
And so taking that forward, Madan, and let me ask this to Shreya, since we're doing a last quick round. Do you think in all of this, the at-risk factor, if you look at it from the gender lens, are women more at risk, or other genders more at risk because of all of this that is overtaking us?
Yeah, there's enough research to prove that women lose out more on jobs, starting with loss of jobs, right? So the loss of jobs that the AI bubble is leading to is actually on the shoulders of AI. It's not exactly AI. It's bad management, it's bad planning, it's all of that. So who gets impacted most? Women. The maximum number of jobs lost in the last 10 years, if you were to look at the boom, has been the impact on women. And a lot of us don't know this. We don't even have Indian data, but for every child that a man has, he increases his salary from 7 to 9%. But every time a woman has a child, she loses her pay 4 to 7%. Right? So these are already existing parameters. And what is happening is it's getting exaggerated in the world of AI because of the data that all of us have been talking about. The data that's fed into AI is cis-het white, which is cisgendered, heteronormative, white. And we need to start having the intersections of reality from across the world, break that sort of echo chamber that's been created. Are women impacted more? Yes. War impacts more women. Women are more impacted by climate change. So what is the answer? There's a beautiful Ban Ki-moon quote which says, all of the problems of war, women, empowerment are all connected. So he says, then are the solutions connected too? And if you were to bring in the layer of technology, technology can be an excellent connector, enabler, empowerer, but we need to use it in that lens and from that lens.
Absolutely, yeah.
And for that, we need everybody. Like this conference is such a different scenario from 90% of the other tech conferences because there are 10% women everywhere, right? Yeah. You will see, when you have more of that representation around you, is when the world will start looking at the way we want it to be.
So yeah, Rahul, coming to that point exactly, if you want to take this sort of argument further, let's relate it more and more to the topic, which is about impact. Now, the way that businesses are trying to use technology more and more, what do you think is the next stage in being able to develop this, more at a granular level, let's say?
So I think I'm going to talk about the push-pull when you look at use of technology and the whole dichotomy of you have a technology and you push it out and then you start looking for problems to solve using that technology. Second is, where are the big, deep challenges which without technology is very difficult to solve or it's very expensive to solve? Like the gender issues or the vulnerable communities or hard to reach communities, last mile. So the next stage, how I would imagine would be so exciting, is to see where are these difficult problems where we can bring in technology, where we can bring in AI, which then goes deep into that problem and solves it. And solve it in a way that it moves the needle. From being pilots, there is always an underlying thinking of bringing evidence to scale it up and do it at a scale where the needle starts to move for some of the social indicators. And if India moves, the global SDGs moves. So that is where India has an opportunity to leapfrog. Even if you look at a simple thing like data, India is sitting on, and like any other country, massive data, massive. We have probably only scratched the surface and used our own intelligence to understand what are the insights hidden in that data. But imagine if we bring AI and technology, it probably has answers to so many challenges which we can't even imagine by just going into the data.
And that's precisely why AI now and AI maybe 1 year later when we're sitting here, you know, you were talking about AI attrition in some ways, and you were talking about the bubble. And it's surprising that, you know, when we were looking at this whole ideas of new technologies coming, 2 years back we were talking about suddenly the tech bubble is bursting. People don't want tech people anymore. And AI today is throwing a lot of people out of the job or jobs, and human beings might throw AI out of the window tomorrow. Who knows? So it's an ever-evolving scenario that we live in, and particularly in the education sector, you've been involved with that a lot. How are we going to think our way through all this? I mean, any thoughts on the future, immediate future?
Well, I think if you're looking at it from a child lens, that is basically children who are going from grades 1 to 12, which are the most formative years. A child learns, you know, maximum between the ages of 3 to 7, right? Now, those are the years you really need to impact. And honestly, if you use technology in a manner, and when I say technology, I also mean frugal innovation of technology, technology that is not linked to the internet, technology that is offline that, you know, children can use, because low resource schools really don't have a lot of access to a lot of resources. The best use case in a country like India, you know, 52 out of every 100 children in this country go to a government school, right? Now, if we are talking about our many trillion-dollar economies, if 52% of your children don't learn, and we are a young demography, we will never get there. So I think we should re-look at education. Today, you know, redefine what learning outcomes are. Today, any child can go to, even on a, you know, regular feature phone, go to a YouTube, go anywhere and learn things. Children are able to learn things. Do we need to revisit education, curriculum, syllabus, the way we do it today? How many of us in this room, how many of us really use what we graduated in, or what we did a master's or a PhD in later in life? Very few.
Thank
So
you,
I think we
Ratna.
need to relook
So
at
what we have now is 4 minutes and 43 seconds. If there are any of you who wish to contribute in any way to this discussion, whether by way of a viewpoint or by way of a question, I throw it open to the House now and would await anything from your side.
Hi, I'm Harleen, I'm from MASH. I have a question to Shreya.
Yes.
So I was reading this book by Payal Arora from Pessimism to Promise, and I've been reading a lot of texts. I think when she says we're all in a pessimism paralysis, I think I am when it comes to tech and AI. Just from a feminist perspective, right? So I think a lot of my work so far in the social impact sector, a lot of the empirical evidence also suggests that everyone right now is chasing, whether be it the social impact sector or businesses otherwise, we're all chasing tech and AI, right? And which is why I believe we're seeing these gaps that we're discussing right now.
In the interest of time, could I ask
Just
you to limit
one-
the question
take
very
one more
specifically?
From a very feminist perspective, what intervention would you suggest for us to get ahead of this horse that is running, you know, 10 steps ahead?
It starts
than we
with
can
self-work.
chase?
None of the work that we want to do in changing the world outside will change till you realize you're as much a part of the system that's constantly perpetuating this. So the pessimism, the optimism, the rainbow, the clouds, all of it is within. The more you go within, the more the answers of change outside will come to you. I think that is what is lacking in the world that we see
Yes,
today.
ma'am. Can we have the mic here, please?
So I'm just, again, a question to Shreya.
Yes, please, go ahead.
So in all of this discussion, the whole issue of the data set, I'm just wondering whether we could, you know, crunch it into 3 leading data points. 1, you know, how is the head of the household defined?
Yeah.
2, whose work counts as economic activity? And 3, who's seen as a rightful decision maker? Can we have, these three slotted as, the data?
Absolutely.
So
I think it's
that's more like a contribution to the discussion,
Yeah,
not so much a question.
not a question.
Could I have you, ma'am? Could you pass that mic on, please? Yeah. Yeah.
I just wanted to know how we are taking cognizance of the emotions when we are talking about technology. Are we going towards eliminating emotions in education, or we are concentrating that? I just wanted to
I think, ma'am, the answer is very simple. Emotions come from human beings. Machines are dehumanized. If you look at one of the main arms of artificial intelligence, it's called machine learning. The machine learns what? It learns facts, circumstances, figures, which altogether we call data. Now, if you are expecting the machine to say, your question is a difficult one because the last time that I fell in love with a girl, I had this experience, but then subsequently I had this, and because of all of that, I feel that I'm vulnerable. This will not come from a machine, right? It's a question. It'll put up answers based on the research that it has behind it. So again, I strongly believe in what you said, and what of course Madan also mentioned. It has to be humanistic. All of the tools that we use have to be human-centric. And what distinguishes us from the machine?
Yeah.
Let's look at the way that I play chess, for example. If I play chess with another human being, I know that given a situation, I am putting pressure, he might crumble because he is emotional. When I play against a machine, I know the machine is beyond, it's not going to crumble because the machine is not feeling any pressure. It's not a human being. And therefore, the interactivity between human and machine is conditioned on these factors. I'll end here because now I have exactly 5 seconds to go, and I want to tell the organizer that I finished with 5 seconds still in the pocket.
Perfect.
Thank you to the panelists. Terrific that you did such a good job, and wish you all the very best. Thank you.
I think with every thank you should also apologize for the timer. But thank you so much, sir. And thank you to all our panelists. And thank you, Dr. Chatterjee, for moderating that. Please, a picture as well, please. Devika, can you make it a 2-day event? Let go of the timer. Trust me, there's more pressure in looking at the timer than hosting. Once for them, please. Thank you so much. Chaliye ji, from this panel discussion, next it's a dialogue on the soul of impact, keeping humanity at the core of progress. Spotlight on ethics, on empathy and equity in a fast tech world. What does tech with a soul truly mean when in action? And to share their views, please join me in welcoming on stage our panelists. Our first, Ms. Meera Khanna, Trustee and President, the Guild of Service. Joining Ms. Khanna is Mr. Vishesh Gupta, Chairperson, Bharat Sukha Gakai, and this one will be chaired by Ms. Vasudhara Srivastav, Chief People Officer, AVPN. Let's please welcome them with your applause, everybody. 3 लोग आते हैं और सिर्फ 4 लोग ताली बजाते हैं, कैसे चलेगा? Thank you. हम exactly आपको खुद बजानी पड़ रही है, मैम. Don't we'll do that for you. आप सिर्फ टाइमर पे ध्यान दो, बाकी we'll take care. No, please. आइए.
So good afternoon. Very sleepy good afternoon. Yeah. So don't worry, we'll keep you all quite involved so that you get very, very interested in the discussion and the questions that I'm going to ask, because it is going to be a little tough on both me Meera and Vishesh. And there'll be some questions for you all also, so please have full attention this side. I was hearing the previous conversation, which was very interesting because Ratna also mentioned HR, and I'm Chief People Officer at AVPN. So it struck a note, and that reminds me to start with a story. There was an organization which used AI to start hiring. And trust me, we saved a lot of money. There was a lot of efficiencies, but a very disturbing trend came up. We realized a lot of good people in our own network were getting excluded because of that unconscious bias. And in that scenario, what do we do? So technology is not bad. Technology is based on all the human input that goes into it, and that's what it aggregates. So my question to Meera first is that this leads to a lot of ethical dilemma, and when you, in your experience, would have come across a situation where technology versus something which you probably were not comfortable with. So in this ethical dilemma, out of your experience, if you could share, what did you do?
Thank you, Vasudhara. First of all, I am not particularly in favor of the line tech with a soul. Let's accept tech does not have a soul. It does not have ethics, it doesn't have morals. Tech is only a tool. It's like expecting the scalpel on the surgeon's table to do what the surgeon would do. The scalpel is only a tool, as AI is. So I would rather put it as tech for a soul. How do we use the data? How do we use the data generated to create situations where we can address the vulnerabilities of marginalized sections, particularly women, since I'm a women's rights activist. Now, as far as the ethical dilemma happens, it happens. Definitely it happens, and I will take it from a personal experience. I have the privilege of being the co-founder of the International Treaty on Violence Against Women and Girls, and we are working with governments to get the CEDAW to turn the General Recommendation 35 into a standalone treaty or as a new optional protocol which governments can sign. Because let's face it, there is no international norm or standard for addressing violence against women and girls, even though it is the largest and most pervasive human right violation that happens. Now, in the course of making a pitch with governments across the world, you tend to use data, both anecdotal as well as empirical, to support the need for a treaty. Now, there comes the ethical issue. How much of the data can you use? Because if you're using anecdotal data, there is a privacy issue. Now, in the anecdotal data, there is always the temptation to give all the details. So, something that becomes gory can also be very vibrant. So do we need to use those details? How much of those details? Because if you use the detail, it's a catalyst, because you shock the person across, and the tendency to go for the pitch is higher. But at the same time, you are actually using that detail as an exhibitionism. It becomes an exhibit. So when a detail becomes an exhibit, you reduce the human value of that trauma. So that when any anecdotal or empirical data is reduced, then there is also a tendency to dehumanize that trauma. So there is always the ethical issue as to how much of the data can you use. And can I take a second example? The second example is a very funny example, in the sense the Guild of Service, in the name of its late founder chairperson Mohini Giri, we have started the Mohini Giri scholarships for young underprivileged women who are taking the 5-year degree in law. Now, when they fill in the application, they also have to give a statement of purpose. Now, invariably, the statement of purpose is written by ChatGPT. Well, now I have become very smart because I have found out that this is straight from the ChatGPT. You can make out. There's no soul. There is, like the previous panel said, there's no lived experience. Now, but these women are actually underprivileged, right? And because they come from an underprivileged background, they do not have the communication tools to write that statement of purpose. And so they use ChatGPT. So by the rule, we should disqualify them. But when we disqualify them, we are actually not taking into consideration their background. So what do you do in such a place? Well, we came up with a different solution. We ask them before the interview, we give them 10 minutes and ask them to write a statement of purpose there, right? So there, the lived experience comes in. The language is terrible, but at least the thought is there. So you have to find a way to navigate a space, to negotiate how to use the technology as a tool and not as a prime mover.
Thank you. So over to you, Vishesh. When have you personally felt uneasy about a technological or technology-related decision while you were running your business?
So first of all, I don't run a business. So what our organization is doing is activities in peace, culture, education, and sustainability. And contrary to what you are asking, we have been using technology to help these movements grow. For example, sustainability. Sustainability initiatives we launched in the year 2021 when COVID was going on across the globe. And at that time, we did an online start. And later, we developed a mobile app which has two very important features. And one is that it has a feed system where anyone who does an act of sustainability can put his picture or video in the feed so that all those who are registered on the app, they can see that feed and get inspiration from it. And because of that, we have been able to see the subscriptions multiplying. In the last 3 years, we have now had 15,000 subscriptions on the app. And the second thing is that it also has a carbon footprint calculator. So how much energy you use, how much fuel you spend on transport, etc. is also calculated on this. So while I'm talking about this app, I also know that there are many other apps available like this in the world. There are many platforms which do a similar thing. But what we are doing is that it has been developed in-house. And I have a technology background because I'm an engineer by qualification. So I have always used technology so that it can help the human progress to continue and to accelerate, rather than facing a situation where I was at crossroads and I thought that should I use this technology or not. As far as AI is concerned, as we heard in the previous panel, there are many challenges which come while using AI. For example, in our organization, we have an educators group who are educators teaching in various schools and universities across the country. And I was talking to a few of them day before yesterday, and they shared that now the culture in the schools, among the students especially, has grown from ABC to GPT, saying that most of the students are now using ChatGPT. But these educators said that one is that the onus is on them. What is it that they can teach the students? What kind of value system and culture they can inculcate in the life of the students? And second is that how they can help the students to improve their own creativity. Because as we heard in the previous panel, AI is dehumanized. It does not have feelings. It does not have emotions. But human creativity, which is human intelligence, is not artificial. It is real. And I think that is where the human intelligence will continue to score over AI. So I very strongly feel, in fact, I love this topic, which is the topic of today's discussion, that the technology has a soul as long as it helps humanity, as long as it helps human beings to feel happy and comfortable. Otherwise, technology, as Meera, you rightly said, is without a soul because it has no feelings. It is just supposed to do the job for which it is made for.
So we've heard two perspectives, one about ChatGPT and how it should be used or shouldn't be used, and the other is how we can use it to the best to promote creativity and take the human progress ahead. But I think here we have to pause and ask a harder question. A lot of outfall of technology does not come on dashboards. We don't see the results, and unintentionally, some get left behind. So, if keeping that lens, if you had to design a system or step back and redesign and keep the most vulnerable upfront, what is that one thing you'd like to change?
Vasudhara, like money is gendered, technology is also gendered. For example, when we have a data on the household income, at regular intervals, we are told that the household income is increasing. There is more disposable income, both in the urban and rural part of India. But what is missed out completely is that how gendered is that household income? The women who are living in that household, do they have access to that income? To say that the income of that household is there, but the access of the woman, and I'm particularly saying this because we work with the very vulnerable section, which are widows. There are more than 48 million widows in our country, which is the population of Switzerland, Sweden, Luxembourg, Belgium, Norway, Greenland, all put together. Now, the widow in a household, the household income is above average. But she has access only to the food and the shelter. Does she have access to the income? So the lived experiences of vulnerable sections and marginalized societies gets completely subsumed, which is why, when you talked about the HR, because the data that comes through technology is gendered, there's a stereotype bias. It is also gendered in terms of education, in terms of race. So when you are recruiting, you do not have the best material to recruit from. That is what happens with women. For example, not having access to technology, women do not get the disaster warnings. Many of the women are not able to escape from, say, a tsunami. And we particularly found this in places like Nagapattinam and where the tsunami hit. So my point is, how do we make the data representative of the large India? And I think at the last panel it was said, many Indias within India. And there is a woman's India which gets completely subsumed. So I would like to see technology that incorporates and factorizes the lived experiences of marginalized communities.
Thank you so much. That's a very interesting perspective because, again, we come back to who gets underrepresented. So from your thought and your reflection, what would you like to add to this?
What I would like to add is that education is the key. I think not just the underprivileged, we have to see that how we can improve access of technology to all the people in the country. And for a country like ours, as Meera said, and from the previous panel discussion, many Indias within India, we have to address each of these Indias in a different way, in a customized manner, so that we can educate people about technology and educate them what is the use and benefit of each technology. And unless and until we start this with school, we will not be able to take it forward. For example, in Bharat Sukha Gagai, the organization which I represent, we organize exhibitions which are talking about sustainability. And these exhibitions, largely we are focusing on school children, so that from that age they can understand that what is the power of one individual, how one individual, when awakened to the cause of sustainability, can make a difference. Because sustainability is all about our own sustainable human behavior. It is not about just having plastic collection drives and water management, waste management, etc. But if each person understands how they can live their life in a sustainable way from very early childhood, I think they can make a difference. Also, I have seen that child is the father of man, as they say. When children learn this in the school, they go back home and tell their parents that, you should not use shower to take bath, you should use a bucket. Or they will tell their mother how to optimize the use of water in the kitchen. And we have these live examples. So I feel that we have to increase awareness, we have to educate people. Be they educated already or they are uneducated and underprivileged. Education, I feel, for a country like ours is something which is the dire need of the day. And if we take care of this, then we can solve many problems which are there in our country.
I think that was a very practical example which you spoke about. When we talk of innovation, scalability, behind every breakthrough there is a shadow. Where again I'll come back to the ethical dilemma point. So if there is one practice, what is that one practice you would want normalized always in any innovation, anything we do, which should become like a DNA to anything that we do?
Vasudhara, before I answer that question, I also want to say that I don't want to paint this gloomy picture of technology, because in the work that we do, we of course use technology to a great extent, and I would give the example of the women, traditional women embroiders in Kashmir who do the Sozni and the Ari work, and we had given them training and then connected them through their phones to designers. With the result, we cut out the middleman completely, so they could work and directly sell it to the designer, and that was possible only because of technology. Now, this one practice that you asked for is 10 years back, a decade back, we used to invest into adult literacy. Now we have increased that course. From adult literacy, we go to digital literacy. The point is, I think one thing that has to be normalized everywhere, and I think Vishwesh will agree with me, in schools, in colleges, everywhere, is the correct use of technology, and also the discriminative vision, the discriminative capacity to see what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. I think in the previous panel there was this very tragic story of that young boy who committed suicide because of that. Clearly, because that discrimination is not there. So I think along with because technology is going to take over large parts of our lives. So we really have the due diligence to understand how do we make the best use of it and treat technology as a tool, and we don't become a slave to the technology. Because like he said, technology is without ethics and without a soul.
Yes.
So the awareness that we create, the kind of education that we create for our young adults on the right use of technology, more important is the discrimination.
Yes.
The Vivek.
The Vivek of technology.
The Vivek.
The interesting part about technology is that it is neutral. It doesn't have a bias. It's the data that we feed behind it which creates the trends, the algorithms. That's what makes a lot of difference. So any lived experience that you would like to share, which reinforces Mira's point of technology being neutral. As long as the right use is there, It is the most powerful thing that we can have.
Well, I think, when we are talking about the word technology, it can be very simple and it can be very complex. So we have AI now, AI tools, AI agents, which can come in a very complex way. But there are very few people who use these complex things. More and more people in our country, the way our country is, they are using simple things. And that is where one has to experience that how these simple things can change or transform their lives. One thing I can share is that, like in our organization, we have a lot of volunteer members. We have about 300,000 members all across the country. And one of the challenges we have had is that how, when a particular meeting or a gathering is happening in one city in India, how we can link up others in other parts of the country at a very low cost or almost zero cost. And this has been my wish and also challenge for a long time. And what we were able to do about 5 years ago, we found a very good software platform which does not need any hardware integration. It just sits on your laptop and anyone can click on a URL provided he has a good internet connectivity either from a mobile phone or a laptop or any other computer device and can link into the meeting which is going on in any part of the country. So generally in a meeting we have 10,000 to 30,000 members who attend in one go. And through this, what we are able to do, we are able to bring everyone on the same platform in real time. And I think this is one of the achievements which we have been able to put and record. And because of this, we have been able to move forward. So I feel that as far as technology is concerned, it also depends on who are the stakeholders who are involved in it. From a user perspective, it is important that we never lose sight of the common sense. With what common sense we are using the technology. Like these days we are talking about cybercrime, cyber fraud. But in 9 out of 10 cases, if you look back, you will realize that it was out of lack of common sense that someone became a victim of cybercrime and cyber fraud. And again, because of lack of awareness and education, having become a victim, one doesn't know what remedial action to take. But there's so many who are unaware of what can be done in order to retrieve the wealth one has lost because of cybercrime. And the other thing is that how we can continue to use technology for the benefit of humanity, which is the core topic today. If the human comfort and the human progress is at the center of inventing and using any technology, then the technology will continue to prosper. So like Dr. Bhaskar, you said in the previous panel that we don't know how things will evolve. There was a bubble, the bubble burst. Today we are talking of AI, but tomorrow human beings who invented AI will throw it out of the window. And today we are afraid that AI may not throw us out of the window. So we don't know what will happen. But I feel that if the human being is at the core of any invention and usage of technology, then technology will always be subservient to the human spirit and it will continue to serve the needs of human life.
So yes, we need to continue to keep the human at the core of everything. So just shifting a bit of gear, technology is also about access to technology in itself. And you were sharing about rural and reaching the last mile. So any thoughts around that?
Yes, Vasudhara, access to technology, of course, goes without saying that it has to be there. But on the other hand, the flip side is access to technology can also put you in a vulnerable scale. Yeah. You see, it's a double-sided thing. If you don't have access to technology, you're vulnerable. And if you have access to technology, also you're vulnerable. Because now traffickers are using the algorithms which they create out of massive data that they generate by looking at posts and Twitters and WhatsApp and YouTube. So from that, they make out what is the pattern. And also now, since I think all of us have a tendency to literally tell the world where we are, what we are eating, where are we going, whom are we meeting. So the technology has invaded into every corner of our home. And that brings me to the original point. how to teach ourselves, in fact, the whole of this country, as to how to use technology in a safe manner. Because across the world now, trafficking has also started using technology. And out of all the human beings trafficked, 98% are women and girls. So not having access to technologies is vulnerable, but having access is even more vulnerable. So again, the point is, how do we?
The guardrails that need to be around technology to make it impactful.
See, it's a very tough call. One, access to technology has to be democratized. But when you democratize it, you also have to have the guardrails, like you said. It's like a freedom. Freedom without a sense of responsibility is wildness. So technology without having the discriminative sense can be the most dangerous, can put you into the most dangerous position.
Thank you. What is that one value? You shared your background is an engineer. So what is that one value you would design into systems from day one to try and mitigate a lot of risks that we've been talking about?
Well, mitigating risk is another dimension altogether, but I would like to say it in simple words that any technology we use and the user who is using the technology, if it brings a smile on his face and he can say Eureka, then it's a wonderful thing. I'll give you a very small example. When iPhone came for the first time, at least when I used it for the first time, way back in 2007, 2008, it brought so much of smile on my face. I had never seen a device which I can touch with my finger and I can zoom it and zoom out and things like that. So I think any technological advancement, as I said earlier, has to be keeping the human being in the center. It has to be human-centric. It has to cherish that one person for whom the technology is made. Yeah, it has to sing a song in the heart of the human being. Otherwise, technology has really no advantage. And this is not abstract. You look at various technologies, they have been able to success and proliferate only where they have helped human progress, which is the topic today. Otherwise, the technologies will die out because so many things are invented and churned out day after day, but they are not able to see the light of the day, or they see light for a few days. But only technologies which are moving forward are the ones which are really bringing joy and happiness to people. Mobile telephony is one of them, I would say.
Mobile has definitely made us too accessible. I get it all the time. कहाँ पे हो? बस elevator में हूँ. I don't know elevator में है, घर पे है या कहाँ है the person,
Elevator में भी हो नहीं सकता, वो
coverage नहीं रहती, but a lot of times you'll get that, So, progress with humanity, as I gather, is intentional, it is designed, and it is not by default and can't be thought about it later. So just a closing thought, maybe I'll ask Vishesh first now, a closing thought for all of us that you'd like us to take away as a future commitment.
I would like to say that depends on the stakeholders. As far as the users are concerned, as I just said, that they would like to see how technology can benefit them. And of course, those who are inventing technology, they have to look at it as a business case. And the governments, they have to see how the regulatory framework can be strong. Because when we are talking of technologies like AI, which apparently has no boundaries, regulatory framework becomes very critical. So recently the data protection bill has been announced and rules and regulations are yet to be announced and coming into force, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussion, probably upheaval on that. But that is something required. In what form and manner, that time will tell. But I think how different stakeholders look at technology, and more importantly, they play their part again to aid human progress. Whether you are user, you are inventor, or you are the government, or any other capacity. We have to see that in our own capacity, what is it that we can do for the entire mankind? That's the core, I would like to say.
From your side.
I'm going back to your first sentence, that technology per se is not bad. It is how we use it. I have this very funny story about a textbook which showed the man as driving the tractor, and it was for the children, and the woman sitting on the ground and cooking. So it was put into the ChatGPT to make it more gender neutral, and it went the other way. It showed the woman driving the tractor and the man sitting on the floor and cooking. None of it really reflects the lived experience. So technology really gives you how you ask. What the same question framed to ChatGPT in 3 different ways will give you 3 different responses, even though the reality is one. It's always what is the question you're putting in and what is your intention. So the technology changes. So that brings us back to the first point, is how we use it. In every invention that human civilization has brought in, has depended upon how we use it. When we had the sonogram, it was misused and abused to become a tool for female feticide. So the usage. So ultimately, it is we humans who are the prime movers and the catalysts of using technology for the benefit of mankind, as Vishwesh said. So the onus is on us, not on technology.
Thank you. Time's up. Time's up. Yes, thank you for sharing your thoughts and your lived experiences. It makes it very real for us about everything that we talk about. So I would just leave all of us with this one thought, that it's a personal choice that we are taking every day with respect to technology. Technology is neutral. We need to make the right choice.
And thank you for being such a great moderator. You brought out all the meat out of us.
Yeah, thank you, Vasudha. Thank you very much. And thanks to all of you in the audience for listening to us.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists. The picture, please. And thank you, ma'am, for moderating that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Chaliye, the next one. From a dialogue, we move to a trilogue. The previous one was on the soul of impact. This one is on the future of social capital, funding impact in the AI age. Spotlight on how impact investors, CSR funds, and philanthropists foresee technology shaping the new funding landscape. To share their views on the same, yes, please welcome to the stage our panelists. The first, Ms. Preeta Dutt, Chairperson, Center for Gender Equality and Inclusive Leadership, and also founder of Miraboy's Net. Joining Ms. Dutt is Dr. Y. Suresh Reddy, Director, SRF Foundation. Joining them is Ms. Mansi C. Kaldra, Head, Resource Mobilization and Donor Partnerships, Digital Green. And this one will be chaired by Mr. Madan Padaki, Co-founder and Managing Trustee, Head Held High Foundation. Let's please welcome them with your applause, everybody. Thank you to the two consistent friends of ours.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Lovely to be back here again in the moderator's seat. I don't have to do the heavy lifting. I have a wonderful panel to help us do this. In the interest of time, trying to read the topic itself may take the next couple of minutes, so we will. The beauty of the topic is that it gives us a fair amount of latitude for all of us to share perspectives, but we were also thinking of making it a little bit more provocative. But maybe just to, listening to all the conversations, I'm reminded of an old, this is one of the stories from the Arabian Nights or something, where Nasiruddin Hoja is asked to moderate two people fighting with each other, and he says, you are right, and he looks, how can you tell him that you are right, I'm also right? He says, you're also right, and the third guy comes and says, how can you say both of you are right? He says, you're also right. Maybe the conversation around AI reminds us of that AI can be used for good, AI is bad, and can be used to wreak havoc, and maybe anybody who contests, both of that is also right. So in this perspective, I would love to, especially around, if you were to look at the funding landscape and what we as philanthropists, investors, and CSR at the intersection were to do to really make technology work for the betterment of humanity, it'd be wonderful to just get your opening comments for about 4 to 5 minutes each, and then we will do a round of questions. So, Prita, maybe start with you.
All my knowledge of AI is can be captured in 4 seconds. I'm learning about AI only recently, and I'm very, very excited by that. Hallucination, guardrails, lived reality, agentic AI. All I can say, it's I've got all the right buzzwords. But, yes, something exciting is happening. I closed the .com industry. I take credit for closing it globally. Yeah. So whenever you get me on talking about it, I always worry. Because I think the previous somebody said I think Bhaskar talked about the fact that maybe it just closed up, maybe it's a bubble. But having said that, I think I understand it from a user and what it can do. I spent last night at a hospital, not a pleasant thing to do. And I watched the board which says, EWS beds, 15 critical beds, none available. 23 non-critical beds, 8 filled, 15 vacancies. And I'm thinking, 15 vacancies in a place like Delhi, why are these beds not filled? With all this talk of AI, how can we use this data to be able to reach out? I can think of so many people who would probably need that bed. So what data sets do you use? What kind of other whether it is the Pradhan Mantri insurance scheme or whatever, to make sure that it is reaching. How does even a poor person know that there is a bed available here? So to me, that is fundamental, that we are still not able to kind of do that. Having said that, if I look at it from an investor, an impact funder, somebody whose work at XLRI, we kind of do research work in these areas. I think 3 interesting things are happening. One is, whether you call it AI or technology or data, I think we now have an opportunity to do insightful work on projects. Yeah. So, for example, education, and a lot of people here, I know, and a good friend Mamta is here. In spite of a lot of work being done in education, learning outcomes year on year, we hear learning outcomes are still kind of where they are. We are interested in improving learning outcomes for tribal students, particularly also because XLRI started in Jamshedpur. And we're trying to see what really is that factor which will help improve that learning outcome. We've got several models, whether it is teacher training, whether it is parent-teacher association, whether it is infrastructure, whether it is the tribal residential Eklavya model schools, whether it is nutrition. How do I use AI to kind of narrow down and see what will make the maximum impact? And I think that's a huge opportunity that I find investors, impact funders, researchers, and all of us can kind of do. The second is in implementation, per se. Just a simple thing, and we are using for work that we're doing with the state government. Previously, what would have taken a lot of time to do ground surveys, field surveys, in finding out what women are doing at, in terms of their business in SHGs, we now have an AI ML model that in about 10 seconds, it's a set of 13 questions developed in association with not in association, but under guidance of Professor Richard Thaler, the Nobel Prize winner for nudge theory, which assesses in about 15, 20 questions non-cognitive behavior with 98% accuracy on whether you have entrepreneurial abilities, and categorizes it into champion, master, rookie. So what it does now, suddenly what would have taken surveys and field, whatever, you're now using technology for implementation. And the third is in terms of monitoring and evaluation. And again, you can get much more insightful reports, etc., etc. So that's what I believe are my thoughts on this. Don't ask me about AI though.
Maybe you didn't talk about AI, you talked about 3I, right? Which is insights, implementation, and impact, which is fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you,
Dr.
Madan.
Suresh.
So we are talking about the AI everywhere. I am not talking about either it's good or bad, but how we are prepared to adapt it. That is the question. This early morning, just I was reading the Economic Times newspaper. There is a small article. They showed the depicting the American society, how much time it takes to adapt the new technology. Starting with the fridge, I'm talking about 1930s and kind of thing. It took almost 50, 60 years to reach the 100% saturation. Then a vacuum cleaner, let's talking about. Then we come to the recent past, we're talking about the feature phone, how much time it take. And the internet, now the smartphone, now we're talking about the AI. In all these technologies, these are the evolving technologies. So the adaptation is very steep. It's not, the curve is not like cross linear kind of, it's a very steep, straight curve kind of thing. So soon, maybe next 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, is inevitable that whoever is not literate with the AI kind of thing, they're outdated. So we talk adult literacy in terms of the reading, writing numbers, then digital literacy, now AI literacy. So if that is the inevitable, and everybody should be familiar with that. And come to the how the social capital, the future of social capital in India, in the AI age, we're talking about. Here, social capital technologies, AI is one is adding element here. Before that, today people talk about for social impact, you are just only the CSR is the only one source of funding talking about. CSR is one of the many things are there, but people are familiar with the CSR, but not familiar with the impact bonds, or it is the social stock exchange, or blended finance, or high net worth H&I contributions, retail source of contributions kind of thing. So still people are struggling to access the resources from these sources, and on top of that, now AI came into the picture. So from this point of view, how well we prepared ourselves as somebody who is part of the any CSO organization's point of view, how we prepared well to leverage whatever happening there, and whether as an organization, I am part of this organization, what are the impact I am making through my organization, am I ready to leverage these things? If we reflect ourselves, then we see that where we are, and then it helps you to what steps you have to initiate and kind of thing. As of today, the CSR is just 1/3 of contributions out of the, for example, H&I contributions or the retail contributions, more than 1,20,000 crores, 20,000 crores is coming up there. So we are talking about only 34,000 crores of the CSR, remaining we are not talking about much. So now we have to, how to access those things, and especially in AI point of view, it is going to be a game changer. So it is not a relationship-based kind of resource access kind of thing. If I know you, you know me, then can we do together one project and kind of thing. So here it is like a metro bias at maybe, because relationship, you are building the partnerships and kind of thing. And AI comes there, it is a data-driven, whether you are in metro or in a rural area and kind of thing. So they can access the capital, the kind of thing. At the same time, those who are funding the social entrepreneurs innovations kind of thing, they also can verify the data specific to the capital goal, where they want to invest that money kind of thing, which are the targeted audience for that, where they are there kind of thing. So they can take the informed decisions kind of thing. It is going to be more the predictive outcomes or predictive impact one can make the kind of thing. And also AI going to be help you as a matchmaking. So the matchmaking not depend. Earlier, if you want to get married, you have to depend somebody else. Can you find girl for me? Can you find a boy for me? Now that matrimonial websites have come there, I'm not sure that it's there, good or bad, but it's a possibility is there where you can able to find sitting at your home in your room kind of thing, not depending anybody. Like you are ordering the Swiggy or Zomato, all those sitting at home. So like that, AI is a platform, as a tool for both for the funders, both for the social innovators, the entrepreneurs kind of thing. So how we can leverage that? That is the
wonderful.
Thank you.
Beautifully said. No, in fact, as both of you were speaking, I was just reflecting on this. I think it is attributed to Peter Drucker, who said the future is when technology seems like magic, and decisions are instantaneous, right? What you're also talking about is that, you know, the power of AI was actually in the Boston AI Week a couple of months ago, and the overwhelming consensus was that AI is at the same stage where web was in early 2000s or late 99s, 2000. We're only scratching the surface. But what took 15 years for the web to evolve will probably evolve, AI will evolve in 3 years with its own boom-bust cycles. So to what you're talking about is that, one, there is the power of AI that is developing exponentially, but to also to say what is the impact and what is the intent that we want the tool to use, and can we work backwards from that? And like, you know, we had a situation in Bangalore where they dug the underground tunnel, and the tunnel kind of, when we dug it from both sides, there was a mismatch for a few centimeters, right? So we just need to make sure that it connects well, right? When both of these things happen. So in that context, Mansi, with all the fantastic work that you're doing at Digital Green, the name says it all. Would love to hear about your experiences on really leveraging the power, and also you had resource mobilization and donors. What are you hearing from the donors and the global philanthropic networks about the use of AI, especially for such a critical area as agriculture?
Thanks, Madan. I think just to add on to that point of yours, wherein there was a mismatch in Bangalore of that underground thing, I think it's the same in Mumbai as well.
So that flyover, right?
The flyover.
You guys copied it.
Yeah, maybe the same engineers,
Yeah.
you know. So yeah, I think very interestingly, you know, if we look at you know, the age of AI right now, and especially taking it from Suresh about the social capital that we would want to actually talk about today. What I understand, and probably I would like to, in fact, you know, start with a simple reminder is, you know, social capital is fundamentally about trust. Trust between communities, between institutions, between funders. And that trust is something which I think technology is not really replacing, but reshaping in terms of building the trust, sustaining that trust, and also probably scaling that trust. Connecting it back with Digital Green as such, you know, we've worked in the space, in the AgTech space as such for 17 years now. We've worked with smallholder farmers, with women collectives, with you know, frontline workers, in fact, FPOs and all kinds of stakeholders as such. What we really understand is impact can be the strongest when you know, the recipients or the beneficiaries are not just the recipients of the technology or the solution, but they're actually real contributors into the technology. So taking it forward, you know, that's how Farmer Chat was actually shaped. Farmer Chat as a platform, as a you know, technology, you know, it started with actually connecting with the farmers, understanding what their questions are, understanding what challenges they're coming across. Through those inputs, building the platform further so that we're able to provide the right kind of solutions. Now, how does this connect with funders? You know, for funders, like I mentioned earlier as well, you know, they become a part of that entire evaluation process, right, while the project is being implemented. So maybe within days, they are able to see what kind of questions the farmers are asking, what is the kind of information that they need, where does the funding really need to go. So the impact and the funding actually is aligned very well. And they don't really need to wait for a report at the end of the project cycle to actually determine what the course correction has to be or what way should we really go forward. While we talk about understanding impact and the funders, I think it is important to also look at measurement. So while AI provides opportunity to, probably track data and give us fantastic dashboards, but what is important is to look at the social capital angle here, because measurement will also come from the angle of inclusion, trust, and ensuring that the technology actually reaches the last mile. So I think those were few points which I would like to talk about from a funder's point of view. And lastly, while we look at changing landscape of AI, the capital and the fundraising, dynamics have also been changing. So moving from maybe a static project to a more adaptive or a dynamic project, and also maybe, I would say initial philanthropies basically support the risk factor, when you start with something like an AI or a technology. CSR funding actually supports the overall systemic aspect.
Right.
Impact funding is something which actually helps you take that entire proven solution to a scale. And that is where actually the entire blended finance aspect comes in, when you have all these aspects, proven, and then you move into a blended
So
finance.
it's almost like a continuum and a relay race
Absolutely.
that should ideally sync up. Super. So we have another 8.5 minutes, and this is a question that we haven't discussed. I'm going to just throw this curveball at you. Assuming that, and this is all about shaping the new funding landscape, and assuming that we have truckloads of money, so let's make that assumption for the next 9 minutes. So if each of us had, let's say, 1,000 crores to deploy now, okay, and I'm speaking of a large number because India needs that kind of numbers.
Who is giving that funding?
That we'll figure out. What would you do, where would you deploy that and why?
And I can take a global landscape.
You can take a global landscape.
Okay, so I'll take two. One really is, and maybe that might happen, so I'll need 300 crores for that. Okay. The rest for that global solution.
All of us are feeling very rich, by the way.
He's mentioned a figure. So honestly, my work in Mera Business is with women from low and middle income background. And we talk of the same issues, lack of access to finance, lack of access to market. To me, the dream is if this woman from Purulia or Jhansi or Bankura or Nalagonda or anywhere, her market is not limited to just her area or her state or India, but she's able to go global. And how can AI be able to kind of make that happen? Because the aspirations are immense, the markets are there. So that's something we kind of, in a very, very small manner doing it in, but I'm delighted if you give me 300 crores, we'll do that. Thank you. For the rest, and this is like, it's a wishful thinking. The more the world is coming together because of technology and whatever, the more the world is becoming distant from each other. We have barriers and schisms and people hating each other and people whatever. Can I develop a compatibility quotient? So if I'm meeting somebody from another race, culture, country, religion, food habits, whatever, I'm able to first find out what is it that we are alike in, so that my barriers of what are the differences drop, I first get the similarities first. So tell me when and ready to start.
Super.
Thank you.
I'll sign a blank check.
Thank you.
Yeah. It'll be totally blank. But wonderful ideas. I love both, especially the second one about technology sometimes divides us. We need to find more commonalities than differences.
1,000 crores is a small amount. For
There
a
we
big
go.
country.
We have the money.
Yeah,
like
it's a
that,
big
yeah.
country like India.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you see human development, talking about either it is education, or health, or sanitation, drinking water, women empowerment, whatever the theme we can choose and kind of thing. Since I am very much involved with education and the skilling space.
Right.
So again, one more time, just to give you a reference of. So again, today's newspaper talking about how women empowered in rural areas, especially because of the direct beneficiary transfer, the fund transfer. So in last few years' time, one state to 15 states adopted this scheme kind of thing. The dynamics of the role of the women at home has changed. So it's not just only the educated girls are today they are on par with the boys and kind of things, regulated in society kind of thing. So here that money empowering them where there is no intermediary between, just a fraction of a second it reaches them and they have the decision-making power. So in the case of 1,000 crores we are talking about, if it's today's context, the government schools in the country, there are 15 lakh total schools, out of which around 10 to 11 lakhs are the government schools talking about. So they are like nobody's babies in terms of many reasons point of view. If we want to promote the quality of education, at the same time we want to promote the innovations. It is not you prescribe, tell you do this kind of thing. So you decide what suitable for your context kind of thing. So you can transfer 1,000 crore rupees, so it's, I said, small amount for the 10, 11 lakhs schools point of view. And give that time for them, 5 to 6 months time, just to come up with what is the innovative idea, how you transfer, how you use this amount, leverage local resources as well kind of thing. What is the innovation? You can showcase those things. It will be example for the world.
Beautiful. So you're saying you will put more and all the money on fostering innovation and entrepreneurial thinking in school kids, especially in government schools. Fantastic. I'll add some more money to that as well, but absolutely makes sense.
Maybe I would start with Suresh. If 1,000 crores is a small amount, all our bank accounts are open for that. So why don't you transfer some? But yeah, I mean, if I look at what we are looking at as an ambition at Digital Green, we've already started working on something which is more like a digital public infrastructure, like an agriculture ecosystem, wherein multiple stakeholders, including government and agri-tech providers, in fact funders, local institutions, if all these different players and stakeholders can come on one platform and look into an interoperability aspect from that end. So for example, we've started this wherein the farmers on the application were actually looking for government schemes and information around the policies. Since of course our Haq Darshak already had a platform which had all this information available on the platform, we did not really create a separate institution or a platform as such. We integrated their APIs into the platform, and now the farmers can actually access that through Haq Darshak's platform. So we're looking at actually a lot of such partners who can come together, come up with interoperable solutions so that this does not become a private tool as such, it becomes more like a public ecosystem.
Wonderful. No, that's fantastic. And for whatever is left after all the 1,000 crores have been done, my dream is that can we really create 100,000 rural youth as entrepreneurs, as AI entrepreneurs who will pledge and say, listen, I'm going to take the benefits of this new technology to 1,000 people each. So the multiplier effect of reaching 100 million people who can become exemplars of usage for this new tech through a trusted network is where I will put money. What we'll need is this group to kind of fork up 4,000 or 5,000 crores, but I think intent is what matters. If we can really wish that each of these will come true, I'm sure as a group we will make it happen. So on that note, wonderful to be here. We are winding up just on time with a minute to spare. We will keep it up for the evening ceremony so that we can clap more. But lovely being here and thank you so much. I think my wish is that let us make all of these dreams come true and do whatever it takes to make it happen because we need it, right? So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. A picture, please. Thank you, Matan, for moderating that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Chaliye, with that, it is now time for our next and our last fireside chat for the day. Surely the next one, it is on accessibility isn't charity. It is India's $1 trillion GDP booster. Spotlight on enabling inclusive infrastructure, workforce participation, and also barrier-free innovation. India unlocks massive gains in productivity, in consumer expansion, and also in national competitiveness. To share the views on the same, let's please welcome to the stage with all of you, Ms. Sminu Jindal, Managing Director, Jindal Saw Limited, and also Founder, Chairperson of Swayam, along with Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business Fund and Founder of the Exchange for Media Group. You know, I personally feel with the kind of experience walking up and gracing us this very stage, चार लोग ताली बजाएं वो ठीक नहीं होगा.
You can give Ms. Jindal a bigger round of applause, yaar.
Thank you so much.
Whichever way, don't have to have this. First of all, thank you for being here, and we've been talking about various things since morning, which have a social impact. Businesses are about social impact, but Swayam is special, right? Accessibility is something that we are sensitive to, but in your case, you have been able to take action to be able to change lives of other people through Swayam. So give us a sense of how did Swayam come into being, and what is the impact it is making? Give us some anecdotes.
Do you want me to share my journey with you?
Yes, I am aware, I have, but for the audience, I'm sure they're also aware, but just to contextualize the work that you do at Swayam, why don't you share how the genesis of Swayam happened, the journey of Swayam?
Firstly, thank you so much for having me here. For me, I met with a car accident when I was 11, and I honestly thought throughout my school journey, my college SRCC, my MBA, I thought I was the only one in the whole world to be on a wheelchair in India, specifically in the third world countries. Not so much in US, because I saw few people there in UK, but I thought in India I was the only one. But life is beautiful. You meet a lot of people on the way, and I met a lot during my journey of becoming a business person also. And that's when I realized, because like you rightly said, I'm very sensitive to this topic, because I suffer the inaccessibility a lot more, and therefore I notice those small things that possibly other people don't notice. So I realized it's just not me that who actually struggles with accessibility. It is all of us. It's different periods, different points of time. Like I may have a broken bone as a kid. I need accessibility. As I grow older, my body grows older, I need accessibility. If I have an eyesight issue, then my accessibility tool is my glasses.
Sure.
You know, it's accessibility actually affects each one of us. Women with stilettos, they don't really have a disability. They need accessibility when they have to walk on cobbled pathways, when you have to walk on a beach. Most of us work in an industrial and a very business-like environment. We are supposed to wear heels. And that's when I realized that each one of us need accessibility, but we probably don't know how to verbalize that need. And that is why Swayam came into being. Initially, I also thought it was a very disability-oriented topic, But the government does a lot of good job for all of us, but we don't know as a common man. So we started work there, but then we felt, despite us giving information of early child intervention, we were also talking about a job portal, we were talking about marriage portal, things still didn't happen, because that's when I realized the whole infrastructure and the transport systems around us are so anti anybody with any kind of reduced mobility that it is very difficult for them to reach places. And therefore, in 2007, Swayam started to do a lot of work around infrastructure and transport. We realized there are no policies, there are no rules that people can break and we can make them accountable. So we started with policies. So it's been a long, long journey. We've just celebrated and completed 25 years of existence. And
Give Swayam and Ms. Jindal a big round of applause.
Thank you. But not so much of an applause when it comes to me, because I thought in a year's time I will make India accessible, and in about 2 years the world. So youth has its own optimism, and that's when I realized that there's a long, long way for us to go. We've done work in every area: heritage, we've done work with transport like buses, airways. We were the ones who were instrumental in bringing in the first ever DGCA rules for carriage of persons with reduced mobility. We've done a lot of work there, but it's still such a long way from where we want to reach.
In fact, that gives me a segue to my next question. You started 25 years back in terms of SWAYAM. What has changed? Give me positive. Of course, there's a lot of work to do, and I keep saying in life the two most important words are efforts and hope. कोशिश और उम्मीद. अगर आप कोशिश करते रहे और उम्मीद रखें तो your target of making India and every Indian who needs access and equalization in terms of access will happen. In the world, it's a huge thing. I think on 2nd December, or 1st December, 3rd December, we celebrate.
That's a disability day.
Disability.
There is no accessibility day.
So again, we have to look at it from a framework of accessibility. So what has changed in 25 years? Give me some positive, change that has happened because of the work Swayam has done and overall sensitiveness of people in this field.
Yes, for sure. The biggest changes today, we have business world talking to me about it without me having to push you to talk to me about it. There are so many people out there that are listening to me today.
And kudos to Devika for curating this in the agenda.
Thank
and
you,
today the
Devika.
whole agenda has been brought in people like we have Dr. Deepika Narayan Bhadwa. She talks about men's rights, what she is doing in the men's rights domain. Today you're talking of accessibility. So I would love to hear some of the inputs that you're giving on the change that has happened.
So people are becoming more aware of this topic. I really feel that awareness is the biggest culprit here. We all go through it, we don't realize it till it's hit us. And sometimes it might hit us when we are no longer in a position of power. And that's what people are realizing about it, and they're talking about it. Accessibility was always kept under disability. It's not disability. It's it's not understood well. Accessibility is something that we all need. If we look at the pedestrian pathways around us, you'd realize that after every 7 steps, you either have to go down, go up, something is missing. I don't know how many of you remember as kids going and getting doodh ka packet without having to take out your car. Can we really do it? No. Can we teach our children how to ride bicycle? No. We can't do any of it because things are not accessible.
Sure.
Slowly, I think the whole consciousness is rising about not being caged in golden cages. COVID has taught us that no amount of internet replaces real friends, going out, meeting people, getting out there, moving around. COVID taught us that. So we are the generation that has become more woke after COVID to understand the difficulties of people who are now supposed to be in their houses, probably only in their rooms, for the rest of their lives, and longevity of all of us living to a near 70 or an 80 is making it even more exacerbated than what it should really be.
Absolutely. I keep saying, Ms. Jindal, that the more the value of internet grows, technology, our assimilation of technology, the more the value of human touch. We could have done this through Zoom. You've made the effort to come all the way from, and we're sitting across doing it. Look at in the hospitality domain, look at in the concert economy, look at in the number of conferences. So I think in every domain, what you're saying can be experienced and felt. You know, one of the things is how we design our buildings. I was at a conversation on accessibility 10 odd years back in our HR community, and how we design our buildings, you know, and I'm not just talking of private buildings, but government buildings, and how we design our amphitheaters, how we design places where we collect. Has that changed significantly in the last decade?
Well, awareness is getting arisen out there, but still, I would not say really that a lot of things are changing even now, because there are a lot of architects who actually don't know how to make things accessible. As a common man, I go to an architect to help me make my home accessible, toilets accessible. There is very little knowledge around it. And that is what SWAYAM tries to do, is raise awareness. And that is why I'm there at every platform where I get an opportunity to really talk about this subject, because accessibility is not really charity. People talk about accessibility as a cost. It's not a cost. If we slip in the bathroom, the hip replacement will be a far greater cost than just putting anti-slip tiles, having a grab bar. All Indians use oil. And to not have anti-slip tiles is really criminal for our own selves.
Sure.
So accessibility is not really charity. It is actually an investment for a better tomorrow. You'd be surprised, we'd gone to rural India. We wanted to talk about accessible family toilets. And because we were able to explain to them what exactly is the whole concept, we've had villagers come, take a loan from an institute, build a toilet that will help them tomorrow. If rural India can look at it as a positive engagement, I think urban Indians should really strive for it and talk about it. Let the political parties put it in their manifestos, because this is something we all need. When we say we need water, we need clean water.
Absolutely.
And when we say we need roads, we want them to be accessible roads, not something that only a few of us can transverse on it.
Sorry, I know the conversation is about SWAYAM and accessibility, but considering what you said, let me ask you, I keep saying we're getting more affluent, but our quality of lives is not necessarily improving. You can live in the most expensive condo, but if the air is democratizing it for everyone in a negative way, or the quality, of course, the number of cars on roads has grown, right? Hence, it takes much more time and there's traffic. What do you have to say about the state of urban infrastructure in India? Is there ever going to be light at the end of the tunnel, Dr. Chatterjee?
Well, it's a very forward-looking statement, quite honestly, but everything is linked. If I start riding my bicycle feeling safe, I reduce carbon footprint.
Sure.
If we look at hospitality as an industry, I really want to talk about it as an investment. We worked with ASI, and in 2008, we made Qutub accessible.
ASI, I'm sure it means the Archaeological Survey of India. Of course, I got it.
So we worked with them. It took us 200 visits to the same building to make Qutub accessible. Qutub was the very first World Heritage Site all across India to have been allowed for making it accessible. Once we did that job, we had 20 MP parliamentarian committee come in with Sitaram Yechuri sir to say an okay for that to have started in other sites. And Qutub's income in about 2011 surpassed the income put together earned from Red Fort and Humayun's tomb. That's where I realized that accessibility creates investment opportunity. Just imagine, we all travel as a family to a hotel for a holiday. How many of us actually have to cancel plans because my grandmother can't go to a beach? I don't like mountains because they're very rough on my hands when I drive my wheelchair. There are umpteen such examples that I can give you where tourism loses out on earning money. Anyways, people with any kind of reduced mobility do spend a little bit more than an average person. Still, because of no accessibility, one can't travel. Religious tourism is big in India.
Sure.
But when we travel, we are much older. We need better facilities. So tourism itself is losing a huge amount of like at least $500 billion right there. There are foreigners who travel who are elderly. They do not like to be vulnerable, and sometimes they go back to their country and say, you can't travel to India because it is not accessible. With the Commonwealth Games coming, we all know para athletes will come from around the world. They come to a destination like India, they want to see, savor the culture, the beauty of India. But can they really travel? Is there last mile connectivity from the metro stations to the places we want to go to? Are our buses accessible? Can we look at our trains, our railways to be made accessible? So there's a long way to go, but all this creates economic opportunity. And that's what we had done on 6th of November. We showcased how accessibility actually is an investment opportunity that is being missed by the country as a whole.
Fantastic. By the way, at Business World, we also publish BW Hotelier, which is, with all humility, the #1 editorial platform aspirationally. And we do a huge event on an IP where we have 800 general managers and we have everyone who matters in hospitality. We did it this year in October, I think. This year in September, last year in October. So I will make sure that I do write a mail to my editor and the person who heads it. Now let me also, you brought in, I have a different take, while you're doing the right thing by saying that disability will also result into ROI, right? I think a lot of things that we do don't have to have ROI, right? I understand we're talking in a Business World Forum. Not everything needs to have an ROI. Like I meet everyone I know. Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee's birthday is 9th September. I meet anyone, I ask them when their birthday. And people ask me, so why do you know? I do follow astrology and colors. I'm wearing green on Wednesday, all that I follow. But I don't do it. It's my hobby. I'm a quizzer, right? So I like to do this because, so not everything needs to have an ROI for ROI, right? I think it's sometimes our basic human responsibility to be able to make accessibility really mainstream, so to say, and make it part of everything that we do and think from the point of view of people who are, let's say, specially abled or are disadvantaged, as you say, on ability. So it doesn't have to result into an ROI, but it will result into an ROI. That's an added bonus, it's an added incentive, it will pay for it. Yesterday we had our emerging, and there was Dr. S. Ravi, and he talked, somebody asked him about cost of compliance. We spend too much. He says that, again, prevention is better than cure. Like you said, if you fall in your washroom, then the cost of it is much more. So he explained to him why it is an investment which pays off, right? So now let me shift the lens. What do you think is preventing India from embracing what you want us to embrace as a society? I'm not talking of me, I'm not talking of a company, but what can each one of us do in the room? One you said is awareness. With awareness, there'll be sensitivity, it lead to action. But what is holding back and what can each one of us do to really help in your mission at SWAYAM?
Accessibility is not a 2% issue. It's a 100% people issue. Like today we are sitting and talking about how the urban Delhi is just not good enough because there is poor planning. Accessibility is that part of planning that one can't miss. Accessibility is a topic that affects disability, but it is not equal to disability.
Sure.
Accessibility affects each one of us at different points of our lives. And therefore, when it carries an ROI, we are looking at a business forum, we are talking to business people, business community. I don't understand anything if it does not make business sense.
Beautiful.
This one does make business sense, and nobody has free time and free money. And therefore, this is a topic where I really mean it, we're leaving money on the table. If even 5 hoteliers decide to make their hotels as per universal standard, now don't mess with the universal design.
Sure.
If we do that, they will see the benefit of it all happening in their maybe 2 to 3 years. I'm counting to 2030. That's when the Commonwealth Games.
I'm going to write a piece on this. I'm going to do research, and I'm going to write a piece because, our services contribution to GDP is huge, and if really we want to get to what we want to get to in terms of good GDP growth, it will come from services. Of course, we are ramping up manufacturing in the last decade or so. We've tried to catch up on what we missed out, and in that, I keep saying, I'm myself the moment this conference finishes, I'll go to a temple, I'm myself a big, I go to lots of religious places. And I feel that if we can just, this is a big angle you brought in. If we can just popularize them, bring them top of mind. I mean, there's some that like Tirupati or now Ayodhya, but there are so many places of cultural, historical and religious significance. If we can just bring that to people's knowledge. I mean, there is so much tourism to be tapped. Now you added another angle. So I'm glad you added, and I understand where you're coming from. But my view is that in some cases, it is, we pay taxes, we should get it.
Absolutely. It's just that we don't know we need it, so we don't demand it.
Sure.
What you don't demand, you never get.
Yeah. So one, you talked about hospitality. Give us some, and you talked about urban infrastructure in general. Give us other examples. How can organizations intertwine the mission of SWAYAM and accessibility in their strategic way of doing business? Like today, ESG and sustainability over the last decade has become real. I mean, I was with somebody from Dubai. She was just telling me that last 2 days, the kind of rains that happened in Dubai, and we know what happened in last year, right? So clearly, climate change, you don't have to be an expert to know that climate change is a reality, though Donald Trump says it's a hoax, but maybe in something that we don't. But what can each one of us do to make accessibility our mission, or at least contribute something to it?
Very simply, I think there are a lot of CSR activities that happen. So if we make our schools accessible, if we are making schools, make them accessible, if we are making hospitals, make them accessible, you'll be surprised, no hospitals, private bed, biggest hospital that you can talk about has single accessible washroom, not a single one. No diagnostic center has an accessible washroom. You need to start building everything around whatever you undertake. Start by making it accessible. There are very few people who have probably want to share knowledge. They have the knowledge, but they don't want to. But at SWAYAM, we do things differently, whether it is SWAYAM or anybody else. Do a little research. Do make things accessible, because that is the best service you can give to anybody. Giving education, giving healthcare has always been in our DNAs to look upon it as a non-ROI activity. Although I'm not against the ROI activity, if we make things accessible wherever we go, whatever we do, we would love to join hands with SWAYAM and make the world a better, more accessible place for each one of us.
I'm glad we are having this conversation. I want to ask you my last question. If we met you 12 months from now, what would have SWAYAM achieved in the next 12 months?
What we've already achieved, we are very strongly intertwined with sports. And we had the first disability cricket happen at the Lords in London, and we won that match. And there were multiple disabilities. So we did that. We also did a few toilets in rural India, and I'm very, very proud of that topic, because I think in rural India, if they can talk about sanitation that's accessible, it gives me hope that everybody, whether you're educated or not, you understand, you feel accessibility, you just don't know it's called accessibility. We did our 25-year celebration, and we've engaged a lot more with the journalists. And quite honestly, I was thinking of doing a training program with journalists so they are able to understand what is accessible, what is not on their own. We want to provide them with that knowledge and the tool that comes with it so that they can themselves decide whether a thing is accessible or not. So it will help all the people who are writing about hotels, hospitals, or anything that the journalists write about to look at.
You know, I acquired business for 11 plus years back. With all humility, I was able to, with God's grace and my parents' blessing, able to build another organization called Exchange for Media, which is the #1 website for advertising, marketing, and media people. We do our annual news broadcast awards. We'd love to collaborate to bring journalists, and maybe in the awards that we do add reporting on accessibility, like we have reporting on environment, because that's one way to encourage them to report. These days you don't have to, but 10 years back you had to do that. Similarly, hopefully in future we don't have to.
Because imagine if you're having a travel magazine or you're a vlogger or blogger on the net and you already have a show going, and in that you say, and this place is not just beautiful, it's also accessible. So that will just catch on and people will
Brilliant.
talk about
At least
it.
I'm more sensitized. I'm sure everyone is sensitized. You know, that is the beauty of not having phone with you. You're fully in the conversation. Please give Ms. Jindal a big round of applause. She has been able to take her own sensitivity and make an impact in other people's lives. So, I mean, you know, I heard some other stories in the day, all were inspirational. Your story is also inspirational. And I'm sure we'll be able to bring accessibility into every conversation wherever there is required in the sphere of work we do, whether it's in the hospitality magazine. We just launched a travel magazine, it's called BW Travel. And of course, in Exchange for Media. So thank you for doing what you do, and back to you, Aditya. You can give her a big round of applause here. It takes a lot to do anything. Talking is easy, doing is the tough part, okay?
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. We have a picture as well.
Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward from those discussions of the day to the celebrations of the evening, my name is Aditya Malik, and absolute pleasure to welcome all of you to the 4th edition of BW Social Impact Leaders Awards. A big thank you to our partners as well. Our event partners, joytravels.com, Opal Events, Fandrum, Binley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWMBus.com, Impact and Pitch, a knowledge partner, MASH Global. Thank you so much. Today's award ceremony is being streamed live on BW Business World social media channels and also on www.bwdisrupt.com. You upload any pictures today, any views and your opinions that you have, and you put them online. Please also use the hashtag BW Social Impact. A couple of important announcements for all the winners. Once you've received your award and you step down from the stage, please proceed to stage left and audience right for an individual picture. Also, please stay back for a group picture. Both that will be used for editorial purposes. And if you've not given your winner's bite, The team is right outside in the alley, in the PFA pre-function area. आप वहाँ पे अपनी video bites भी दे सकते हैं और देनी भी आपको चाहिए. They'll again be used for promotion purposes of yours as well. From the time you apply for the nominations till the time I have received the winners list a minute back, it all goes through a jury process, because once you apply for these awards, हमारा ऐसा मानना है कि अगर आप apply कर रहे हैं, आप already एक विजेता हैं, but of course a list is a list. Numbers are numbers, scores are scores. What happened in exactly the jury process from the time you applied in for your nomination to me getting the winners list 60 seconds back, we've captured that beautifully in an AV. Can we please play the jury AV?
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be part of the jury for the 4th edition of the BW Social Impact Award. A great learning experience for me. We met changemakers working with highly marginalized communities, from persons with disability, cancer survivors, patients, children, tribal communities, and addressing many sort of challenging issues. And not only are they generating solutions, but generating it in fairly sort of record time and ensuring that it hits the ground where and providing relief where it's most needed. This will not only help us to encourage and celebrate and appreciate the kind of work that these change makers are making, it will also help us to set some standards of excellence and breakthrough and milestones.
It was a very interesting and insightful experience to be on the jury of the 4th Business World Social Impact Awards. And I must congratulate Business World for not only promoting social impact, but also encouraging practitioners who've really been working in this sector on the field and doing very well. I was very impressed with the quality of the applications that were received. We had applications from education and skills to microfinance, to health sector, to social economic empowerment. It's interesting to see how policy is translated into action on the field, and most of the applicants are those who've made this happen at the field. And we have a range of people who have applied for this award working across the country and doing some extremely good work. So I'm looking forward to meeting some of these recipients in person on the 24th, and I'm sure that Business World will continue encouraging practitioners in the social sector to continue doing the great work that they've been doing.
And it's been a privilege to be part of the BW Disrupt Social Impact Awards. I think this year the quality of applications were excellent. We had over 30 high-class applications. The presentations by most of the founders or the people involved in running these entities were also excellent, and I think the jury thoroughly enjoyed the experience. Overall, I think it's an amazing initiative. It's been my privilege to be part of it, and I look forward to seeing a lot of these people really succeed as they go forward in the social sector.
Business World's Social Impact Awards are more than celebrating success. They are catalyzing a big cultural shift. Our country's future depends on how boldly, how quickly, and how collectively we respond to our social and environmental challenges. These finalists are the true testimonies of such boldness in social innovation. As a jury, I am deeply touched by their courage, creativity, and conviction. By giving them a national platform, Business World has made social entrepreneurship truly aspirational, scalable, and mainstreamed. Hats off to Business World for this. This is how the social movements have been built. Great to be a part of Business World's movement. Thank you.
And I had the honor to be a jury member for the Business World Social Impact Disruptor Awards. What truly sets this initiative apart is its focus on meaningful disruption, recognizing leaders who move beyond intent to deliver scale, credibility, and measurable social change. As a jury member, I was inspired by the diversity of the changemakers, NGOs, corporate leaders, and budding young innovators, working across health, education, skilling, mental wellness, disability inclusion, and women empowerment. The Business World Disruptor Awards ask the right questions. What changed, at what scale, and why does it matter? At Lenovo, we believe in smarter technology and smarter leadership, creating impact for all. And this initiative brought that belief to life, where we had these leaders answering those questions about change, scale, and the matter. Thank you very much.
I'm delighted to be on the Business World jury. We saw some very interesting young leaders and middle-aged leaders who are changing the face of India, and we wish the winners luck, and we hope that they will do more for the country and for their community.
Let's please give, hello. Let's please give our jury members a huge round of applause, please. It's not easy. Once stalwarts like you apply and eventually it will come down with the list, but thank you to all the jury members. A couple of them are also here with us in the audience already. Before we begin with the awards, to formally open the awards ceremony, please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of PW Business World and founder of the Exchange for Media Group. ये में louder awards की शुरुआत है. Thank you.
Good evening. First of all, my gratitude to the work that each of the applicant in the awards does. This is one domain where really whatever you do really makes an impact. In fact, business should be about social impact. That's how it has been over the last 100 years. And Ms. Jindal talked about how education and three things always: education, healthcare, and patronage to culture were three things that went hand in hand with business. Of course, I must acknowledge the presence of jury members. Dr. Akhila Shivadas is here. Mr. Mohan Padaki is there. Ms. Prathama Harite is here. My friend Dr. Ganesh Natarajan, thank you. He is not in India, but he still was there in the morning on the video and he did a session. I just want to say Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee is here, and he was in some way the father of the CSR bill. And one can always look at the glass half empty or half full. We can look at the fact that we had to bring in a bill to mandate companies to contribute, but the fact is we brought in and companies are contributing. But cribbing doesn't really help, It's a waste of energy and imagination. I keep saying we have to do away with the 3 C's. One is cribbing, which is complaining, comparison, and criticism. It's not easy. No human being can go away from them, but you can minimize. I just want to say that when we talk of the SDGs, and for a decade I've been part of conversations around SDGs and social impact, I think India still has a long way to go in every domain. Whatever be the numbers are, I mean, beyond. But today I just want to talk about two things which are top of mind with me, which is climate change, the quality of air in our city. My younger child is in class 12 and he's going to go to a uni. He's a boy, my older one is a girl. She's already in the 4th year of college in the US. And me and my wife are discussing, shall we live in Delhi or not? We love Delhi. I'm not from Delhi. I started living in Delhi 25 years back. I'm from Old Gurgaon. My father was a principal of the Convent College. So excuse me, people on the console, okay. I have professor-like genes. Both my parents are academicians, Unfortunately, my mother passed away last year. But we are discussing really, shall we live in Delhi or not? Because both our children would be in universities or one would be working. And that's a reality. And we love Delhi. My wife, Neeti's parents lives across the road. We live across the road. So, her being closer to her parents, me being closer to my dad, that's very important for us. But we're still thinking of moving out of Delhi. I'm sure she talked of ROI. It has been proven in the cities that patronage art, the value of real estate over a decade goes up. Similarly, if air quality can impact migration, it will impact the value of real estate. Of course, there's scarcity of real estate in South Delhi and in Delhi in general. So the demand-supply issue creates still some appreciation. That's one. Second is the quality of urban lives. We were talking about mobility and accessibility. With the number of cars being sold on EMI and the pressure on parking. I remember 2.5 years back doing a conversation with Mr. KP Singh, I think it was 92 or 93 then. And the conversation was only about two things. It was about the quality of plumbing. I'm not, I was sitting with him for 2 hours and I felt I was educated, right? And the size of the roads. It was not about how good the building is, what the interior is, whether there's a golf course or not. If we cannot get our plumbing right, and if we cannot get our size of roads right, with 6 cars in a home, we have 4, right? I mean, where are we headed? And we are too busy doing what we are doing. I was telling my daughter who's 22, and she has a point of view and everything, that Pratna, right? Yeah, and we were talking to her, she's there on her winter holidays. Where do you want to live once you graduate? Do you want to work in the US? You don't. And when children talk, they're so honest. I mean, in spite of all the comfort she has there, she gave me a list of things that are not good about Delhi. She loves Delhi, okay, there's no question. She's born in Delhi, educated in Delhi, all her friends are in Delhi. So clearly we have to think about, we're too busy doing what we are doing. I'm glad we do this. I just want to say from next year, we want to add a social impact hackathon where we bring all of you to judge it and actually help them get some money, meaningful money, and go to market in whatever is solving those issues. And last week we were at our legal awards and Justice Waziri was there. When he was a judge in the High Court, he got this nickname called the Green Judge, right? Because he said, if you've done this, plant trees and come back. And I made a pledge that I will help you plant 30,000, 40,000 trees. From all the winners, they also took the pledge with me. And in my mind, I want to do 1 lakh, but of course I wanted to be safe. I just want to say that one of the biggest social impact all of us can do is to plant trees. I know people, Baba, for 20 plus years. A friend of mine, he's planted 4 crore trees. I think he's done more for us than our parents, after our parents. So I would say what Justice Waziri said and the way he said eloquently and with the passion and the conviction and authenticity, I would request that one thing, if you all planted 1 tree, not too much, 1 tree, if you did 2, 5, 10, 20, 30, I think it will help our children, it will help their children, and it will be our contribution to the society apart from the good work that you're doing. Kudos to all the winners. The job of a media product is to bring about new heroes, new leaders, new work, new benchmarks. And today I have met many leaders for the first time. I met Ms. Jindal. I've known about her for a while. I know Deepika, but more and more I'm getting to know about her work. I met Sanjana Sangiji. I know about the work of some of the jury members who are doing fantastic work. You're icons in your own domain. People look up to you. So I'm really, it is our youngest IP, social impact, but I think my vision and our vision for it is big. With your help, we'll be able to actualize that. My gratitude to the jury members for lending your name, time, patronage. It matters. The quality of jury attracts the quality of entries. And the process, I don't even know who the winners. The mails may have gone through my mail. There's no brief to any jury member what to. So I think I'm grateful, and I think we'll put much more energy in this domain. It gives us much more satisfaction than other domains, I must say, because as you grow older, you think about other things a little more than money. Okay, money is important when you run a company. It is always important. To say money is not would be, but I think to be able to contribute to other things beyond profits is something that I would take more seriously in the next 5-7 years than I've done today. My gratitude to all the jury members, and congratulations to all the winners. To the ones who were shortlisted, who presented to the jury and didn't win, I keep saying our awards or all awards are like a cricket match. Even Sachin Tendulkar sometimes gets out at whatever less score. Rohit Sharma gets out, or Virat Kohli, whichever cricketer. I share my birthday with Sir Don Bradman. According to Sachin Tendulkar, he's the greatest cricketer of all time. So whichever cricketer you think is the greatest. And I keep saying that no awards are perfect. Only 3 people are perfect. Mr. Chatterjee, Dr. Chatterjee. One is Lord Shiva. I'm a Hindu, right? Other is my wife. And then maybe for some of you is Mr. Modi, right? But all awards process are close to perfect. They can be high integrity, transparent, but ultimately human beings judging human beings. So also awards are a process of elimination. But I would say our awards are close to perfect because of the quality of jury and the high integrity that we bring to it. We also have a locus standi. This is our 45th plus year of publishing. September we completed 45 years. Last 12 years, I have been involved with it. And last but not the least, I think in December I was looking at, we've done 8 events, one after the other. So I would like to congratulate our Business World team who works so hard, tirelessly, and for this initiative, especially Devika, who curates it with passion. And she also doesn't listen to me too much, which is a good thing. And I permit her not to listen to me because I know whatever she will do, she'll do it better than my visualization. She curates the Festival of Wellbeing for us, the Emerging Summit for us, and one IP which is very close to my heart, which we haven't done for 3 years, hopefully bring it, is we do IBLF, India Business Lit Fest. I grew up reading books. I buy a lot of books, and I believe that reading gives you joy that nothing can. And business books again don't get that much space sometimes in Lit Fest. They get a ceremonial space. So I give Devika a big round of applause. My gratitude, Devika, to everybody. Give my team a bigger round of applause. Clapping is good for heart muscles. And now the winners will come up on stage, and they will need your applause, and applause is karmic. If you applaud for them, they'll applaud for you. So build your karmic balance. And clapping is good for heart muscles. It is. The yoga guy will tell you, he'll make you clap. We are doing it free of cost. So please give my team a big round of applause in Devika. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. And now for the awards winners, a reminder, please don't forget your individual picture once you received your award, also group picture in the end, both for editorial purposes. Agar aapne winner bites nahi di hain, they're happening right outside this very hall in the pre-function area. Please also do that. Don't forget to use the hashtag as well, which is hashtag BW Social Impact on any picture, view, opinion that you share online from today's event. And now to present the first set of awards, let's please welcome on stage once again Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder of the Exchange for Media Group, along with Ms. Akila Das, Executive Director, Center for Advocacy and Research, along with Mr. Madan Paraki, Co-founder and Managing Trustee of Head Held High Foundation. Please. Chaliye ji. It's time to celebrate the winners of the Social Impact Leader Awards 4th edition. It's just an alphabetical order list, that's it. And the first person, the first winner rather, to join the Social Impact Leaders Award list for this year. Everybody for him, please. Congratulations. Lots of Virgos in the house. Badhiya. We found two people who share the same birthday, Dr. Chatterjee and Himendra as well. Chaliye ji. The next winner to join the powerful list for this year. Foundation for Thalassemia. Congratulations, sir. The next winner to join the powerful list of social impact leaders for this year. Inclusive Divyangjan Entrepreneur Association. Everybody? Oh, more the merrier.
Shall we embarrass you? Yes, he has not given yes or no. When you didn't say anything, it means yes, right? So it's his birthday, you can wish him happy birthday.
Happy birthday!
I'm meeting him after 5-6 years. I think 5 years back, we spent 2 hours in my office. We had a good conversation. Okay.
Today's dinner treat is from him. No, he didn't pay any attention to that. But Devika, do we have dinner today?
God bless you. God bless you.
You can say no, it's okay. High teas. IT है भाई IT. Congratulations, happy birthday, sir. Please. आगे बढ़ते हुए, the next person to join the powerful list of social impact leaders for this year. Foundation. Congratulations, man. Winners, please don't forget your individual picture, group picture in the end. With that, the next person to join the powerful list of social impact leaders for this year. Congratulations, man. Thank you so much, Madan, sir. Thank you for helping us. Once for sir as well, please. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the powerful list of social impact leaders for this year. Joint action. Congratulations. I just realized that the music is to add on to your applause, not as a substitute. I just thought so. Chaliye, with that, may I also please request Pratima Haritiji, Head Asia Pacific Corporate Citizenship Lenovo, to please join us on the stage and help us present our next set of awards as well. Ma'am. हाँ आप ताली बजा सकते हैं. These two tables have been consistent since the morning. इन पे जो भी बैठा है, and sir, you've been making sure कि सबकी individual photo खींचिए. We'll get yours also in the end. चलिए आगे बढ़ते हुए, the next winner to join the powerful list of this year's social impact leaders. Rajiv Mehta, everybody. This side is in a happy mood. आपके लिए Christmas और New Year's आ रहा है. For them, I don't really know what's happening. Congratulations. We're down to our last 10 awards now. अरे हमको तो बोलने दो साहब. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the powerful list of social impact leaders for this year. Congratulations, sir. आगे बढ़ते हुए, the next winner to join the powerful list of social impact leaders for this year. Plan Y. She's been sharing consistently for everyone. Just to let, so I think it's time you also. Let's do it now. Samaya, everybody. Congratulations. आगे बढ़ते हुए, the next winner to join the powerful list of this year's social impact leaders. Congratulations. आगे बढ़ते हुए, the next winner to join the powerful list of this year's social impact leaders. Congratulations, sir. Thank you so much, Pratima ma'am. Thank you. A couple more things. But we also request Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee, former Secretary, Ministry of Heavy Industries and Public Enterprises, Government of India. So to please join us and present the last set of awards along with ma'am. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the powerful list of this year's social impact leaders. Congratulations, sir. You know, we are down to our last 5 awards. My only request, the josh and the energy that you showed to the first set of winners, अगर हम वो last set of winners को ना दिखाएं तो it's sort of unbiased. List is a list, Only request when they come up, please also give them the due credit that they deserve. The next winner to join the powerful list of this year's social impact leaders. Foundation. First Soumya, please. Congratulations, ma'am. Winners reminder, individual picture, group picture in the end. If you've not given your winners by, please also do the needful. Aage बढ़ते हुए, the next winner to join the powerful list of this year's social impact leaders. Shweta, Associate Director, CPD Language and Learning Foundation. For Shweta, everybody. Congratulations, ma'am. आगे बढ़ते हुए, the next winner to join the powerful list of this year's social impact leaders. Congratulations, ma'am. आगे बढ़ते हुए, the next winner will be joining this year's powerful list of social impact leaders. For Shri Ram, everybody. Congratulations. Moving ahead, our next winner who will be joining this year's powerful list of social impact leaders. For Urvashi, please. Urvashi, that's your mother. That's Urvashi's mother is also. Say hi, everybody. She's very focused. कि video नहीं खराब होनी चाहिए बेटी की. बढ़िया है. Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, and the last one. This is a special award. This is the Gender Justice Impact Leader of the Year. And the winner, please. Gender Justice Impact Leader of the Year. For Deepika, everybody. Congratulations. With that, we come to an end of the awards ceremony as well. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Batra. May I please request all the winners to join us on the stage with their trophies for a group picture. Please come. And while you're coming, wish everybody a very, very, very happy New Year. Merry Christmas as well. Aye, please, all the winners with your trophies on the stage. All the winners, please. We're also getting chairs. Chairs we're getting. Happy birthday. Thank you. Thank you. Pleasure's all mine. Thank you, sir. Pleasure's all mine. Aye, please. All the winners with your trophies, please. Can the Business World team also make sure कि कोई winner बाहर ना रह जाए? I think he's left. Madan, sir, I think sir's left. He had to make a move. One more. Thank you. All the winners, please, with your trophies on the stage. We'll do two pictures, one with the jury members, one only of the winners. You can also sit in the front, you can stand at the back, whatever works for you. You can also sit if you want. आप चाहे तो यहाँ भी बैठ सकते हैं. You in the center, sir, पीछे. We've got more photograph. Wow. So we've got 10 seconds, guys. Look into your individual phones, जहाँ भी आप देखना चाहते हैं. This feels like the Mumbai airport today morning. Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and Happy New Year, guys. Chalo, send. Where are you, Naval? अरे अभी है, अभी we have. Now please focus on this one. Smile, please. The center frame, please. Done? Done. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a lovely